The House will be in order. The prayer will be offered by Chaplain Kibben.
Would you pray with me? God, our guide, we pray this day that you would go before us as we head into the business that awaits. And as we proceed, may we see your hand in both the ordinary as well as the exceptional. Reveal to us your intent as we attend to the simple things, and make us ever mindful that, as inconsequential as they may seem, over even the least of these, you have authority. Unveil your will as we address the substantial items, and remind us that through the significant decisions made by this body, you remain sovereign. Make us keenly aware of your claim on each and every member of this House and those who labor alongside them in these hallowed halls and beyond, that we all would be faithful in our service to you, even as we serve the people. Holy God, remain with us on the journey you have set before us. Never leave or forsake us, but abide with us as we seek to walk in obedience to you this day. It is in the strength of your name we pray. Amen.
Thank you. Pursuant to Section 11A of House Resolution 188, the Journal of the Last Days Proceedings is approved. The Pledge of Allegiance will be led by the gentlewoman from Arkansas, Ms. Womack. Mr. Womack, will we change? The gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Womack.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The chair will entertain up to 15 requests for 1 minute on each side of the aisle. For men from North Carolina seek recognition.
For 1 minute, Madam Speaker, and advise to extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm honored today to stand on the floor of the House to honor the life of a cherished friend and extraordinary North Carolinian, Andrea L. Harris, resident of Henderson, North Carolina, who passed away on May 20th, 2020. Her death leaves a tremendous void throughout our state, but her life's work is a lasting reminder of a courageous fight for civil and human rights, social justice, and building Black wealth. A bold voice of reason for the underrepresented, her work helped improve the quality of life for so many. Proud alumna of Bennett College, advocate for HBCUs, a shero for Black businesses, this mother of minority enterprise was always about making good trouble. She co-founded the North Carolina Institute for Minority Economic Development, serving as president for more than 2 decades. Andrea L. Harris made our state, our community, and our world much better than she found it, and fulfilled the scripture in Psalms 84:10, which says, "Better is one day in your courts than 1,000 elsewhere. I would rather be a doorkeeper in the house of my God than dwell in the tents of the wicked." Rest in peace, my friend. Andrea, we love and miss you.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia rise?
To address the House for 1 minute, Madam Speaker.
Without objection, gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, the Hyde Amendment respects the deeply held beliefs of pro-life people like me by not spending our tax dollars to pay for abortions. But support for the Hyde Amendment goes beyond the pro-life community. It has enjoyed broad bipartisan support during most of its 45-year history, previously including the current Democrat in the Oval Office. That's because it respects a cherished American value, freedom of conscience regarding our deepest religious beliefs. Now that freedom is under attack by radicals running this country, their assault on the Hyde Amendment threatens to undo this important protection for the lives of millions and the consciences of millions more. That's why we need H.R. 18, the No Taxpayer Funding for Abortion Act. Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that the Committees of Energy and Commerce, Ways and Means, and the Judiciary be discharged from further consideration of H.R. 18 and ask for its immediate consideration in the House.
Under guidelines consistently issued by successive speakers, as recorded in Section 956 of the House Rules and Manual, the chair is constrained not to entertain the request unless it has been cleared by the bipartisan floor and committee leaderships.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Pennsylvania rise?
Madam Speaker, I ask for unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you very much. I rise today to talk about the Invest in America Act, an important moment in the fight to upgrade our national infrastructure. I am so glad to see the House take a critical step toward fulfilling many of the key priorities laid out in the American Jobs Plan by passing this bill. I want to be really frank. There is no time to waste on this. We urgently need to fix the roads and bridges and tunnels and drainage systems that we see crumbling around the country. Not only does the INVEST Act address some of the key infrastructure needs of our country, it also creates good-paying, middle-class jobs that will turbocharge economic growth. The INVEST Act also includes $20 million in key infrastructure investments for my district, Pennsylvania 7, that will support our economy and make roads safer for both motorists and pedestrians. I am proud to have secured this funding for my community. We have more work to do to get an infrastructure package finalized, sent to the President's desk, and signed into law. Our country simply cannot wait any longer, but I am proud to support the INVEST Act and to get us one step closer to that goal. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from South Dakota rise?
Madam Speaker, I ask for unanimous consent to address the body for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
50 million, Madam Speaker. The WHO estimates that 50 million abortions are performed each year. It is a soul-rendering number. Now, of course, abortion is a deeply divisive legal, political, and moral dispute. But despite that fact, for 45 years, this body has been able to come together to accept the powerful message of the Hyde Amendment that taxpayer funding should never be used for abortion. When I think about what we can do together, that is a powerful message. And it is in that spirit that I ask for unanimous consent that the relevant committees be discharged from any further consideration of H.R. 18, the No Taxpayer Funding for Abortion Act, and I ask for its immediate consideration by this House.
As the chair has previously advised, the request cannot be entertained without the appropriate clearance.
I understand that, Madam Speaker, and with that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentlelady from Oregon rise?
I request unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. 1 year ago today, I joined my colleagues on the Select Committee on the Climate Crisis, and we released our bold, comprehensive, science-based climate action plan. Our plan is a roadmap for solving the climate crisis, and I'm thrilled that we are advancing many of its provisions this week as part of the Invest in America Act. The transportation sector is the largest source of energy-related carbon dioxide emissions in the country, and the pollution disproportionately affects low-income communities and communities of color. We must take bold action to mitigate the climate crisis, and that includes advancing the Invest in America Act. This bill will help decarbonize our transportation sector by investing in electric vehicle charging infrastructure, zero-emission buses, and transit. It will increase the resilience of our communities by strengthening pre-disaster mitigation efforts, supporting the use of natural infrastructure, and restoring fish passages. And importantly, this bill also invests in the people who will rebuild our nation's infrastructure. By passing the Invest in America Act, we can protect our planet, create good-paying jobs, and truly begin to build back better. I thank Chairs Castor, DeFazio, and Pallone for their leadership, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania rise? Without objection, gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. In large cities across America, violent crime rates are skyrocketing. At the same time, Many of our Democrat colleagues are leading dangerous calls to defund the police and take cops off the streets. I can't believe this needs to be said, but demonizing law enforcement will not make our streets safer. This kind of rhetoric makes it more difficult for police officers to do their jobs and harder for local departments to attract new officers. Just look at the cities which are experiencing the largest spikes in violent crime. Homicides are up 533% in Portland, 58% in Atlanta, 37% in Philadelphia, and 22% in Los Angeles. Each of these cities have embraced the same anti-police rhetoric that we've heard from Democrats in this very chamber. Now, in a bizarre twist of logic, Democrats are trying to shift the blame to Republicans. The only way to solve this problem is to reestablish respect for law enforcement and make sure they have the support and resources needed to protect themselves and our communities. Thank you, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania rise?
I seek unanimous consent to address this House for 1 minute.
Without objection, gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I am thrilled that this week we bring up the Invest in America Act, part of Joe Biden's American Jobs Plan, something that we've been waiting for many years. You know, we've had infrastructure week after infrastructure week. We actually have a real one this week because we'll be voting on the Invest in America Act, something that will invest $700 billion into America's roads and bridges and rail systems and water systems and sewer systems and tunnels, things that the greatest generation handed down to us. They came back from World War II after all of the suffering and all the losses, and they sucked it up and they actually contributed more. All of these investments in American infrastructure that happened after World War II, we have been disinvesting in those things. It's time for us to step up to the plate and invest in America with the Invest in America Act. Let's get it done, and let's do it on a bipartisan basis. We all need to invest in our great nation. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia rise?
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, H.R. 18 must be immediately brought to the House floor for a vote. The No Taxpayer Funding for Abortion Act would make the Hyde Amendment and other current abortion funding prohibitions permanent and government-wide. The Hyde Amendment was passed in 1976 and has shared bipartisan support for over 4 decades while saving at least 2.4 million lives. But now my Democratic colleagues want to break with precedent and pave the way for taxpayer-funded abortions. This is wrong. It is in direct opposition to God's word and the will of the American people. Psalm 139:13 is clear. For you formed my inward parts. You knitted me together in my mother's womb. I praise you, for I am fearfully and wonderfully made. Polling shows that 60% of Americans oppose taxpayer funding of abortion. Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that the Committees of Energy and Commerce, Ways and Means, and the Judiciary be discharged from further consideration of H.R. 18 and ask for its immediate consideration in the House.
Once again, as the chair has advised, this request cannot be entertained absent appropriate clearance.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York rise?
Unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, I rise in support of the Invest in America Act. This bill makes long overdue investments in the nation building here at home and would deliver for my community in Buffalo and Western New York. It includes funding to convert the historic DL&W station into a multi-use transportation hub. It supports the transition of a North Tonawanda highway near the Erie Canal into a walkable neighborhood, and it will transform an abandoned rail line in Buffalo into a vibrant riverline trail. The Invest in America Act will add more than $400 million in annual funding to New York to fix bridges, roads, an increase of over 30%. This bill does not, however, fix neighborhoods destroyed by highway building in the decade of the 1950s. We need to do more to restore those communities and those neighborhoods that were destroyed many, many years ago. Now is the time to invest in America, and I yield back the balance of my time.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Wisconsin rise?
Madam Chair, I seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute to advise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, bolstering our infrastructure against cyber attacks and ransomware attacks is an issue that concerns every American. It's not Republican or Democrat, liberal or conservative. As we've seen from the recent Colonial Pipeline hack and the shutdown of the world's largest beef supplier, JBS, there are alarming cybersecurity weaknesses in America's critical infrastructure. Immediate action must be taken to protect America's infrastructure against our adversaries. That's why we must pass my amendment to the Surface Transportation Bill. My proposal is simple, it's focused, does not grow the size of the federal government. It requires the GAO, the Government Accountability Office, to study the vulnerabilities within our transportation system to combat cyber attacks. This study will show us and accurately allow us to plan, invest, and put forth policies that address our susceptibilities to future threats. I thank my colleagues from Massachusetts and Pennsylvania for joining me in this effort, and I urge my colleagues to vote yes on this amendment. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Michigan rise?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, this past weekend and early this week, the people of Michigan's southeast area and the 12th District have experienced devastating floods. More than 7 inches fell in my hometown of Dearborn in a few hours. But it's not new for Michiganders. We keep experiencing these once-in-a-lifetime storms every year. But that doesn't make it any different when your basements are flooded, family photos are ruined, carpets are soaked, cars can't operate, water is not running, and the power is out. We have to do something. Our nation's infrastructure is crumbling, and the American people deserve better. We need to invest in our infrastructure to make communities more resilient to the impacts of climate crisis. On Saturday, I sent a letter to the President urging immediate FEMA assistance to our communities. I've asked the Army Corps of Engineers to begin a study to tell us what we have to do. My constituents are dealing with so much damage and are in immediate need of essential resources. We're focused on doing everything we can to coordinate with all to help our communities. We just wish we could send the West some of our water. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois rise?
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to rise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to celebrate the men and women who have proudly safeguarded the American way of life since 1776. Generations of veterans have protected our homeland and its principles against all enemies. These everyday American heroes willing to give their lives to ensure a better tomorrow for our children and grandchildren. We are forever indebted to them. To the over 19 million veterans and 1.5 million active duty service personnel who hail from every corner of our nation, we say thank you. To the military families whose loved ones took their last breath in defense of tyranny, we'll never forget the sacrifices. That this Independence Day, I will be thanking them, and I hope you will be as well. May God continue to bless this great United States of America.
For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina rise?
I ask permission to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to recognize the 60th anniversary of the North Carolina Sweet Potato Commission. The role of this commission is to support growers and increase sweet potato consumption. Their efforts have been tremendously effective as the popularity of sweet potatoes has increased at home and especially abroad. North Carolina leads the nation in sweet potato production and has done so for the last 50 years. There are over 450 sweet potato farmers in North Carolina. Those farmers produce about 65% of all sweet potatoes grown throughout the country. I am proud to recognize and congratulate the North Carolina Sweet Potato Commission on its 60th anniversary. I wish them another 60 years of continued success. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina rise? Without objection, gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. On Monday, I appreciate meeting with Israeli President Reuven Rivlin at the U.S. Capitol. We are always grateful for the opportunity to reaffirm our commitment to Israel. Recently, Hamas terrorists in Gaza launched 4,500 Iranian-produced rockets against Israeli families. America should always stand with our allies. The world is impressed by Israel as she defends herself with the Iron Dome. It's encouraging to see the successes of Iron Dome in intercepting rockets launched by Iranian-backed Hamas. The Iron Dome intercepted 90% of the rockets toward the civilian areas of Israel, protecting Israeli families. Allies stand together. Thank you, President Rivlin, for your credible insight on the murderous threat of Iran. Israel is vigilant, monitoring Iranian intercontinental ballistic missile development, which would deliver nuclear warheads against North America. In conclusion, God bless our troops, and we will never forget September 11th and the global war on terrorism.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California rise?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. To address the House for 1 minute, revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, the child tax credit is a tax cut for working-class families. By passing the American Rescue Plan, we enhanced and we advanced this tax cut so that if you're a parent that works or a parent that cares for children, you will get a tax cut. We enhanced this tax cut so that per year working-class families will receive up to $3,600 for each child under 6 and $3,000 for each child under 18. We advanced this tax cut so that working-class families will get this benefit starting July 15th. Now, in my district on the Central Coast of California, the tax cut will benefit over 150,000 children and lift 15,000 children out of poverty. Working-class parents from the Central Coast to the center of America can use this support to provide health care, child care, and daycare for their kids so that those same parents can continue to work or, better yet, get right back into the workforce. Madam Speaker, the child tax credit will not only help us recover from the economic shutdowns of the pandemic, it is a tax cut that will lift parents out of poverty, reward working-class families, and really represents what we stand for as a nation. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania rise?
Madam Speaker, I request unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise today to honor the life and legacy of Ruth Cox Mizell, a staple figure in the religious life of this capital for decades. Ruth served as campaign chair for George H.W. Bush, advisor to the U.S. Peace Corps under Presidents George H.W. Bush and Ronald Reagan, liaison for the Capitol Hill Prayer Partners, and was the spouse of Congressman Wilmer Mizell. She used her positions in and around the Capitol to passionately advocate for the power of Scripture and prayer on a personal and a national level. Many Bible studies and prayer groups take place on Capitol Hill and are attended by a great number of my colleagues in Congress. And these groups honor Ruth's legacy and serve as a reminder that faith is still alive in our nation, and certainly our nation's capital. Now, I'll end with Ruth's favorite scripture quote from Lamentations chapter 3, verses 22 and 23. The steadfast love of the Lord never ceases. His mercies never come to an end. They are new every morning, and great is thy faithfulness. Ruth Mizell was a strong woman of faith and rests in the loving arms and the comfort of her Savior. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I yield back to the balance of my time.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois rise? Without objection, gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, I rise to salute my departing Chief of Staff, Mark Showerty, for his devoted service to my office and to my constituents. Mark and I have been friends since the 3rd grade, having grown up in Peoria, Illinois, and today Mark's one of my most trusted advisors, and his intelligence, decency, and grit inform every initiative undertaken by my office. I will miss his daily presence and his warm sense of humor. My loss, however, is his family's gain, and I am glad Mark's lovely wife, Chris, and his son, Eddie, will now enjoy more of Mark's time. Mark, thank you for your dedicated, stalwart public service, and thank you for your friendship of more than 40 years. I wish you great success in this new chapter of your life. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Iowa rise?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to honor the life of an Iowa trailblazer from my district.
Lametta Wynn, Iowa's first African-American female mayor, passed away last week at the age of 87 in Lincoln, Nebraska. Lametta was an incredible woman who spent her life in service to her community of Clinton, Iowa. For 30 years, she worked during the day at Rock Island Arsenal and night shifts as a registered nurse. Her service as an elected official officially began when she ran for Clinton School Board in 1983. For 12 years, she served on the school board, eventually becoming board president, all while raising 10 children. In 1995, Lametta was elected mayor of Clinton, a position she held for 12 years before retiring in 2007. In 1996, Newsweek picked Lametta as one of 25 most dynamic mayors in the country. Thank you, Lametta, for your service to the state of Iowa, and I will keep your loved ones in our prayers. Thank you. I yield back my time.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Minnesota rise? Without objection, gentlelady is recognized.
Madam Speaker, it is with great pride that I come to the House floor today to honor my constituent, David Brown from Shakopee, Minnesota, who was recently awarded the Carnegie Medal for an extraordinary act of heroism in our community. On May 26, 2019, two men began to struggle after entering the frigid water of the Gull River. They were trying to save their friend who was having trouble getting back to shore due to the strong current. Despite the risk to his own safety, David jumped into the water and successfully brought both men back to the shore, while another saved their friend. It is so important that this heroic act be recognized here on the floor of the U.S. House of Representatives, and it is my honor to do so. Thank you, David, for your outstanding commitment to our community and your life-saving action. With that, Madam Speaker, I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Mississippi rise?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House floor for 1 minute.
Without objection, gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you. Tonight, the eyes of the nation will be on TD American Park in Omaha, Nebraska, as the Mississippi State Bulldogs face the Vanderbilt Commodores to determine who will be crowned the national champion in NCAA baseball. Mississippi State will not only be playing for their fellow students, the faculty and alumni, but also for our great state as they seek to bring home the first Division I national baseball championship in Mississippi history. Led by the offense of Tanner Allen, Rowdy Jordan, and Cameron James, and the pitching of Will Bednar and Landon Sims, this group of athletes has brought life and excitement back to the people of Mississippi in the wake of a deadly pandemic. We could not be prouder of these young men and all that they have accomplished. Tonight, I and the entire state of Mississippi will be hanging on every pitch of this winner-take-all game at the College World Series. Good luck, and Hail State.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from California rise?
Unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This week, the House will consider the Invest in America Act. This bill is a critical and transformative component of President Biden's bold action plan to invest in our nation's infrastructure while creating good-paying American jobs and rebuilding our economy as we continue to navigate through the pandemic. I'm pleased the bill includes several of my provisions that make significant investments in building resilient infrastructure to withstand the impacts of climate change, including wildfires and floods, while at the same time putting the U.S. on a path toward achieving zero emissions in the transportation sector. The Invest in America Act provides us an opportunity to fix our country's crumbling infrastructure while ensuring economic prosperity for America's workers and their families. I am committed to continuing to work with President Biden and all my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to ensure these historic investments in our future come to fruition now. This is our moment. I yield back, Madam Speaker.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Arkansas rise?
Madam Speaker, I seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, it's with a heavy heart that I rise today. Arkansas lost one of its finest over the weekend. Pea Ridge police officer Kevin Apple was tragically killed in the line of duty while working to apprehend 2 suspects. When he approached the suspect's vehicle, he did what professional law enforcement officers do. He didn't shy away from the threat, he confronted it. And in so doing, he gave his life for his community. It reminds us of the supreme courage displayed by our men and women in uniform and the growing dangers they face each and every day. Through his leadership, bravery, and selfless dedication, Officer Apple exemplified the best our state has to offer. For more than 20 years, he nobly served in law enforcement. He was a protector and demonstrated the principled integrity the badge requires. This heart for service was at the core of his character. Past his uniform, he was known as a good neighbor who was always willing to help others. Arkansas will never forget his service. And I join Mayor Jackie Crabtree and Police Chief Lynn Hahn and his mother, Daylene Hart, stepfather Richard White, and brother Kyle Hart in mourning his loss. The 3rd District of Arkansas was blessed to have such a dedicated hero keeping us safe. We will always keep his memory alive. Madam Speaker, thank you, and I yield back the balance of my time.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Florida rise?
To address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute.
Well, Madam Speaker, there's good news. The Congress intends to invest in America through passage of a landmark surface transportation and infrastructure package. This is what President Biden challenged us to do, and we will follow through. It also comes 1 year after the House Select Committee on the Climate Crisis made landmark recommendations to solve the climate crisis and expand clean energy through a Clean Energy Action Plan to cut greenhouse gas pollution, to reach net zero as soon as possible, follow the science, improve our health, and make our communities more resilient to costly climate-fueled disasters. Over the past year, we've already passed 250 recommendations here in the House and turned 100 of them into law. But now we're going to build on that progress through the Invest in America Act. It's the most climate-forward transportation bill in the history of the Congress. Record investment in public transit and rail. Investments to make roads and bridges more resilient. Record investment in electric vehicle charging stations. Pedestrian, bicycle trails. Progress on environmental justice, clean air, and clean water. This is good news indeed. I yield back my time.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California rise? Without objection, gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, radical environmentalists have weaponized the Endangered Species Act and the National Environmental Policy Act, known as NEPA, and are using frivolous lawsuits to block nearly every management project or salvage sale after fire that the U.S. Forest Service proposes. This has helped result in over 68 million acres of forest land burned in the last decade and over 10 million acres just in 2020 alone. So I'm pleased to see President Biden today is speaking about how to address wildfires. One important component I hope he'll look into and help rectify is we desperately need to rectify the litigation and the amount of stoppage of forest management that is a result of environmental groups. These groups have worked very hard to advance the false narrative that climate change is somehow responsible for increasing vulnerability of forests. This is flat out false. The truth is that the decline of responsible timber harvesting and the lack of active management are undeniably the real culprits. In California, most forest types historically had, in the past, about 64 trees per acre. They now sit at an average of over 300 trees per acre. Indeed, too much inventory. We need to get back to basics and manage our forests and help prevent this fire problem. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Virginia rise? Without objection, gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, I rise today in support of the Invest in America Act. I'm pleased that this bill includes funding for projects that are critical to our community in coastal Virginia. The parallel tunnel of the Chesapeake Bay Bridge Tunnel will expand to 4 lanes and will make the roads safer and reduce traffic. And updating Tidewater Drive in Norfolk will facilitate access to Naval Station Norfolk, the world's largest Navy base. The funding will create a much-needed evacuation route for the Sandbridge community in Virginia Beach in the event of flooding or extreme weather, which happens more frequently due to climate change. This bill will also fund the replacement of aged buses that serve Hampton Roads Transit. And finally, Madam Speaker, the Invest in America Act will fund planning for the Craney Island Marine Terminal, connecting Route 164 with the Commonwealth Railway that services the Port of Virginia, which is responsible for 1 in 9 jobs in the Commonwealth. Members of Congress must be responsible stewards of taxpayer dollars, and I advocated for these projects that will support our constituents. Investing in infrastructure strengthens the backbone of our economy, keeps America running, and puts a down payment on the future. I urge my colleagues to join me in voting for these critical projects. I thank you, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York rise?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my
Without
remarks.
objection, gentleman's recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Today I rise in support of a simple concept, a consumer's right to repair the goods they own. For too long, large corporations have used embedded technology to prevent small business owners and everyday Americans from repairing their own equipment. This needs to change, which is why I'm proud to introduce the Fair Repair Act and put power back in the hands of consumers where it belongs. The concept behind this is as old as it is simple. If you own something, you own all of it, including the right to repair it. This pandemic has magnified our need to be self-reliant and have the ability to repair our own devices, especially when large retailers are forced to shutter. My bill will guarantee consumers and small businesses that right by requiring manufacturers to make diagnostic repair information, parts, and tools readily available rather than forcing individuals to go to an original equipment manufacturer. This common-sense legislation will help make technology repairs more accessible and affordable for items from cell phones to laptops to farm equipment. I look forward to working with my colleagues to bring this legislation to the floor and finally give individuals the autonomy they deserve. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Purpose. For what purpose does the gentleman from New York or from California seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, by direction of the Committee on Rules, I call up House Resolution 508 and ask for the immediate consideration.
The clerk will report the resolution.
House Calendar Number 25, House Resolution 508. Resolved that during further consideration of the bill, H.R. 3684, to authorize funds for federal aid highways, highway safety programs, and transit programs, and for other purposes, pursuant to Section 6 of House Resolution 504. A. After debate, each further amendment printed in the report of the Committee on Rules accompanying this resolution, not earlier considered as part of amendments en bloc pursuant to subsection B, shall be considered only in the order printed in the report, may be offered only by a member designated in the report, shall be considered as read, shall be debatable for the time specified in the report, equally divided and controlled by the proponent and an opponent, may be withdrawn by the proponent at any time before the question is put thereon, shall not be subject to amendment, and shall not be subject to a demand for division of the question, and B, it shall be in order at any time after debate for the chair of the Committee on Transportation and Infrastructure or his designee to offer amendments en bloc consisting of further amendments printed in the report of the Committee on Rules accompanying this resolution, not earlier disposed of, and such amendments en bloc shall be considered as read. shall be debatable for 20 minutes, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Transportation and Infrastructure or their respective designees, shall not be subject to amendment, and shall not be subject to a demand for division of the question. Section 2, all points of order against the further amendments printed in the report of the Committee on Rules or amendments en bloc described in subsection B of the first section of this resolution are waived. Section 3, it shall be in order without intervention of any point of order to consider concurrent resolution providing for adjournment during the month of July. Section 4, the provisions of Section 202 of the National Emergencies Act, 50 United States Code 1622, shall not apply during the remainder of the 117th Congress to a joint resolution terminating the national emergency declared by the President on March 13, 2020. Section 5, House Resolution 188, agreed to March 8, 2021, as most recently amended by House Resolution 403, agreed to May 18, 2021, is amended by striking July 1, 2021, each place it appears, and inserting, in each instance, July 30, 2021.
The gentleman from California is recognized for 1 hour.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, for the purpose of debate only, I yield the customary 30 minutes to the gentleman from Pennsylvania, pending which I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman's recognized.
During consideration of this resolution, all time yielded is for purposes of debate only. I ask unanimous consent that all members be given 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks.
Without objection, so ordered.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, on Tuesday, the Rules Committee met and reported a rule, House Resolution 508, to provide for further consideration of H.R. 3684, the Invest in America Act, under a structured rule. The rule makes in order 149 amendments and provides en bloc authority to the chair of the Committee on Transportation and Infrastructure. The rule also allows for consideration of concurrent resolutions providing for adjournment during the month of July, and provides that the provisions of Section 202 of the National Emergencies Act shall not apply for the remainder of the 117th Congress to a joint resolution terminating the national emergency declared by the President on March 13, 2020. Lastly, the rule provides for recess instructions, suspension authority, and same-day authority through July 30th of 2021. Madam Speaker, our roads and bridges are crumbling before our eyes, and our public transportation systems are suffering drastically reduced ridership during the pandemic. With these challenges comes a great opportunity. Our country can use this unique, once-in-a-generation opportunity to reimagine and rebuild our economy and America's transportation systems and build back better. As a former member of the California Air Resources Board, former chair of both the State Assembly and Senate Transportation Committees, and a former member of the Bay Area's MPO, I've spent a career focused on transportation sector and reducing greenhouse gas emissions and other pollutants to help fight against climate change. In my 30 years of public service, never has the time been more ripe to seize this opportunity to reimagine and reinvest in America's transportation infrastructure. The Invest in America Act offers a new approach to federal transportation policy by emphasizing fixing our existing roads and bridges first, and making record investments in passenger rail, public transit, cycling and walking infrastructure, and zero-emission options, while creating safer, more connected communities for all Americans. This bill will also help create millions of jobs that cannot be exported. Thanks to strong Buy America provisions and labor protections, including Davis-Bacon, the work will be fueled by American workers, manufacturing, and American ingenuity, with targeted investments in rural and underserved communities. Madam Speaker, our country badly needs the investments outlined in this bill. Over 40% of America's roads are in poor or mediocre conditions according to the American Society of Civil Engineers. In fact, our roads have a D rating, and American motorists are forced to pay over $1,000 every year in wasted time and fuel as a result of our failure to act. My own state, California's infrastructure does not fare any better. We have a C- rating overall, with a D rating for roads and C- for bridges and transit, in spite of California voters voting over and over again to tax themselves to invest in our infrastructure. Not only is the problem of crumbling infrastructure a detriment to our economy, it is dangerous to public safety. Over 36,000 Americans die on our nation's roadways every year. The Invest in America Act directs $343 billion to roads, bridges, and safety programs. With record levels of investment in walking and cycling infrastructure, complete streets planning, and smarter road design and safe routes to schools. This transformative bill also directs federal investments in transit and rail and reimagines our national transportation policies. Public transit is essential to everyday living in communities across this country, providing access to jobs, schools, health, and childcare. Currently, there is a $176 billion transit backlog, and transit ridership, of course, is declining because of COVID-19. These issues, if not addressed, stand to further increase congestion, hamper the economy, worsen air quality and public health, and disproportionately affect underserved communities. The Invest in America Act provides $109 billion for transit to create a safe and reliable transit system that ensures every American, including those in economically disadvantaged and underserved neighborhoods, that they can get to essential services, as I've said, like jobs, health care, and child care. Importantly, this effort takes every opportunity to meet the challenges of the climate crisis. Climate change is the defining challenge of our time, and transportation is the #1 source of greenhouse gas emissions. The Invest in America Act takes bold steps to build the clean infrastructure transportation sector of the future by reforming existing programs and launching new initiatives to reduce carbon pollution. For example, it invests $8.3 billion in highway, transit, and rail projects that will reduce greenhouse gas emissions, and it holds states accountable for their performance by measuring annual progress. Moreover, under the Clean Corridors program, a program I was proud to author, it invests $4 billion in electric vehicle charging and alternative fueling stations. This infrastructure along designated corridors will help reduce range anxiety and help America shift to the next generation of clean vehicles. To further address climate change and equity, this bill increases funding and incentives for transit-oriented development, ensuring that more Americans have access to walkable, transit-supportive communities, thereby reducing vehicle miles traveled and greenhouse gas emissions, and most importantly, improving their quality of life and their ability to be at home with their family. Finally, this bill invests in safe drinking water, in the infrastructure for safe drinking water by replacing dangerous lead piping and treating PFAS in our water supply. It will also help ensure that all families can afford a safe and reliable water supply. Madam Speaker, we cannot allow this opportunity to slip through our fingers. Now is the time for transformative investments in our transportation systems and our infrastructure to improve our roads, bridges, railways, and transit systems, to support American workers, to address equity and environmental justice, and to fight boldly against the climate crisis. That is why I proudly support the Invest in America Act. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Pennsylvania.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank the distinguished gentleman from California for yielding me the customary 30 minutes. And I also want to say it's nice to see him on the floor in good and improving health. And with that, I would yield myself as much time as I may consume.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the rule before us today makes in order 149 amendments to H.R. 3684. House Democrats' progressive infrastructure wish list that prioritizes Green New Deal mandates above actual transportation needs. Sadly, only 18% of those 149 amendments, only 18% of the amendments made in order under this rule were offered by Republicans. Compare that with the FAST Act. The FAST Act was the last surface transportation reauthorization bill, which was signed into law back in 2015. Back then, Republicans controlled the House. Yet 30% of the amendments made in order were amendments offered by Democrats. The bill itself was actually bipartisan, unlike the bill we're debating today. And even with that bipartisan bill, Republicans, when we were in charge, allowed 30% of the amendments to come from Democrats. That's nearly double the amount that Democrats are allowing Republicans to offer today. Democrats went so far that they stripped a Republican amendment, stripped out an amendment that was actually agreed to in the Transportation Committee's markup. It was agreed to by unanimous consent. Mr. Jimenez of Florida offered an amendment during the committee consideration, again, of this bill, H.R. 3684. Mr. Jimenez ordered this bill, or ordered the amendment that would prohibit civil penalties in the bill from being used to publicly finance political campaigns. For example, under this amendment, civil penalties for violating rules on transporting animals, it could not have been used to contribute to politicians' campaign coffers. It's absolutely unfathomable that the majority accepted that Republican amendment, an amendment that's good for transparency and good for taxpayers, only to then strip it out in the rules print. Madam Speaker, compromise is used when Republicans and Democrats come together and pass a bill that's actually bipartisan. That's compromise. Today, compromise, though, is being defined as liberals and socialists coming together to pass a partisan piece of legislation. You know, during his inauguration, I sat there and I listened to Joe Biden say, and I quote, "With unity, we can do great things." I don't know if the House Democrats missed that memo, if they weren't listening like I was at the inauguration, or maybe Joe Biden was saying unity is when liberal activist groups come together. But with today's rule, liberals are doubling down on the partisan approach to government. And it's just not me saying this. According to the majority's own press release, the majority's own press release says that this bill moves further left than finding compromise. Your own press release. Madam Speaker, with that, I urge my colleagues to oppose this rule, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from California.
Madam Speaker, my friend from Pennsylvania, I look forward to continuing this dialogue respectfully. And Madam Speaker, with that, I would like to yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from New York, a very distinguished member of the Rules Committee, Mr. Morelli.
Gentleman's recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my dear friend and fellow member of the Rules Committee, Mr. DeSaulnier, for giving me the opportunity to speak for just a moment. I rise in support of the rule that would allow us to consider the Invest in America Act. This long overdue infrastructure legislation will prioritize direct federal investments in roads, bridges, transit, and rail, while also leveraging modern and innovative approaches to reliable and sustainable infrastructure investments. As we continue our recovery from the pandemic and seek to revitalize our communities, we know an essential part of that is strengthening our local infrastructure. Modernizing our infrastructure helps to meet growing mobility demands, create jobs, and grow the economy, all while creating stronger and more interconnected communities. I'm thrilled that this legislative package lays the groundwork for major investments across the country, while also supporting opportunities to strengthen our local infrastructure through targeted priorities. My own community of Rochester, New York, will only go stronger through the enactment of the Invest in America Act. And I look forward to seeing this critical legislation passed into law. I'm proud to have helped move this transformative bill forward. I urge my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to vote in favor of the rule and the underlying bill, and I call on our partners in the Senate to join us in making this investment a reality. Thank you to Chairman DeFazio for your tireless work on this effort, and to my dear friend, Mr. Desaulnier, for yielding time. With that, I yield back, Madam Chair.
Gentleman from Pennsylvania.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My good friend and colleague from New York talked about investment, but I would like to remind my liberal colleagues that this bill ties $1 out of every $2 into Green New Deal mandates. And the infrastructure that's being talked about in some parts of this bill is actually defined as art. So let's just keep the facts in perspective and remember that these words actually do have meaning. Included in today's rule, Madam Speaker, is a provision that prevents consideration of joint resolutions terminating COVID-19 mandates. Right now, America is the most COVID-resilient country in the world. And we're the most resilient in the world thanks to President Trump and Operation Warp Speed. It's time for us to return to normal because President Trump, by putting science over political science, gave us the ability to return to normal. Here to discuss this resolution that would terminate the COVID-19 emergency mandates is a good doctor from Arizona, my good friend, Dr. Gozar, and I yield him 4 minutes.
Gentleman's recognized for 4 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the gentleman from Pennsylvania for yielding. I rise today in opposition to the rule. While I do not support the legislation this rule brings up, that is not the main reason for my objection. I am opposed to the rule before us because Provision 6 in the rule turns off Section 202 of the National Emergencies Act relating to the COVID-19 national emergency for the remainder of the 117th Congress. What this line really does is kill a joint resolution I introduced 2 weeks ago in accordance with the National Emergencies Act. The framers of this act wrote the law to inject congressional oversight, to rein in the emergency powers codified in U.S. law that gives the President additional powers in times of declared emergency. Section 202 outlines the process where 6 months after an emergency is declared, Congress meets to consider a joint resolution of termination, forcing the debate on the necessity of continuing the national emergency and correlating powers given to the President. Over a year ago, Congress has never met to debate the merit of the COVID-19 declared emergency, even after the President extended the emergency another year. This is because Congress has a poor track record in enforcing our emergency duties. In fact, there are over 30 active emergencies on the books dating back to the Carter administration. Hardly emergencies, I take it from there. Few of which this body has ever met to debate the merit of the emergency and the powers it invokes. With the nationwide cases falling, vaccine rates rising, mask mandates being lifted, and states reopening with no capacity limits, it would seem appropriate to debate whether or not this nation is truly in a state of emergency, not to mention, once again, the mandated duties of oversight of the executive branch. Therefore, I introduced H.J. Res. 52 to have this debate. I did this because the first joint resolution I introduced was killed in a prior rule. Now the majority is killing debate on the COVID emergency for the entire 117th Congress, unless the majority leadership determines we can have this debate. Guess that's not part of the law. This completely goes against the explicit expedited procedure in the law, providing for quick and efficient oversight. This tyranny of the majority is at its finest. Why must we continue to neglect our duties? Why must we continue the congressional track record of being asleep at the wheel and yielding more power to the executive? The National Emergencies Act mandates that we have this debate, and that is all my joint resolution does. Require the people's representatives to meet, debate, and to vote on a termination resolution of the COVID emergency powers in accordance with the law. You may feel that we are still in an emergency. You may still feel COVID is a threat, but not a national emergency. Or you may feel the national emergency is over. However you feel, I am simply asking that we engage in the debate as the law requires. Using the National Emergency Act, the executive had requested powers outside the scope of the Article 2. As this declared emergency continues, the executive could request even more. This body should debate on whether to rein in the extraordinary powers, especially among the backdrop of a radically different COVID situation in this nation. In a time where this body is trying to reassert its claim on Article 1 authorization, simple oversight like this restores trust. Trust that a series of promises kept restores with the citizens of this great nation. Imagine that. Trust, just by following the definitions and the law. I urge my colleagues to vote no on this rule, and with that, I yield back.
Gentleman from California.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I want to thank my colleague for Pennsylvania on his kind observation about my own personal health. And just in regards to this debate, as somebody who went into the ICU the day the first state in California, the governor in California actually required shelter in place, maybe I have a little unique perspective, and was then put on a ventilator for 4 weeks at the same time that the country was dealing with this pandemic. So evidence-based research maybe is in the mind of the beholder. I trust my doctors. I know they're human. I know evidence-based research is the reason I stand here in front of you by following the doctors. I think of what the Speaker is doing and what the President is doing is following evidence-based research and statistically protecting Americans. We know if Americans get vaccinated. We know if we're sensitive to distances around us and masking, we still have challenges. And for somebody like myself who has an underlying health condition, I'm particularly sensitive to this. Not everybody is in the same position vis-a-vis their medical risks. So with all due respect, the debate is always a good one, but from my perspective, I wish that people would keep in mind that this pandemic is not done until the evidence-based research indicates that it's done. And I know everyone wants to get back to normal. I know I do too as well, but I would like to continue to be able to enjoy this wonderful existence that we all are allowed to do as well. With that, Madam Speaker, I'd like to yield 2 minutes to my good friend and the distinguished gentlewoman from Michigan, Representative Dingell.
Gentlelady is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my colleague. And I share the bipartisan happiness at seeing your smiling face and good health back. I rise in strong support of the rule and the underlying bill, H.R. 3684, the Invest in America Act. We need to invest in the infrastructure of the future, not the past. This surface transportation reauthorization legislation, along with an important package of water infrastructure and assistance outlined in this bill, will make a meaningful and bold difference in the lives of Americans. I am proud to have authored a number of provisions in this bill, but at the moment I want to specifically address the water package that is in the bill, thanks to the tireless work of the Energy and Commerce Committee. Water is a human right that no one should be denied. In this pandemic, the very first instructions before we ever wore masks, we told people to wash your hands. And yet so many Americans didn't have access to water because their water had been turned off. Imagine living in this pandemic and not having sanitary conditions, water in a running bathroom. This bill includes legislation that I have authored with Representatives Tlaib and Blunt Rochester, the Water Debt Relief Act, that establishes a $4 billion residential emergency relief program through EPA for public water systems to forgive any debt incurred by struggling households since the start of the COVID-19 pandemic. Many are in our frontline communities. It would also prevent water systems from cutting off any of these households from clean water. People have a right to be able to wash their hands. Additionally, it includes bipartisan legislation that I've co-led with Representatives Blunt Rochester, Katko, and Tlaib that would establish a permanent long-term water assistance program to address the growing water debt crisis we have. I thank the leadership of Chairman DeFazio and Chairman Pallone. I urge my colleagues to support this, and I yield back.
Gentleman from Pennsylvania.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Water is certainly infrastructure. What's not is art. While the majority places restrictions on building roads, again, roads, that actually is infrastructure. While there's restrictions on roads, there's no restriction on using federal transit money for art. Essentially, this bill defines art as infrastructure. Let's just talk more about roads, which again, I define as actual infrastructure. The so-called infrastructure bill actually bans construction of new roads. The bill also prioritizes urban areas at the expense of rural and suburban communities. There's massive increases in transit and rail funding. Yet again, there's restrictions on the building of roads, the transportation mode rural Americans use the most. Madam Speaker, since his first day in office, President Biden has declared a war on blue-collar workers. He's also declared a war on the American energy industry. Thanks to liberal Democrats and the fantasy of the Green New Deal, energy costs for Americans are skyrocketing. It's evident in the gas pump, where prices heading to the 4th of July weekend are the highest they've been since 2014. Now, Republicans and conservatives, we believe that America should be energy independent. That's good for American families, it's good for the economy, and it's certainly good for national security. That's why, if we defeat the previous question, I will personally offer an amendment to the rule to immediately consider Congressman Jeff Duncan's Protecting American Energy Production Act. This legislation, which I'm a proud co-sponsor of, would prohibit the president from declaring a moratorium on fracking without congressional approval. Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to insert the text of my amendment into the record, along with any extraneous material immediately prior to the vote on the previous question.
Without objection.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And here to explain this amendment is the bill's author, my good friend from South Carolina, Congressman Jeff Duncan. And with that, I yield him 5 minutes.
Gentleman's recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank the gentleman for the time. I rise in opposition to the previous question so that we can amend the rule to immediately consider H.R. 751, the Protecting American Energy Production Act. Now, my bill is straightforward. It prohibits the president from declaring a moratorium on the use of hydraulic fracturing or fracking unless Congress authorizes the moratorium. It further expresses the sense of Congress that states should maintain the authority for regulation of oil and natural gas production on state and private land. It's how it's been done for decades. President Biden and House Democrats have wasted no time in this Congress and since his administration began undermining American energy independence. They've signaled that they will use any tool necessary to end fossil fuel production in the United States. In fact, Democrats keep rushing to President Biden's defense, claiming he never supported a fracking ban. It's just simply not true, because when he was asked by a debate moderator during the presidential debates of 2019 if there was any place for fossil fuels in his administration, this is what Senator Biden, now President Biden, actually said. He said, quote, "No, we would work it out. We would make sure it's eliminated." Talking about fossil fuels. How is this policy working out for the American people at the pump? They're seeing higher prices for gasoline, and they're getting ready to travel over the holidays, vacation, and they're paying more at the pump. That's less money to spend on their family for family vacations during the holidays this summer. That's what bad policy gets you. President Biden has already made good on his promises to revoke the Keystone XL permit, ultimately resulting in its cancellation and the loss of thousands of American and Canadian jobs. Thousands of jobs. He also has halted all new federal oil and gas leases. There's no telling which energy-killing promise he'll fulfill next as he continues his war against American energy. Instead of prioritizing American jobs and American energy, President Biden and the Democrats would rather appease the backwards logic of the radical environmental left. Have no other way to say it. They would rather make us weaker and more reliant on energy from our foreign adversaries at a time when we were energy independent. We are actually exporting oil and gas. The adversaries that they are supporting have no regard for the environmental standards that we help push in this country. The INVEST Act, or more accurately titled the Green New Deal and Inflation Transportation Act, is a continuation of this America Last agenda. 1 out of every $2 spent in this bill is tied up in Green New Deal priorities. 1 out of $2 are tied up in Green New Deal priorities. It's ironic that while President Biden has no problem killing American jobs, energy projects, he is greenlighting at the same time Russian energy projects, like the Nord Stream 2 pipeline that's going to bring gas into Europe and give Vladimir Putin even more control to manipulate politics in Europe. President Biden doesn't think twice before waving sanctions on a Russian company and a friend of Vladimir Putin. Undercutting American energy production is a handout of Vladimir Putin. It opens the door for Russian influence, operations across Europe, and even the United States. New England doesn't have a pipeline for natural gas to come up there. They bring a LNG ship coming from Russia that provides natural gas to the New England states. Russia, not American gas. Colonial Pipeline cyber attacks, most recent reminder of this long-standing effort by the Russians. Putin will continue to use energy as a political weapon. Policies like the partisan Green New Deal infrastructure package, Democrats will continue to help Russia, not the American families. They're paying more at the pump this summer. Russia, Vladimir Putin. Putin will continue to use those policies. The real infrastructure problems we should be focused on is hardening our energy infrastructure to protect against these attacks, but the INVEST Act doesn't do this. It instead remakes the entire energy market, squeezes fossil fuels, and makes the grid far more vulnerable to attacks. The INVEST Act puts radical climate and Green New Deal priorities above the infrastructure needs of the nation. It creates more roadblocks for transporting clean-burning LNG, gives more money to EV charging stations than the entire Rebuild Rural Grant Program, and fails to include any regulatory reforms that plague infrastructure projects. My goodness. Instead of voting on a $548 billion Green New Deal disguised infrastructure bill, we should be protecting American energy production, American energy jobs here in the United States. Not long ago, the U.S. depended on OPEC for much of our oil supply. We now lead the world in oil and gas production as well as emission reduction. That's a fact that the left doesn't want to acknowledge. We lead the world in emissions reduction. Democrats refuse to acknowledge this and recognize this. Instead, they want to surrender one of our greatest economic and strategic advantages, our energy independence. Admiral Mike Mullins once said, "There is no national security without energy security."
I would yield as much time as the gentleman may consume.
Gentleman's recognized for as much time as he may consume.
Thank you. About to finish up. Listen to this. There is no national security without energy security. How true is that statement? This is all in the name of saving the climate. The reality is phasing out fossil fuels in the United States won't eliminate carbon emissions globally. It won't. Production will just happen someplace else, oftentimes in dirty production areas because they don't have the same regulations that we have. So the environment gets dirtier, along with the jobs and geopolitical leverage that we have when we export our energy. Democrats' anti-fossil fuel agenda will have no effect on the climate. Eliminating fossil fuels will also undercut our own economic interest. On average, federal fracking ban will increase household energy costs by $618 a year. You know, allowing President Biden to ban fracking will make all of this worse. Russia, China, Iran, they stand ready to take advantage of us as we continue to pursue the self-inflicting harm. By prohibiting the president from banning fracking, we in turn safeguard our energy production, our national security, our geopolitical influence, the livelihoods of Americans, thousands of Americans who have lost their job. And at the end of the day, American citizens, our constituents, pay less at the pump and for their energy, household energy needs when we produce energy here in this country. That's a winning solution, and this bill that we're hoping to replace isn't. So if President Biden wants to back up his Buy America rhetoric, I got a question for him. Why not start right here? Let's buy American energy. If he truly believes in Buy America, let's buy American energy and support American energy jobs. So I urge my colleagues to vote no on the previous question so that the House will immediately consider this bill, put Americans back to work, and protect our national energy security. With that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from California.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Just briefly on the points that we've just brought up, as somebody who represents a county that has 4 refineries in it, those 4 refineries produce much of the refined CARB-certified fuel in the West Coast and in California, and also a county that's headquartered to the second largest energy company in the United States, Chevron. This isn't about ending the fossil fuel industry. It's about the transition from that energy source to a new, cleaner, renewable alternative fuel energy source. It's about being independent and being mindful about what our global competitors are doing, what the Chinese are doing, to get ahead of us in this energy source. So with all due respect, as someone who knows the benefit and also the dangers and the opportunities to the fossil fuel industry as we've experienced it in this country, those 4 refineries only employ people as required by state statute who have graduated from state-approved apprenticeship programs, the best apprenticeship programs in the world. Each one of those jobs have a multiplier of 14. We like those jobs. We want to keep those jobs, but we want to meet the reductions we have to be leaders in this country on climate reductions and prepare for a future that isn't dependent on the fossil fuel industry, both for our public health and our environment and for our economy. With that, I would like to yield 3 minutes to the distinguished gentleman from Oregon, Representative Blumenauer.
The gentleman's recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you. I appreciate the gentleman's courtesy. I came to Congress 25 years ago determined that the federal government should be a better partner working with our communities, making our families safer, healthier, and more economically secure. I've traveled to over 200 communities, working with architects, landscape engineers, local government, state government, transit, listening to their concerns about how we make the transportation system work better. I can say unequivocally that what this legislation that we're considering today reflects what America wants. There is a broad consensus that we can't keep doing the same thing. We need to make sure that we build a low-carbon future, that it's equitable, that deals with the challenges that indiscriminate infrastructure inflicted on communities. I have an example in my hometown where a transportation project, a freeway, just ripped through an African-American community without the sense of what it was doing to people. They weren't involved. Well, people don't want to do that anymore, and they want to have a multimodal solution. The nonsense that we hear from the other side that somehow this will prohibit construction of new roads, not true. But what it does is it emphasizes fixing it first and having plans that put the pieces together in a way that solves problems rather than creating new ones. Yes, we ought to pursue the bipartisan agreement that the President has struck with our friends in the Senate. I think that's optimistic. But we need to reauthorize the Surface Transportation Act. And with the approach that has been offered by the administration and embodied in this legislation, we're cutting to the chase. The details here matter. $45 billion would be authorized to deal with the lead pipes that are poisoning our children. Streamlining drinking water standards. Yes, it deals with roads and bridges. It has transformational investment in transit, $109 billion, and attention to rural and urban areas. Passenger and freight rail, triples funding for Amtrak. It's beyond just the numbers, it's how we put these pieces together. Madam Speaker, I cringe a little bit when I have my friends dismiss the notions of a low-carbon future. I bring you greetings from Portland, Oregon, where we had 116-degree temperature in June. The Pacific Northwest is facing a climate catastrophe that in no small measure is the fact that we're not doing what we all could to have a low-carbon future. This legislation captures that moment. It invests in the future, not in the past. It's how we will heal divisions, protect the planet, revitalize the economy, and pull America together. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman from Pennsylvania.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The gentleman from Oregon said that he ran for Congress to make everyday Americans more financially secure. If that's the case, this bill is not going to do any of that, and here's why. Because a little thing called inflation, which is a tax from an economic perspective, this bill's massive price tag, which is just under $550 billion, that price tag relies heavily on deficit spending, which further fuels inflation and increases the cost of goods like food and gas that everyday Americans need. That's the true cost, just one of the true costs of this bill, which will hurt blue-collar workers. Now, if you're a member of the Zoom class, if you're a woke yuppie that's staring at screens all day, not actually working for a living, well, you can take your $100,000 plus income and buy an electric vehicle. But let's talk about electric vehicles. Although the gentleman from Oregon thinks they're the wave of the future, this bill provides $4 billion for electric vehicle charging stations, but only $1 billion for the Rebuild Rural Grant Program that helps people that are likely living in rural areas making less than $100,000. And why I'm focused on the $100,000 is because 70% of electric car owners earn at least $100,000 a year. Again, the electric vehicles are not going to do anything really for the environment, but it sounds good if you're a woke yuppie sitting at home. And further, this empowers China, which China is the world's greatest polluter. If you take all the emissions of the United States, all the EU and Japan added together, we still collectively don't emit more than China does. And we rely on China for 80% of our critical minerals that we need to actually make an electronic vehicle. So again, scoring cheap political points, hurting blue-collar workers, and doing zero to actually improve the environment. But talking about radical policies, radical progressives, including members of this very body, have called for a federal ban on fracking. Again, more the war on blue-collar workers. So apparently, Democrats and liberal progressives don't care about American workers. These blue-collar workers, these guys that are working the oil gas pads of southwestern Pennsylvania, they rely on fracking for jobs. In fact, a fracking ban would cost 7.5 million jobs by 2022. They must not care. Democrats must not care about American families either, because household energy costs would increase over $600 per year, while household incomes would fall by $5,400 a year annually. My good friend, my fellow member from Pennsylvania, Congressman Fred Keller, knows just how devastating a fracking ban would be to our state and national economy. And that's why, to explain this, I'm yielding him 4 minutes.
Gentleman's recognized for 4 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my colleague and co-Pennsylvanian for yielding the time. I rise in opposition to the previous question so that we can amend the rule to immediately consider H.R. 751, the Protecting American Energy Production Act, which would prevent the Biden administration from unilaterally imposing a moratorium on hydraulic fracturing. Pennsylvania is home to some of the most abundant energy and natural gas resources in the nation, and our economy is proof of all the benefits that come with it. On any given day, up to 10% of the nation's dry natural gas comes out of Pennsylvania's 12th congressional district. Energy producers have been critical partners in central and northeastern Pennsylvania, investing in local communities, colleges, generating countless job opportunities, and preparing the next generation of workers for in-demand careers. However, President Biden has made it clear that he is no friend of American energy or the workers employed by this industry. He has canceled the Keystone XL pipeline, rejoined the disastrous Paris Climate Accords, and banned all new oil and gas leases on federal lands. Meanwhile, the president lifted sanctions on Russia's Nord Stream 2 pipeline, thereby prioritizing Russian energy over domestic American energy. Overregulation, federal mandates, and policies that will kill American energy production ignore facts and instead increase energy costs and weaken our national security. These energy-killing policies are paving the way for the Green New Deal. Democrats like to sell this package as a greener America, when in reality, it makes our nation more dependent on foreign nations for our growing energy needs. I might add, foreign nations that don't protect the environment and develop this energy as safely as we do here in the United States. These energy needs, what we do in the United States would sustain good-paying jobs, create prosperity for our future generations, and secure American interests around the globe. We must invest in critical infrastructure like pipelines and refineries and promote a regulatory environment that cultivates innovation in the energy sector. We must reject policies that place higher premium on appeasing the Democrats' Green New Deal ambitions than protecting the future of America's energy sector and the thousands of American workers it employs. I urge a no vote on the previous question so that the House can immediately consider this important legislation. And I yield back to my colleague from Pennsylvania.
Reserve.
Gentleman from California.
Couple points. I appreciate the attention to the Clean Corridor Program. Again, this is about preparing for the future from my perspective. This bill prepares for the future and prepares American workers to transition to that future and future generations. On the Clean Corridor Program, the Chinese are already doing this. They produce, in December, they produced 100,000 new charging and alternative fuel stations to prepare for the future. The Chinese have over 1 million of these stations. The U.S. has less than 50,000. So if we want to talk about energy independence, right on. That's what we want to talk about. We want to prepare America for the future while we protect the planet. The state of California gets more venture capital for research in renewables and alternative fuels than the other 49 states combined. Why is that? Because we're preparing for the future. We want to be competitive, and we want our workforce to continue to be the best in the world when it comes to energy. And we want to compete against the Chinese so that we're ready to capture these new energy sources, and we're doing it. It's not only good for the environment, it's good for the economy, and I would say, as a Californian who's been in the middle of this, and I will agree to being a liberal. I was once described as a liberal Republican in a former party affiliations. I don't think there's any such thing anymore, probably. This is about preparing for the future. And mostly it's about preparing our American workforce to continue to be what they have been for so long. The best workforce, the best workers in the world, but to give them the tools to do that. With that, Madam Speaker, I'd like to yield 2 minutes to my good friend from New Jersey, Mr. Series.
Gentleman's recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's nice to see our colleague back after a long illness, ready for the fight. Nice to have you back. Madam Speaker, I am pleased to speak in favor of the Invest in America Act today. This type of investment in our country's surface transportation is long overdue. The American Society of Civil Engineers has rated our infrastructure a C- and said that we will need an additional $2.6 trillion over the next decade to make the needed upgrades and repairs. In New Jersey, drivers lose an average of $713 per year from driving on our roads, and 7.8% of our bridges are structurally deficient. The Investment in America Act will deliver $343 billion for roads, bridges, and safety, $109 billion for transit, and $95 billion for freight and passenger rail. Beyond improving our surface transportation network, this bill will make crucial investments to reduce carbon pollution and increase climate resiliency. I also want to thank Chairman DeFazio and Ranking Member Graves for including funding for members-designated projects in the Invest in America Act, which will deliver necessary resources to communities in a transparent and accountable fashion. My district will receive critical funding for projects to connect pedestrians with transit, improve roadway safety, construct a ferry terminal, and improve drainage systems and traffic signals. This bill is a win for New Jersey and a win for our country. We have costly needs, and the Invest in America Act meets them. Thank you.
From Pennsylvania.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, the gentleman from California, who I do consider a friend, was talking about electric vehicles again. But I think there's a disconnect with where that electricity comes from. The drywall is not producing electricity when you plug in an electric vehicle. The electricity is being manufactured in a plant. So even if you had 100% electric vehicles, the source of the electricity is still coming from some kind of fossil fuel. That's the reality. It might upset some folks, but that's just the reality of electronic vehicles. And even if we were to go to a 100% renewable clean energy for all our energy needs, even if we were to cede that part of the argument, you still need petrochemicals. You still need oil and gas for petrochemicals that we use for everything. So if you're one of the individuals that's lucky enough to earn over $100,000 a year and can afford a Tesla, I want you to look at the dashboard on your Tesla, and I want you to thank an American fracker. Because I can guarantee you that dashboard, it's not made with hemp. It's made with petrochemicals. With that, I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from California.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to yield 2 minutes for my friend and colleague from California, Mr. Takano.
Gentleman's recognized for 2 minutes.
I thank my fellow Californian for yielding. I rise in support of the Invest in America Act, a $547 billion infrastructure bill that will invest in communities across the country. This bold piece of legislation includes $20 million in contract authority to fund the I-15 Northern Extension project in my own community in Riverside County. This investment will create jobs in the Inland Empire, and it will meet our basic infrastructure needs, and it will improve our freeways and better connect our region. The Invest in America Act will put us on the path to finally modernizing our nation's roads, bridges, rails, and water systems while keeping in mind the urgency to fight climate change. I do not hear from my colleagues across the aisle language that speaks to the future, but language instead that clings to the past. We speak about, on this side of the aisle, a transition to a cleaner, more green future. I urge my colleagues to vote yes and invest in our communities, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Pennsylvania.
Madam Speaker, I would just inquire as to how many more speakers my friend from California has.
That was our last one.
This is last one. Is the gentleman prepared to close?
Yes, I thank my friend, and I am prepared to close. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I appreciate it. Madam Speaker, once again, House Democrats are bringing a hyper-partisan bill to the floor. They're blocking Republican efforts to actually improve measures for the Americans who don't make $100,000 a year, who can't afford a Tesla. And that's just not me saying that. You can look at the numbers, you can follow the money. Let's just look at the numbers. In 2015, when House Republicans were in charge, and we had another package, it was an infrastructure package, 30% of the amendments were Democrat amendments, 30%. This time, only 18% of the amendments are Republican amendments. Clearly, this is far from a bipartisan bill. And then follow the money. It's no surprise that under this bill, congressional districts in blue states would get almost double the funding for transportation projects compared to districts in red states. Madam Speaker, while progressives push the Green New Deal fantasy on Americans, and while they do things like define art as infrastructure, House Republicans will continue to fight for investment in roads, bridges, and real transportation that will help real Americans and drive our economy. With that, Madam Speaker, I urge my colleagues to vote no on the previous question and no on the rule, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from California.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And again, I want to thank my friend and colleague from Pennsylvania. And I do appreciate his comments about my personal health and also his collegiality. And his comments about being bipartisan, I completely agree with. But compromise requires, from my perspective, and granted, we do have a different perspective about how we get there and who is giving and how much is giving. I really think this bill is an incredibly important bill for the future of America and American workers and innovation. As far as changing to renewables and alternatives, that electrical system has to be upgraded. We've seen what's happened because of climate change in the Gulf. We see the struggles we have on the West Coast with fires, all because evidence-based research tells us what we've done with the environment and the benefits we've gotten from the fossil fuel over the course of the last decades and century. But now is the time to change and prepare for that change. Not mindlessly. This isn't a radical proposal. This is about preparing for the future. In terms of the infrastructure that gets those new alternative fuels, hydrogen fuel cells, cars, battery electric cars. In California, we have acknowledged that we need to get these cars to be available to everyone. People who are from disadvantaged communities, that's why we've changed the tax code to make it easier for everyone to get an alternative fuel car, not just wealthy people, and get the benefits of that. I want to read a quote from Forbes about infrastructure and electric cars. Quote, Forbes magazine, "These vehicles use a different kind of fuel and plug into our electricity system. The good news, according to Forbes, about that is there are a number of cost-benefit studies, numerous ones, that are showing this can be really beneficial to all ratepayers, not just the driver of the vehicle. The critical mass of changing helps everybody. It brings down the cost of energy, so those rising costs at the pump, there is a bend in the arc that will come sooner rather than later, that will help everyone, as opposed to the opinions by my colleague and some of his other speakers today. Matt Stanberry, the Managing Director for the Advanced Transportation Program at the trade group Advanced Energy Economy, says, quote, "As you increase electricity sales for charging the vehicles, it has the effect of driving down the rates for all ratepayers because it spreads the fixed costs of the system out across the larger volume of sales." Madam Speaker, this is about preparing for this new energy future. Whoever gets there first as a country, as always in our history, has a predominant role in foreign affairs and the leadership on this globe. The Chinese are trying to beat us to that. We can't let that happen. We talk about global competitiveness. We need to get the infrastructure in. Yes, they need to do a better job at reducing pollution, traditional pollutants, and carbon. The Clean Air Act, originally signed by Richard Nixon, and then changed and amended by Ronald Reagan, two Republicans, and the waiver that unfortunately the previous administration was given to California through multiple generations, have fueled, pardon this expression, the benefits we've got in public health on traditional pollutants, and it's fueling today the states who joined California, like Colorado, who are pushing this innovation. Madam Speaker, this is about the future of America and America's excellence and its energy independence and its workforce staying at home and providing for this energy independence for future generations. Madam Speaker, in a moment, I will offer an amendment to the rule to make in order an amendment offered by Ms. Slotkin, which amends the underlying bill to prohibit using transit funds for artwork and non-functional landscaping. Madam Speaker, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will report the amendment.
The House Resolution 508, offered by Mr. DeSaulnier of California. At the end of the resolution, add the following. Section 6, notwithstanding any other provision of this resolution or House Resolution 504, the amendment specified in Section 7 shall be in order as though printed as the last amendment in House Report 117-75, if offered by Representative Slotkin or a designee. The amendment shall be debatable for 10 minutes, equally divided and controlled by the proponent and an opponent. Section 7, the amendment referred to in the Section 6 as follows. Page 722, strike lines 1 through 5 and redesignate accordingly.
Gentleman from California is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I'd like to yield back the balance of my time and move the previous question on the amendment and the resolution.
The question occurs on ordering the previous question on the rule and the amendment thereto. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. Gentleman from California.
Madam Speaker, I'd like to have a recorded vote, please.
Pursuant to Section 3S of House Resolution 8, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on the question are postponed. but the staff. I mean, yeah, yeah. to start? I think he's ready. For what purpose does the gentleman from Massachusetts seek recognition?
So, Madam Speaker, pursuant to House Resolution 504, I call up House Resolution 503 and ask for its immediate consideration.
The clerk will report the title of the resolution.
House Resolution 503, resolution establishing the Select Committee to investigate the January 6th attack on the United States Capitol.
Pursuant to House Resolution 504, the resolution is considered read. The resolution shall be debatable for 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Rules or their respective designees. The gentleman from Massachusetts, Mr. McGovern, and the gentlelady from Minnesota, Ms. Fishback, will each control 30 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Massachusetts, Mr. McGovern.
Madam Speaker, 175 days ago, as we gathered here in this spot, the House floor became a crime scene. The U.S. Capitol, this temple of democracy, was ransacked. Property was damaged, and more importantly, lives were lost. Insurrectionists tried to stop our democracy in its tracks. A mob wanted to prevent the certification of a free and fair election in America, and they resorted to violence to do it. I will never forget that day. I was one of the last members off this House floor as we were being taken to a secure location away from the mayhem. As I was walking out, I looked over and I saw these people, homegrown terrorists, I call them, literally smashing the doors with their bare fists and breaking the glass to try to get at us. They weren't here to peacefully protest. They were fueled by rage and here to cause harm. I looked in their eyes and I saw hate. Many of my colleagues feared for their lives. Some called loved ones to say goodbye. The staff that worked here barricaded their office doors. They ran down these marble halls, trying one door after the next, just searching for safety. Others hid in closets, terrified. You know, when those of us who are elected to Congress put our names on the ballot, we are prepared to take all kinds of incoming. But the staff here, the cafeteria workers here, the cleaning crew, the people who make our democracy function day in and day out, they do not. But still, they found themselves in danger, afraid for their lives. We must speak the truth of what happened that day, Madam Speaker. And shockingly, there is an effort by some in this Congress to whitewash and minimize what went on. One of my colleagues even suggested it was somehow just a normal tourist visit, as if facts don't matter, as if we all didn't see with our own eyes what happened. History will judge how we respond to the events of that day, and the glare of history should be cast most harshly on the minority leader who worked overtime to prevent a bipartisan, bicameral commission from being formed to examine what happened on January 6th. A bipartisan commission emerged out of the Homeland Security Committee with a bipartisan vote. Everything the minority leader asked for in this commission, he got it. He got it all. But then I guess Donald Trump called him, and he began walking back his support and whipping against his own ranking member's bipartisan deal. It has been 25 weeks since an insurrection in our country. A commission should be already at work right now, getting the facts about this attack on our democracy, so it will never, ever, ever happen again. Now, sadly, a majority of Republicans objected to that happening. Now, they may have delayed uncovering the truth, Madam Speaker, but, Madam Speaker, the truth will not stay buried forever. And that is why we are here today, because the facts matter. A select committee will finally get to the truth about the events of January 6th. It is modeled after a select committee formed when my Republican colleagues were in charge. And I hope I'm wrong, but if past is prologue, many of my Republican friends will stand up today and say no. They will oppose this select committee and say they want a different approach. Well, let me again remind them, we already gave you exactly what you asked for with the commission, and even that wasn't good enough. I think for some on the other side, nothing that gets to the truth will ever be good enough because they do not want the truth. Michael Fanone, a Metropolitan Police officer for nearly 2 decades, responded to the insurrection on January 6th. In a letter that he wrote to all of us, he said, and I quote, "I struggle daily with the emotional anxiety of having survived such a traumatic event. But I also struggle with the anxiety of hearing those who continue to downplay the events of that day, and those who would ignore them altogether with their lack of acknowledgement. The indifference shown to my colleagues and I is disgraceful," end quote. And Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to put the full text of his letter in the record.
Without objection.
I am tired of the indifference. I'm tired of the delays. And quite frankly, I'm sick and tired of the fact that there are too many people in this chamber who continue to put party over country and propagate the lies, distortions, and falsehoods that led to January 6th. It is disgusting. And for Congress to do nothing in response to a literal insurrection would allow our democracy to be chipped away at from the inside. Not on my watch. Our system of government is fragile. It is not a given. It is a choice. Looking down on us from the gallery right now are representatives of the D.C. Metropolitan Police and the U.S. Capitol Police. And I want to thank them and their colleagues for their service and for protecting us and our democracy on January 6th. And to my colleagues on the other side of the aisle who are about to vote no on this, please, no lectures on respect for the police, because a no vote is a vote to cover for those who brutally attacked the police on January 6th. And I say to my colleagues in this House, they will be watching as we cast our votes. History will be watching. And I pray that we have the moral courage to do what is right, that we choose truth, and that we choose to defend our democracy. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentlelady from Minnesota.
Madam Speaker, I rise in opposition to House Res 503. There is no doubt that what transpired on January 6th was a dark day, but instead of a good faith effort to reach an objective conclusion, Speaker Pelosi and the House Democrats have placed partisan divisive politics ahead of the interests of the American people. Most fundamental to any objective investigation is being free from political influence and partisan bias. Unfortunately, this resolution fails to meet that basic benchmark as Democrats refuse to put together a truly bipartisan commission with equal authority given to all members, not just the majority. It appears my colleagues are more interested in reaching the predetermined outcome of their own narrative than truly investigating the January 6th attack. The resolution itself is full of charged language that implies an outcome. In fact, 2 bipartisan committees in the Senate have already conducted wide-ranging investigations and issued their joint report. Their report, which is more than 100 pages, outlines a timeline of events and a series of recommendations for moving forward. The architect of the Capitol has also already been given $10 million to investigate the security failures on January 6th. Why are we replicating that work? The Department of Justice and the FBI have already arrested and charged more than 500 people for crimes ranging from disorderly conduct to theft of government property to assaulting a federal law enforcement officer. Those individuals are being adjudicated by the courts as we speak. That process will continue for some time. That's the way it should work. Instead, Democrats are injecting partisanship into the equation, hoping to stretch out an investigation long enough to distract from their abject failure to govern, while the American people are left to suffer the consequences of that failure. While we spend time discussing this partisan committee, American farmers are facing a severe drought, gas prices are going up, inflation is rising, businesses can't find employees, and there's a crisis at the southern border. We need to spend our time finding solutions and helping Americans, not creating partisan commissions to do work that has already been done competently by the U.S. Senate and by law enforcement. Not only would this select committee not prohibit interfering with ongoing law enforcement investigations that are already yielding significant results, it would lack the enforcement powers of those existing investigations. And even worse, Speaker Pelosi would have the ability to handpick the entirety of the committee. If Speaker Pelosi and House Democrats were serious about this, they might have considered acting sooner than 6 months after the fact. The standing committees of this body already have the jurisdiction and the authority to investigate January 6th, and the Speaker could have directed them to open an investigation at any time. But perhaps most important, it is our obligation to the brave men and women of law enforcement who responded to the Capitol and surrounding areas on January 6th. Members of the U.S. Capitol Police, the D.C. Metropolitan Police, the National Guard, and the many other state and federal agencies who assisted in restoring order. We owe it to them to ensure that any investigation we undertake is one that is fair, bipartisan, and honorable, absent the ulterior motives and partisan politics that so often plague us. Unfortunately, Madam Speaker, HRES 503 falls far short. For that reason, I oppose the legislation, and I urge other members to do so. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Massachusetts.
Madam Speaker, oh my God, I can't believe what I just heard. I mean, my Republican colleagues are talking about the need for bipartisanship. We gave you bipartisanship. Your ranking Republican member on the Homeland Security Committee endorsed a bipartisan commission. And my friends on the other side, including the gentlelady who just spoke, voted no on it. So now they're objecting to a select committee that we are forming that is exactly like the select committee that they formed when they were in charge. Give me a break. This is clear. People should know this. They don't want to get to the truth, but we will insist that we get to the truth. I now yield to the chairman of the Homeland Security Committee, who did such an incredible job in negotiating a bipartisan commission, Mr. Thompson.
For what period of time?
2 minutes.
Gentleman's recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise in support of HRES 503, a measure to establish the Select Committee to investigate the January 6th attack on the United States Capitol. Next week will mark 6 months since the world watched in horror as Americans violently stormed the Capitol in an attempt to stop Congress from carrying out its constitutional duty to certify a presidential election. Like many of my colleagues, I had hoped that the Republican senators would put country over politics and support legislation to establish a bipartisan independent commission, just as 35 House Republicans did in May. I had hoped they would do so, just as a previous generation of senators did in response to the 9/11 terrorist attack. Instead, our bipartisan good faith proposal was met with a filibuster. Now that Senate Republicans have chosen to block the formation of an independent commission, it falls to the House to stay the course and get the American people the answers they deserve. I commend the Speaker for introducing this measure and offering us a way forward. I believe that with the right members, staff, and resources and cooperation from federal, state, and local partners and the private sector, this select committee will be well positioned to do vital oversight work into why our information sharing, counterterrorism, and coordination efforts failed so catastrophically on January 6th. In addition to that, I salute the men and women who protected us on that day. Some of us was in this very building at the time, some of us in the gallery. I find it incomprehensible that people would deny what occurred and now try to deflect, talking about other issues. This is the citadel of democracy we're standing in right now. We have to protect it. With that, I urge my colleagues to join me in voting to protect this temple of democracy by voting in favor of HRES 503.
Lady from Minnesota.
Madam Speaker, I will remind the gentleman from Massachusetts that it was not this body that stopped the commission. It did not receive the required support from both sides of the aisle in the Senate to move forward. And with that, I would like to yield 4 minutes to the gentleman from Texas.
It's recognized for 4 minutes.
I thank the gentlelady from Minnesota for yielding. And this resolution establishes a select committee to investigate January 6th attack on the Capitol. After Speaker Pelosi's first attempt at a commission failed to pass the Senate, she's now pushing a resolution to create what will be, by its very nature, a very partisan select committee. The outcome of this investigation has in fact already been written. The Democrats have been publicly excoriating President Trump for months. They claim we need to understand the root cause of what happened on January 6th, but the truth is, they've already laid the blame. I was concerned that the commission that the Speaker previously attempted to create would in fact have been very partisan in nature. That's why I and many other members of this body and members of the Senate voted against her resolution. The Speaker attempted to establish what she claimed would be a bipartisan commission to investigate the events of January 6th, modeled after the 9/11 Commission. But there are some key differences between the two. The 9/11 Commission focused on a foreign attack on the homeland. The proposed January 6th Commission would have focused on a purely domestic event. The fact pattern for these two events is entirely different. For the 9/11 Commission, we did not know definitely at the outset who had perpetrated that attack. Unfortunately, as we know, Democrats have already laid the blame for the January 6th attack before any investigative body had been established. The staff composition for the Speaker's proposed January 6th Commission mirrored that of the 9/11 Commission. However, the January 6th Commission would have ultimately been one party investigating the other. The biggest concern of Republicans is that only one staff would have served the entire January 6th Commission. In an inherently partisan investigation, Congress should authorize two separate staffs to serve the members of each party. And in fact, attempted to amend that original resolution at the Rules Committee, but was turned away. Look, whether or not you blame President Trump for the events of January 6th, the fact remains that the incident was a massive security failure. Why were our United States Capitol Police officers, who sacrifice every day to protect us, caught so unprepared? Why did the National Guard take so long to mobilize when the threat was clear? What was known by our intelligence agencies and the Sergeant at Arms in the days leading up to January 6th? These are the questions that need answering if we are truly going to be focused on preventing another security failure. And I won't reiterate the litany that the gentlelady from Minnesota has already elucidated, but there are a number. It's not as if we don't do this, it's not that there's no investigation. The investigations are ongoing. The Department of Justice, the FBI, has a major investigation. As has already been pointed out, 500 people are incarcerated and waiting adjudication, waiting their day in court. Look, I'm disappointed that the Democrats remain fixated on laying blame rather than investigating how we can better prepare our United States Capitol Police and our other federal response forces to face future threats. There will be future threats. For these reasons, I urge opposition to this resolution, and I'll yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Massachusetts.
Madam Speaker, let me just say I would urge my colleagues on the other side to stop the lame excuses. Now they're blaming the Senate. Let's go over the chronology. Leader McCarthy had a bunch of demands in order that we move forward on a bipartisan commission. We gave him every one. And then we hear this, and then what happened is, I guess he didn't expect us to actually work with him on this in a bipartisan way. There's a quote that appeared in Politico from a Republican aide who said, "I think Kevin was hoping that the Democrats would never agree to our requests. That way the commission would be partisan and we could all vote no and say it's a sham operation." But he knows that Trump is going to lose his mind over this commission. And then, all of a sudden, he comes out against it. And 175 of my Republican colleagues voted against a bipartisan commission. They sent a signal to the Senate to kill it. So the idea that somehow that they're washing their hands of any responsibility, they were complicit in killing the bipartisan commission. And now they're here to try to kill a select committee modeled after a committee that they established when they were in charge. So enough of the lame excuses. We get it. You don't want to get to the truth. At this point, I'd like to yield 1 minute to the gentleman from New York, the distinguished chairman of the Democratic Caucus, Mr. Jeffries.
Gentleman's recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, the hypocrisy coming from some in this chamber is extraordinary. The radical right consistently claims to be the party of law and order, but they refuse to sign off on an investigation into the January 6th violent attack on the Capitol, which embodied lawlessness and disorder. They have chosen party over patriotism. They have chosen autocracy over democracy. They have chosen the big lie over the rule of law. They have chosen conspiracy theories over the Constitution. And yes, they have chosen the most corrupt president in American history over the peaceful transfer of power. But truth crushed to the ground will rise again, and we will uncover the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, whether you like it or not.
Gentlelady from Minnesota.
Madam Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the gentlewoman from Texas.
Gentlelady's recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I ran for Congress, like many of my colleagues, to make change, to represent my district well, and to work hard with my colleagues in a bipartisan way to deliver the solutions that the American people expect from us. Unfortunately, we're again here today, using the taxpayers' time to play part in more political theater. January 6th was a terrible day for this institution, for the Capitol Police, the members and the staff serving here in the country. And that's why the Senate Rules Committee conducted a thorough investigation into the events that day and publicly released their findings. That's why there are still investigations going on at federal agencies. That's why the House Committee on Appropriations, Financial Services, Homeland, Judiciary, and Oversight are still conducting investigations. The redundancy of another committee is not only unnecessary, but it is a distraction. It's a distraction meant to mask humanitarian failures at the border, massive spikes in crime in cities across the country, and absolute inept leadership in confronting our foreign adversaries. The Speaker's obsession with dominating this investigation is concerning. Her puppet committee has no prohibition on interfering with ongoing law enforcement investigations, potentially distracting from putting those responsible behind bars, because it's clear that that's not the priority here. The only priority here is a self-serving agenda to put D.C. politicians first and give them their cable news talking points. If we're going to spend time and resources on investigations, we should be doing many things in this House that have been ignored by the Democrats, like investigating the origins of COVID to hold China accountable, cleaning up a humanitarian crisis at the border created by Democrat policies. But there's no outrage on the left for 500,000 people who died of COVID, for the countless children who've been harmed at our border. I will be voting no on this select committee, and I yield back.
Gentleman from Massachusetts.
Yeah, Madam Speaker, I'm sorry that the previous speaker doesn't see the importance of trying to get to the bottom of an attack on our democracy. And by the way, for the record, the gentlelady voted against the bipartisan commission. I want to now yield to 2 minutes to the gentlewoman from New York, the distinguished chairwoman of the Committee on Oversight and Reform, Ms. Maloney.
Gentlelady's recognized for 2 minutes.
I thank the gentleman for yielding and for his leadership. I rise today in strong support of Speaker Pelosi's resolution to establish a select committee to investigate the January 6th attack on our Capitol. And I want to thank the Speaker for her unwavering commitment to uncovering the truth about what happened that day. This select committee will be critical to fully understanding the root causes of the attack on our Capitol and to passing reforms to ensure that an insurrection never, ever again reaches these halls or threatens our democracy. Over the past 5 months, the Oversight Committee has made substantial progress in investigating the attack on our Capitol. The committee has asked why our nation's law enforcement agencies failed to anticipate a domestic terrorist attack that was planned right out in the open on social media, television, and why critical assistance took so long to arrive during the attack. In the course of our investigation, the Oversight Committee has found that officials made 12 urgent requests for security assistance at the Capitol. Yet the National Guard did not arrive until more than 4 hours after the Capitol perimeter was breached and lives were threatened. We have found that warnings of the impending assault were passed directly to the FBI in the weeks before the attack, including that insurrectionists planned in writing, "Take the Capitol building. We plan to take the Capitol building," end quote. Yet in the face of these warnings, we have found that our nation's intelligence agencies failed to act. Our work is far from done, and we must continue to seek the truth about the January 6th domestic terrorist attack. I look forward to supporting the Select Committee and its investigation and working together to secure our democracy, and I yield back.
Time's expired. Gentlelady from Minnesota.
Madam Speaker, the gentleman from Massachusetts continues talking about how this Select Committee has been modeled after the Benghazi Select Committee, but modeled is a very loose term, given that this committee obviously has a far more skewed ratio than the Benghazi Committee did. In addition to that, on this committee, this can be all appointed by the Speaker. In her own words, she agreed that, yes, she could appoint them all. In the Benghazi Select Committee, there was recommendations taken from the minority to the majority in order to appoint that membership. So to say that this has been modeled after the Benghazi, maybe because they have the name Select Committee, and that's the model they used, but certainly the membership and the makeup of this is not the bipartisan issue that it was on the Benghazi Select Committee. And you know, I have been listening to, Madam Speaker, I've been listening to some of my colleagues on the other side, and you would think that nothing has been being done to investigate the January 6th attack, and that is wrong. In addition to the bipartisan Senate investigation that's already been mentioned, numerous other investigations are underway by both law enforcement and congressional bodies. And as I've mentioned, we already allocated $10 million for the architect of the Capitol to investigate what went wrong that day, and law enforcement continues to conduct its investigation. The majority ignores the fact that more than 500 individuals, which has been mentioned several times, have been arrested or charged in connection with the January 6th attack, and that investigation will likely continue for some time. Instead of ignoring legitimate investigations and launching one of partisan politics, we ought to let the processes that are already underway continue. If we don't, we risk undermining the work that is already being done. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Reserves.
Madam Speaker, the language on consultation is the exact same language that was in the Benghazi Commission Select Committee. Let's just be honest. My friends on the other side are not interested in getting to the truth. I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from California, Mr. Swalwell.
Gentleman's recognized for 1 minute.
Blessed are the peacemakers, for they shall be called the children of God. We are blessed today that joining us are some of the heroes from the Metropolitan Police Department and Capitol Police who defended this Capitol on January 6th. And the questions that they are asking are the questions that our constituents are asking about January 6th. Will we investigate how our democracy was attacked, or will we send a green light to allow it to be attacked again? Will we stand with the cops, or roll with the cop killers? Do we want the truth, or will we allow history to be erased? And are we for the Constitution, or are we for chaos? January 6th was a crime against our democracy and the heroes of this Capitol. Now, we must investigate it. Failing that, we are lawless and lost. And I yield back.
Gentlelady from Minnesota.
Madam Speaker, I reserve.
Gentleman from Massachusetts.
Madam Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania, Ms. Dean.
Gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Madam Speaker, what are they afraid of? The truth? On January 6th, I came to this chamber to try to understand why some of my colleagues were engaged in a lie that the 2020 election was stolen from their candidate. I never expected to finish that day changed and forever shaken by what happened in this chamber. I was up in the gallery, right up here. I remember the terrifying banging on those doors as we were exited in whirring gas masks. My fear for my colleagues, the staff, the press, the custodial staff, the Capitol Police, and the anxiety that my family suffered with their mom inside as they watched an insurrection on television, wondering if we would make it out alive. To be clear, this was a domestic terrorist attack on everyone who works in this Capitol complex. It was an attack on democracy. It was an attack on the peaceful transfer of power. It was an attack on our nation. We need a select committee to understand what happened on January the 6th, where many of our lives were at risk. We need to know the facts and circumstances. We need to know the truth so that it never happens again. And I yield back.
Gentlelady from Minnesota.
Madam Speaker, I just wanted to just comment a little bit on the comments regarding whether the makeup of the Select Committee. And it is my understanding that when Speaker Pelosi was asked if she could veto Republican picks for the Select Committee, Speaker Pelosi responded, yes, we'll see who they nominate. That opens the door for the committee's work to be corrupted even before it begins, and she continues to have full control over the members of that committee. I reserve the balance of my time, Madam Speaker.
Gentleman from Massachusetts.
Madam Speaker, let me again say it is the exact same language that was in their Benghazi Select Committee, and I'm happy to send over a paper copy so that they can see it. And I now yield 1 minute to the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Malinowski.
Gentleman's recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, I rise in support of what is now our only remaining opportunity to understand the attack on the Capitol. January 6th was a day when democracy in America almost gave way to anarchy. It was also the worst day for law enforcement in America since 9/11. And yes, the courts can tell us who brutally attacked our brave police officers that day, who tried to stop by violence the peaceful transfer of power from one president to another, but they can't tell us why this happened. How and why did so many ordinary Americans come to believe that storming our Capitol was a perfectly normal thing to do? How did this movement become radicalized, and what drives it to this day? Because the lies are still being told, and I am not going to move on from confronting a lie as others refuse to move on from promoting that lie. If somebody voted against a bipartisan commission and opposes this select committee, it can only be because they don't want to know the answers to the questions that still remain. I'm going to vote yes because I want to know those answers so that this will never happen again. I yield
Gentlelady
back.
from Minnesota.
Madam Speaker, I reserve.
Gentlelady reserves. Gentleman from Massachusetts.
Madam Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the distinguished gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Pasquale.
Gentleman's recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Madam Speaker, I rise in support of the truth and justice. 20 years ago, we suffered the worst external terrorist attack in our modern history. But the gravest attack ever on American democracy came 175 days ago. That attack was born of big lies about the election, about voting, and about our democracy. The lies divided our country. They spread like a plague. On December 11th, I warned of elected officials amplifying big lies. The 14th Amendment is clear about traitors and seditionists. On the day the electors tried to do their job, think about it. We must now hold everyone responsible. We know how the spark of insurrection was ignited and document who fanned the flames. We have a duty to history. Our review will guide future generations.
Gentleman's time's expired.
I yield back.
Gentlelady from Minnesota.
Madam Speaker, I reserve.
Gentleman from Massachusetts.
Madam Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the gentlewoman from the U.S. Virgin Islands, Ms. Plaskett.
Gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in strong support of this bill. On January 6th, we witnessed one of the darkest days in our history, a violent attack on the U.S. Capitol during the formal counting of the votes on the election of a president. They attempted to destroy our house, the People's House. As the elected stewards of this House, it is our responsibility to investigate the breakdowns and breaches in security that failed us, that led us to January 6th. It is our collective responsibility to use the authority given to us for a select panel devoted solely to the proper and thorough investigation of the facts and causes of the attack. Not just the attackers, but the conspirators and the enablers. If you can't protect the People's House, God help your family's house if the former president wishes to loot that as well. Consideration and passage of this resolution today is timely as Americans across the nation prepare to celebrate July 4th, the signing of our Declaration of Independence. Our country was founded on a democratic process of fair elections. I cannot think of a more genuine celebration of our independence than the commitment to protect our democracy. I yield back.
Gentlelady from Minnesota.
Madam Speaker, I reserve.
Gentleman from Massachusetts.
Madam Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from California, the distinguished chairman of the Committee on Veterans Affairs, Mr. Takano.
Gentleman's recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you for yielding, Chairman McGovern. I rise today in strong support of House Resolution 503 to establish a select committee to investigate the January 6th attack on the United States Capitol. On January 6, 2021, Americans watched as the U.S. Capitol was overrun by a violent mob of Trump supporters on a mission to stop the certification of the Electoral College votes. Lawmakers were in this very chamber carrying out their constitutional duty when this mob, incited by then-President Trump, forced them into lockdown. Many feared for their lives, and our democratic process came to a halt, and unfortunately, a Capitol police officer lost his life. This was an attack on our democracy. We must shine a light on the truth to prevent something like this from ever happening again and to hold those responsible for inciting this insurrection accountable for the damage they have caused. For the sake of our democracy, I urge my colleagues to vote yes to establish the Select Committee. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentlelady from Minnesota.
Madam Speaker, you know, our country is facing enormous challenges, but instead of addressing those challenges, we are focused on duplicating work that has already been done. And I have to repeat that. These investigations have been done and are ongoing. And it appears as though this select committee is being done purely for political purposes. In early June, 2 Senate committees issued a joint report focusing on, and I quote, security, planning, and response failures related to the violence and unprecedented attack on January 6th. That report was signed by Democrats and Republicans, and it included a comprehensive audit of the security, intelligence, and authority failures of that day. It also included substantive recommendations for moving forward, including tangible action items that can be addressed by this Congress. But instead, instead of working in tandem with our Senate counterparts, Democrats want to politicize this issue even further. At a time when the American people have little trust in their government, we need to be working to restore that trust. Unfortunately, this kind of partisan move will not advance that shared goal. Madam Speaker, I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Massachusetts.
Madam Speaker, I yield myself 30 seconds.
Gentleman's recognized.
Madam Speaker, I was one of the last people off this House floor. When I walked into the Speaker's lobby, I saw this mob smashing the window trying to get at us. And we were protected because of the Capitol Police and the D.C. Police who were here. They protected my life. They protected your life. And to them, I apologize that you have to hear this kind of debate, a partisan attempt to try to undermine a committee that is aimed at getting at the truth of what happened. You deserve better. The people who work up here deserve better. Our democracy deserves better. I now yield 1 minute to the gentlewoman from Florida, Ms. Demings.
Gentlelady's recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, my colleagues way on the other side of the aisle asked the question, how can we better protect our Capitol Police? Well, as a former police chief, let me tell you how. First, do not replace truth with lies. Second, uphold the law yourselves. And number 3, hold those who beat the police down accountable. How can you do that without knowing the complete truth? Without a thorough investigation? My colleagues way on the other side of the aisle brought up the 9/11 Commission being about foreign actors. Well, let me remind you that the oath that we took says that we will protect and defend the Constitution of the United States against all enemies, foreign and domestic. Madam Speaker, did they forget? Did they ever really know, or were they simply too afraid to care? Well, I care. And so do my brothers and sisters in blue. We will not forget, and we will not let you forget either. Thank you, and I yield back.
Madam Speaker.
Gentlelady.
Madam Speaker, I reserve.
Gentleman from Massachusetts.
I reserve, Madam Speaker.
Who seeks time?
Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members be given 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks on H.Res. 503.
Without objection.
I now yield 1 minute to the distinguished gentlelady from Texas, Ms. Jackson Lee.
Gentlelady's recognized for 1 minute.
I thank the gentleman very much. Thank my friend who's managing on the other side. I wanted to come just for a brief minute to clarify some of what I heard on this floor. There is not a self-serving mindset today. There is a serving of the American people, because the American people have cried out for the reasons why domestic terrorists attacked this place. So I'd say that the Speaker worked bipartisan with Mr. Katko and Mr. Thompson and gave us an independent commission. But that was not accepted. And so today we come because it is not our voices that are demanding it. It is the American people. I just want to say that I was here for September 11th, and it was the Democrats who had to push for the 9/11 Commission. But even on that day, there were no Republicans or Democrats. There were no Northerners or Southerners or West Coast or East Coast. We were not red state or blue state. We were all simply Americans. And that is what we find ourselves today. I experienced at that time a gamut of emotions, as I did on January 6th. Because of the Constitution,
Gentlelady's time's expired.
It is necessary that we move on this bill today. I yield back.
Madam Speaker, I reserve.
Gentlelady reserves. Gentleman from Massachusetts.
I yield 1 minute to the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Spear.
Gentlelady's recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank the gentleman for yielding. You know, my heart's racing right now, and I'm trembling, in part because I'm recalling what happened to me on January 6th, when I was in that gallery, had to climb around the other side, and then lie there on the floor. And then I heard a shot ring out, and it took me back over 40 years ago, lying on an airstrip in Guyana, about to lose my life. And I thought at that moment, my God, I survived Guyana, but I'm not going to survive this in the house of democracy in the country in which I was born. For the members on the other side of the aisle to call this political, Let me remind you, it was political because the President of the United States at the time thought it was fun and an act of great patriotism to come up here and try to overturn the election. So you may call it political, it was political, but we're going to find out why it happened, and we're going to make sure it never happens
Gentlelady's
again.
time's expired. Members are reminded to address their remarks to the chair. Gentlelady from Minnesota reserves.
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to submit for the record the bipartisan Senate Homeland Security report.
Without objection.
Thank you. And Madam Speaker, I know we do live in highly polarized time, but despite the partisanship that so often plagues the House of Representatives, there's no reason this select committee should not be wholly bipartisan. In fact, that is what the American people demand. Unfortunately, the resolution ensures that bipartisanship will not happen, and the result will be a divided report focused more on a narrative than a solution, and that is why I ask that we did submit that Senate report as part of the record. Thank you.
Gentleman from Massachusetts.
Madam Speaker, I have great respect for the gentleman. We serve on the Rules Committee together, and she has a tough job here today. But, I mean, come on, give me a break. I mean, we had a bipartisan commission, equally divided, equal subpoena power. They voted against it. The minority leader of this House whipped against it and fought against it and convinced the Senate to try to kill it. You know, I've noticed that there are a lack of Republicans who have the backbone to come down here and explain to the American people why they won't support the bipartisan commission or this select commission, because they don't want to be on record as defending a position aimed at not getting to the truth. I mean, this is a moment that, quite frankly, people are going to remember. And so I best point that out because it's stunning to me. I now yield 1 minute to the distinguished gentleman from Maryland, the Majority Leader, Mr. Hoyer.
The gentleman's recognized for 1 minute.
I thank the gentleman for yielding. The American public watching this debate must think that some of the verbiage was written by Lewis Carroll. Lewis Carroll, of course, wrote Alice in Wonderland, where up was down, black was white, left was right, and right was left. There's an advantage, I would tell you, of not having served here for some time because you don't know what happened in the past. The gentlelady who represents the Rules Committee said, gee, there have been other investigations. I remember how outraged I was when the Republicans had the 8th investigation of Benghazi. Outraged not only because, as has been opined by the gentlelady, that, oh, we've looked at this, but because for the first 7 times, they found nothing there, they being the Republicans. And so they logically concluded we need to have another study until we get the answer we want. And lo and behold, the investigator, Mr. Gowdy, felt to be a person of extraordinary intellect, which he was, had a study, a partisan study, and found exactly the same outcome. The studies to date have found that there were many things done wrong, but they were limited in their scope, which is, of course, the one thing that the Republicans wanted to do with the bipartisan commission they asked for, that the Speaker gave them. 5 Democrats, 5 Republicans. Equal power over subpoenas. And the staffing clearly had been worked out on the Senate side. So the issue was really, in the final analysis, see no evil, hear no evil, speak no evil. Madam Speaker, like many of my colleagues and many Americans, I had hoped that Congress would establish a bipartisan commission to investigate the terrible, tragic, almost unthinkable events of January 6th, when we saw Americans assault this Capitol, these representatives on this floor and the floor down the hall, calling for the death of the Vice President of the United States. And for the Speaker of the House. One of the most tragic events in the history of our country. The House brought a bill to this floor. The Speaker brought to this floor what the minority leader asked for, except for one thing: scope. The fear that we would look at the very essence of what January 6th was about. And yes, some accuse us of concluding that because the president recruited people to come to Washington, incited them in a fiery speech, and then deployed them to the Capitol of the United States, heaven forbid that we would look at his being a cause of that event. That's only 3 things that he did. The House voted on May 19th to do exactly that. And then what happened? Well, the Republicans all voted against it. Not everyone. Strike that. There were a few courageous souls who did vote for it, because they wanted to see the truth and get the truth. And in fact, some of them articulated the truth. And to that extent, their party kicked them out of the leadership. That's what they said. See no evil, hear no evil, speak no evil. The Bible says the truth shall set you free. And the people need to know the truth, because that is what will keep them free. After we voted, with hopes that the Senate would concur in the House's judgment that a bipartisan commission consistent with what Leader McCarthy asked for, except for scope, where we wanted the commission to be able to look at the event that was the cause of the commission's creation. Afterward, however, the former president tweeted, and I quote, "Republicans in the House and Senate should not approve the Democratic trap of the January 6th Commission." What was the truth? That was the trap. That was the trap that the president feared. See no evil, hear no evil, speak no evil. So the Senate was forced to choose between a bipartisan process that many Republicans had earlier supported. You remember, of course, that the ranking member of the committee that reported out the commission bill supported it and urged his colleagues to do so as well. So it was not a partisan effort. It was a bipartisan effort. But of course, Mr. Trump hadn't spoken at that point in time. So they were forced to choose between the president and the truth. And sadly, they chose the former president, Trump, not truth. However, the American people are still demanding answers and accountability, and they deserve both. They want to know that steps are being taken to understand what happened and take measures to ensure that it never happens again. It had never happened before, and we don't want it to happen again. Just like after the 9/11 attacks, we need to come together, as we did after 9/11, to ensure that a full investigation is conducted on an independent and bipartisan basis. Now, yes, this commission is not even as this select committee is not even as other investigative committees have not been even. We would prefer even, which is why we brought it to the floor. Mr. Katko preferred even, which is why we brought it to the floor. Mr. McCarthy had asked for even, which is why we brought even to the floor. Sadly, House and Senate Republicans have made it impossible to establish a commission on a bipartisan basis. Because you've reached your conclusion, and your conclusion, let's move on. Let bygones be bygones. Let the past be forgotten. And who said that? John Thune. He said, we don't want to, and the gentlelady has said it. All they want to do is drag this on, because we don't want it to adversely affect our election. That's what was said. Senator Thune essentially said that. So, notwithstanding that, the House is going to do its job, and we're going to create this select committee to achieve the goal of truth. We will do it on behalf of the people we represent, who watched in horror as their capital was assaulted by a violent mob bent on overturning a United States election. That is insurrection. Now, the people who thought it was a tourist visit, I don't think are on the floor. You heard the gentlelady from California talk about her experience. It was not a tourist experience. I hope my Republican friends will participate in this committee's work in good faith and with their Democratic colleagues to carry out its mission. And if they see things being done that are not the truth, then they ought to tell the truth. They ought to bring up the facts as they see them. That's what our adversary system is. We have an adversary system here in this House. We have an adversary system in our legal system. Engage, be involved, raise the flag as you see it. And I hope I can come together to create the bipartisan commissions so many have sought and still seek. The launching of this new select committee will not preclude the alternative objective. So I urge my colleagues to join me in passing this resolution today, and I hope we can begin to uncover exactly what happened and take responsible steps to prevent the events of January 6th from reoccurring. And yes, find out who is responsible. Who is responsible for inciting a mob to come to the Capitol of the United States to overturn the election of the President of the United States? That was their stated intent. I urge a strong vote for this select committee. Americans deserve, want, and let us pray they get the truth. And I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlelady from Minnesota.
Madam Speaker, I yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from Ohio.
Gentleman's recognized for 3 minutes.
Well, thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, I've heard it mentioned here today, Democrats telling us why we voted against the bill. They didn't ask us. I can tell you why I voted against the bill before. And I think it's known by the other side, because I offered an amendment to this commission that if you're very curious about the posture, the defense posture of this building, the posture of those that work in it, then would you please include in this commission to investigate and look at the events of June 14th, 2017 at the baseball field? You know what? There weren't any Democrats there that day, except for one, the one that tried to kill us. You talk about an insurrection. If not for the Capitol Police being there that day, 20 to 30 members of Congress from the House of Representatives on the Republican side may have been assassinated that day, changing the balance of power in this Congress. That's an insurrection. Why is it the Democrats voted that down to include that as part of the commission? No one could explain that. It's all got to be about one event. I do not condone for 1 second what happened here on January 6th. Not for 1 second. But if you're serious about looking at what we need and what goes on and what inspires people to attack this building and the people who work here, then let's take a look at everything. Why aren't we including the event on Good Friday when the gentleman drove up and killed a Capitol policeman? He could have had a car full of explosives and pulled a Timothy McVeigh type of an event. Why are we not looking at that as well? This is incomplete and it's insufficient. You know, after the events on June 14th, 2017, Speaker Paul Ryan stood in this chamber, got applause from both sides of the aisle when he said, "An attack on one of us is an attack on all of us." We didn't hear that this time, did we? No, we did not. This has been created as a partisan issue at a time when it should not be partisan. And if you're not partisan, then you include all the things that threaten us, that threaten this body, that threaten this building, and that threaten the people that work in it. Let's be serious. If you're serious, be inclusive, be complete, and do the right thing. With that, Madam Speaker, I yield back.
Chair will remind members to address their remarks to the chair. Gentleman from Massachusetts.
May I inquire of the gentlelady how many more speakers on her side?
Mr. Speaker, that is it.
Okay, so all right. In addition to me, you have one additional speaker. I want to just correct the record of what the previous speaker has just said. The bill that he referred to was not written by Democrats. The bill that he referred to, the Bipartisan Commission, was written by Democrats and Republicans, was written in consultation by the minority leader's designee, Mr. Katko. It was presented to the Rules Committee in a bipartisan way. This was a bipartisan product. And I share the gentleman's outrage over the attack against the shooting of Republican members, including the distinguished minority whip during that baseball practice. But I would just say to the gentleman respectfully, my friends on the other side of the aisle were in charge of this institution then. They could have called for an independent committee to look into that, and I think all of us would have supported that. So I don't know, but let me just say to Mr. Speaker that I assume many of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle are getting their talking points from the minority leader. And I have to tell you, I get why the mother of Officer Sicknick, who lost his life defending us on January 6th, said yesterday that she was disappointed with her meeting with Leader McCarthy. And I was hoping that maybe the minority leader would come to the floor and explain to us why he objected to the Bipartisan Commission, why he objects to the Select Committee, why he objects to getting to the truth. But apparently he's not coming. Because, Madam Speaker, there is no rational explanation for putting up roadblocks to get to the truth, unless you're trying to keep it hidden. And I'm reminded of that old line, if you've got nothing to hide, you've got nothing to fear. So what are my Republican friends so afraid of, Madam Speaker? Does a defeated and disgraced president hold so much sway that they are forever unwilling to investigate what happened here? There was an insurrection in the United States of America, and each of us not only has the ability to figure out what happened, but we have an obligation to do so, an obligation that is more important than party and should come before the whims of any one man, and that includes the former occupant of the White House. And so I urge my colleagues to uphold that solemn duty today. Our system of government isn't guaranteed. It's a choice. Keeping it takes work. And it's time we finally did the work of defending our democracy after a literal insurrection and allowed the process of getting to the bottom of what happened on January 6th commence. I've said that I was here. I was presiding over the House when this attack happened. I assumed the chair after the Speaker left. I went out into the hallway. I saw these people who were crazed trying to get at us. My colleagues were here. But our staff was here. The people who support this campus were here. The Capitol Police protected us. I mean, I get it. You know, my friends have turned this into some sort of partisan issue. It isn't. You know, and please, I hope everybody before they vote will think of not just Donald Trump or not just what the minority leader instructs them to do, but think of our police who defended us. Think of your staff who put their lives at risk. Think of everybody who works on this campus. They deserve a hell of a lot better than they're getting here today. And so I urge all my colleagues to vote yes on this select committee, and I reserve my time.
Gentlelady from Minnesota.
Madam Speaker, in closing, I oppose H.Res. 503. The events of January 6th were tragic in so many ways and certainly demand a real investigation. But bipartisan investigations have already taken place in the Senate, and law enforcement also continues to investigate. We all share the concern for what happened here in Washington, D.C. on that day, and it can never happen again. But unless Democrats abandon their desires for a predetermined outcome, we are doing the American people a disservice. Moving forward and making sure that it never happens again requires a fully bipartisan solution, not a partisan committee, rigged from the start. This resolution is rife with partisan politics at its worst, and I urge members to oppose H.Res. 503. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlelady yields back. Gentleman from Massachusetts.
Madam Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the distinguished gentlewoman from California, the Speaker of the House, Ms. Pelosi.
The Speaker is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank the gentleman for yielding and for his leadership in bringing this important legislation to the floor. I thank our distinguished majority leader for his clarity in presenting the case for this legislation, and all of our colleagues who have come to the floor on the Democratic side in the search of truth, justice, security for our country. I particularly thank Mr. McGovern because on the night of this insurrection, I was in the chair. The security came and pulled me out. He took the chair. He risked his life to take the chair as the assaulters of our Capitol were out to get me for the bullet in the head or to hang the Vice President of the United States, assault the lives of members of Congress, traumatize our staff, disrespect the workers in the Capitol. Not an ordinary tourist day in the Capitol, as the Republicans have characterized. Republicans have characterized it as a normal day in the caucus when we have pictures of those very same people pushing furniture up against the door to keep the intruders out. We are under the dome of the Capitol, a dome that was built by Abraham Lincoln during the Civil War, when people said to him, no, we need the steel, the this, the that, to fight the war. He said, no, we need to show our determination, to show our determination. 1 year into the devastation of the Civil War, President Abraham Lincoln sent a message to Congress, imploring members to join as one to save the Union. Fellow citizens, he said, we cannot escape history. We of this Congress and this administration will be remembered in spite of ourselves. No personal significance or insignificance can spare one or another of us. The fiery trial through which we pass will light us down in honor or dishonor to the latest generation. Madam Speaker, today we go on record. We too have a responsibility, as was described by President Lincoln. We too cannot escape history. We have a duty to the Constitution and to the American people to find the truth of January 6th and to ensure that such an assault on our democracy can never happen again. And rather being frivolous with the facts, we are going to be prayerful and patriotic and honor the concerns of the American people by seeking and finding the truth to protect our country from any future or similar assault. As has been said many times, that day, January 6th, was one of the darkest days of our history. For the members, the police officers, the staff, the press, the support workers who were there, the memory of that day remains seared in our memory. The sounds of glass shattering, officers fighting, rioters chanting, the smell of tear gas and the taste of smoke in the air, and the sight of people fleeing the Capitol or barricading doors, as Democrats and Republicans did that night. And the sense of terror, hundreds of people fearing for their lives. In the aftermath, over 140 members of law enforcement were physically and seriously harmed. 5 people died. Staff, workers, press, and members were and still remain traumatized by the experience. The sheer scale of the violence of that day is shocking. But what is just as shocking is remembering why this violence occurred. To block the certification of an election and the peaceful transfer of power that is the cornerstone of our democracy. It was a day actually required by a date required by the Constitution. It was not just another tourist day in the Capitol. Congress returned to the Capitol that same night to accomplish our constitutional duty. That same night. Thanks to the workers, the maintenance people here, the Capitol Police, and the rest, we were able to return and send a message to the world that this Congress would honor its constitutional duties, regardless of the assault that was made on it. This was important, and it was bipartisan in the decision. Right, Steny? You were there. Mr. McConnell agreed that we would come back, while others were saying, go to an undisclosed location. We said, no, we're going to the Capitol. Congress returned to the Capitol, as I said, to honor that responsibility. We showed the insurrectionists and the country and the world that we would not be diverted from our duty. We could do that because of the courage of the Capitol Police and the Metropolitan Police and other law enforcement, some of whom are with us today. Thank you so much. I especially want to recognize Gladys Zicklin, mother of Brian, who gave his life, and Sandra Garza, his friend and partner. But it's clear that January 6th was not simply an attack on the Capitol building. It was an attack on our democracy. Every member here knows that January 6th was an attempt to subvert our democracy. But many across the aisle refused to admit the truth. They refused to admit the truth when they voted against certifying the President Biden's election that night. They refused to admit the truth when they voted against the creating of a bipartisan commission to investigate the attack. They refused to admit the truth when they called that day a normal tourist visit. And today, when many will vote against establishing a select committee to investigate that day, they will again refuse to admit the truth. But they did that. 100% of them voted no against putting resources for this to ensure the security of our Capitol Police and the security of this building. 175 Republicans voted no. When it came time for the commission, 35 yeses on the Republican side. I'm heartbroken that we don't have the bipartisan commission. We yielded on every point. Numbers, as Mr. Hoyer said, the numbers, the process for subpoenas, the timing, and further yielded on the Senate side on timing again, as well as clarification on staffing. That was never in doubt, but they wanted further clarification. They thought, the Republican senators thought that they could win the day over there. They thought they could. And they thought they had the votes until the minority, the now newly minority leader of the Senate, Mitch McConnell, asked them to do him a personal favor and vote against the commission. Too many of them chose to do Mitch McConnell a personal favor rather than to perform their patriotic duty. And hence, despite the fact that 7 Republican members either voted or said they would vote for the commission, it was defeated. They said, give us another week, give us another week, give us another week, give us another week. Now it's almost, it's 4.5 weeks, and we must go forward. It does not appear at this time that we can have a bipartisan commission, outside commission. Hopefully that could still happen. But in the meantime, we will have a select committee. This is not unlike what happened in 2001 at the time of the 9/11 Commission. 9/11 happened exactly then, 9/11, 2001. It took almost more than 1 year to get the commission. It was signed into law by the President on November 27, 2002. In the meantime, there was a congressional investigation, which was useful to the commission when they finally were formed. So perhaps we can still hope for that, but we cannot wait for it. To do that, we believe that Congress must, in the spirit of bipartisanship and patriotism, establish this mission. And it will be conducted with dignity, with patriotism, with respect for the American people, so that they can know the truth. It's a funny thing about Mitch saying he wanted them to do them a personal favor. Oh, my goodness. We had a commission on this side of the Capitol. Benny Thompson, our distinguished chair of the Homeland Security Committee, working with the ranking member of the committee, Mr. Katko, put together a bipartisan commission. Only 35 Republicans voted for it, even though we responded to every one of their concerns, except, as Mr. Hoyer said, scope. Scope. They just did not want to go to the truth, sadly. That is why there will be, and today we are establishing a select committee on the January 6th insurrection. It will investigate and report upon the facts and causes of the attack. It will report on conclusions and recommendations for preventing any future assault. And it will find the truth, which clearly the Republicans fear. But hopefully not across the country. This committee is about our security, ensuring that a future attack does not happen, And it's about patriotism and democracy, ensuring that Congress can continue to serve the American people. Mr. Hoyer rightfully pointed out that, as the other side likes to say, oh, the Senate, they did a bipartisan, they were very limited in what they were allowed to do. They were only allowed to investigate the security of the building, not the causes of it, not the fact that it was an insurrection incited by the executive branch. None of that was allowed. So don't use that as an excuse not to have a fuller investigation of the underlying causes of what happened, the underlying causes of white supremacists and anti-Semites. One man with a Camp Auschwitz shirt on. 6 million are not enough. You think they would reject that? No, it's just a normal day of tourism in the Capitol. In that message to the Congress that I quoted in the beginning from President Lincoln, he concluded by declaring, "We shall nobly save or meanly lose the last best hope of earth. The way is plain, peaceful, generous, just, a way which, if followed, the world will forever applaud, and God must forever bless." He went on to say, "We know how to save the Union. The world knows how. We do know how to save it. We hold the power," he said, "and bear the responsibility." Today, we too hold the power and bear the responsibility. Let all members do what is right and vote for this legislation. We will be judged by future generations as to how we value our democracy. Let's be on the right side not only of history, but the right side of the future. I urge my colleagues to vote aye and yield back the balance of my time.
Speaker yields back. The gentleman from Massachusetts
I yield back my time.
Gentleman yields back. All time for the debate has expired. Pursuant to House Resolution 504, the previous question is ordered on the resolution and the preamble. The question is on adoption of the resolution. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The resolution is agreed to. Gentlelady from Minnesota.
Madam Speaker, I request the yeas and nays.
Pursuant to Section 3S of House Resolution 8, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is the gentlelady from Connecticut rise.
As the member designated by Ms. Wilson pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Wilson will vote yes on H-Res 503.
Is she going to come present? Oh, that was just the way.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Arizona seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Kirkpatrick, pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Kirkpatrick will vote yes on H-Res 503, and as the member designated by Mr. Grijalva, pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Grijalva will vote yes on H-Res 503.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Michigan seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mrs. McLean of Michigan, pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mrs. McLean will vote no on H-Res 503.
Gentleman from Ohio seek recognition.
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Timmons of South Carolina pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Timmons will vote no on H-Res 503.
For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As the member designated by Mr. Norman of South Carolina pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Norman will vote nay on House Resolution 503.
purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as member designated by Congressmember Napolitano pursuant to House Resolution 8 from the House that Congressmember Napolitano vote yes on H Resolution 503.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Florida seek recognition?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As the member designated by Mr. Comer of Kentucky pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Comer will vote nay on H-Res 503.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Washington seek recognition?
Speakers, the member designated by Ms. Sewell pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Sewell will vote yes on H-Res 503. As the member designated by Ms. Strickland pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Strickland will vote yes on H-Res 503.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Lawson, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Lawson will vote yes on the agreed-upon resolution.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Oklahoma seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Mullen of Oklahoma pursuant to H.R. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Mullen will vote nay. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Cohen pursuant to HRS 8, I inform the House Mr. Cohen will vote yes on HRS 503. As the member designated by Mr. Lowenthal pursuant to HRS 8, I inform the House Mr. Lowenthal will vote yes on HRS 503. As the member designated by Mr. Mr. Liu pursuant to HRS 8, I inform the House Mr. Liu will vote yes on HRS 503.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Fallon, the great state of Texas, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Fallon will vote no on H.R. 503. As a member designated by Mr. Babin from the great state of Texas, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Babin will vote no on H.R. 503. And as a member designated by Mr. Cawthorn, the great state of North Carolina, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Cawthorn will vote no on H.R. 503.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from California seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Leger Fernandez pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Ms. Leger Fernandez will vote yes on HRES 503.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
As a member designated by Mr. Carnes pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Mr. Carnes will vote aye on HRES 503. As a member designated by Mr. Gallego pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Mr. Gallego will vote aye on HRES 503.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
As a member designated by Chairwoman Eddie Bernice Johnson pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Chairwoman Johnson will vote yea on HRES 503. As the member designated by Congresswoman Grace Meng pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Congresswoman Meng will vote yea on HRES 503. As the member designated by Congressman Stephen Horsford pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Congressman Horsford will vote yea on HRES 503. As the member designated by Congresswoman Sylvia Garcia pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Congresswoman Garcia will vote yea on HRES 503.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated for Mr. Young from the state of Alaska pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Mr. Young will vote nay on HRES 503.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Donald Payne pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Mr. Payne will vote yes on HRES 503.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Arizona seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Boebert from Colorado, pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Boebert will vote nay on H-Res 503.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Stube of Florida pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Stube will vote no on H-Res 503.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Jacobs of New York, pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Jacobs will vote nay on H-Res 503.
purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Ruiz, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Ruiz will vote yes on House Resolution 503.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Long of Missouri, pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Long will vote nay on H-Res 503. Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Utah seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated for Mr. Owens from Utah, pursuant to House Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Owens will vote nay on House Res 503.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Illinois seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Rush pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Rush will vote yes on H-Res 503.
On this vote, the yeas are 222 and the nays are 190. The resolution is adopted. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on ordering the previous question on House Resolution 508 and the amendment thereto, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title of the resolution.
House Calendar Number 25, House Resolution 508, resolution providing for further consideration of the bill H.R. 3684 to authorize funds for federal aid highways, highway safety programs, and transit programs, and for other purposes,
The question is on ordering the previous question. Members will record their votes by electronic device. For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Young of the state of Alaska pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Young will vote nay on the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Ruiz pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Ruiz will vote yes on the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Fallon, great state of Texas, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Fallon will vote no on the previous question. As a member designated by Mr. Babin from the great state of Texas, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Babin will vote no on the previous question. As a member designated by Mr. Cawthorn, great state of North Carolina, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Cawthorn will vote no on the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Lawson pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Lawson will yes, ordering the previous order.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Long of Missouri, pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Long will vote nay on the previous question. Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
As the member designated by Chairwoman Eddie Bernice Johnson pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Chairwoman Johnson will vote yea on the previous question. As the member designated by Congresswoman Grace Meng pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Congresswoman Meng will vote yea on the previous question. As the member designated by Congressman Stephen Horsford pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Congressman Horsford will vote yea on the previous question. And as the member designated by Congresswoman Sylvia Garcia pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Congresswoman Garcia will vote yea on the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Jacobs of New York, pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Jacobs will vote nay on the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Cohen pursuant to H.R.S. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Cohen will vote yes on ordering the previous question. As a member designated by Mr. Liu pursuant to H.R.S. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Liu will vote yes on ordering the previous question. As a member designated by Mr. Lowenthal pursuant to H.R.S. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Lowenthal will vote yes on ordering the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Oklahoma seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Mullen of Oklahoma pursuant to H.R. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Mullen will vote nay. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Washington seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Sewell pursuant to H.R.S. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Sewell will vote yes on the previous question. As the member designated by Ms. Strickland pursuant to H.R.S. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Strickland will vote yes on the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Arizona seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Boebert from Colorado pursuant to H.R.S. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Boebert will vote nay on the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Illinois seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Rush pursuant to H.R.S. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Rush will vote yes on the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Utah seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Owens from Utah pursuant to House Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Owens will vote nay on the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Karnas pursuant to H.R.S. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Karnas will vote aye on the previous question. As the member designated by Mr. Gallego pursuant to H.R.S. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Gallego will vote aye on the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Ohio seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Timmons of South Carolina, pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Timmons will vote nay on the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Michigan seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mrs. McLean of Michigan pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mrs. McLean will vote no on the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Donald Payne pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Payne will vote yes on the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Florida seek recognition?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As the member designated by Mr. Comer of the state of Kentucky pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Comer will vote nay on the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, member designated by Congressmember Napolitano. Pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Congressmember Napolitano will vote yes on the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Arizona seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Kirkpatrick, pursuant to HRS 8, I inform the House that Ms. Kirkpatrick will vote yes on the previous question. And as a member designated by Mr. Grijalva, pursuant to HRS 8, I inform the House that Mr. Grijalva will vote yes on the previous question.
For what reason does the gentlewoman from California seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Leger Fernandez, pursuant to HRS 8, I inform the House that Ms. Leger Fernandez will vote yes on the previous question.
For what reason does the gentlewoman from Connecticut seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Wilson pursuant to HRes 8, I inform the House that Ms. Wilson will vote yes on the previous question.
Reason does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Stubbe of Florida, pursuant to HRS 8, I inform the House that Mr. Stubbe will vote no on the previous question.
On this vote, the yeas are 219, the nays are 188. The previous question is ordered. The question on the amendment offered by the gentleman from California, Mr. DeSaunier. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it.
I'd request the yeas and nays.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania rise?
On that, I'd request the yeas and nays.
Pursuant to Section 3S of House Resolution 8, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question are postponed. The House will be in order. The House will be in order. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from California seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to speak out of turn.
Without objection.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, it is with great official pride and personal pride, but some sadness, that I rise to honor the dedicated service of two departing members of the Speaker's staff, Deputy Chief of Staff Diane Dewhurst and Senior Policy Advisor Patty Ross. Diane Dewhurst is a pillar of the Speaker's office and of our caucus. Indeed, there are few members who do not know Diane, and even fewer unfamiliar with her skills and her contributions. Diane has dedicated decades to Democratic politics. Ever since, as a college student, she borrowed her father's red brick Skylark to drive across Illinois to campaign for the legendary Congressman Ab Mikva. And she has remained in the political arena ever since, working in the DNC and DSCC, holding positions in the Clinton administration in not one but 6 agencies, serving in the Senator George Mitchell's office, and then serving as a key member of my office when I was leader and now Speaker. Her interest in politics sprang from her commitment to the values of our country and a patriotic spirit. She is a trusted voice, bringing extensive experience, sound judgment, and remarkable institutional knowledge to our legislative work. And I know that she takes great pride in our work for women and families, particularly in what is an official moment, Speaker, the passage of the Affordable Care Act, which has delivered quality health care to millions of Americans. Yet when Diane has made a difference in this institution, she transcends the political, the policy, and legislative realm. Over her 15 years in my office, she has been an outstanding mentor and role model to many, particularly young women. She has dedicated her service to this truth, as I always say, when women succeed, America succeeds. Thank you, Diane. Diane's love of the arts is well known. She has represented my office in our work with leading cultural institutions, including the Smithsonian, the Kennedy Center, the Library of Congress, the National Archives, the National Gallery of Art. Given her passion and experience in this arena, it is fitting that she is leaving Capitol Hill for the National Endowment for the Arts. Inscribed in the marble facade in the Kennedy Center are President John F. Kennedy's powerful words: "The life of the arts, far from being an interruption, a distraction in the life of a nation, is close to the center of a nation's purpose and is a test of the quality of a nation's civilization." At the NEA, Diane's passion for the life of the arts will serve this nation's purpose well. On behalf of the House of Representatives, I thank Diane, wish her and her husband Bob and their children, Joanna, Billy, and Bob, much happiness as she begins this next phase. Thank you very much, Diane. Stand up. Stand up. Thank you, Biden administration, for taking my staff. Also departing this week is our senior policy advisor, Patty Ross. Patty is simply the gold standard of public service. Indeed, President Biden chose an expert of domestic policymaking in appointing Patty Ross to serve as Assistant Secretary for the Office of Congressional and Legislative Affairs at the Department of Veterans Affairs. Patty has served in my office for over a decade, where she has been an invaluable asset to all of us, our caucus, indeed the entire Congress. Her portfolio spans a major portion of domestic policy, agriculture, nutrition, education and labor, veterans, military families, and caregivers. Patty has earned the respect of members and staff on both sides of the aisle for all her legislative acumen and accomplishments, but particularly for her ironclad commitment to our veterans. Coming from a long line of veterans in her family, this dedication is in her DNA. As Speaker, I've seen her commitment firsthand, including her work leading the VSO roundtables, which ensure that those who have donned the uniform have a seat at the decision-making table. Indeed, one of the many strengths that Patty brings is her experience as a consensus finder and a coalition builder, a leader with the courage and the character to fight to ensure that Congress and veterans have a voice at the VA. The unanimous confirmation of Patty Ross last week was therefore a joyous victory for America's veterans and their families and caregivers. When I spoke at Patty's confirmation hearing, I relayed an anecdote from a congressional delegation visit that she helped plan. This was to France for the 75th anniversary of the Allied D-Day landings at Normandy, and to Belgium and Luxembourg for the anniversary of the Battle of the Bulge. During that visit, we were honored, as we often have been on those visits, to meet with World War II veterans, including one man in his 90s whose message to us all was simply, pray for peace. As I said in her hearing, it is a great confidence that I can say that Patty Ross, if confirmed, will be a powerful force for peace for our veterans, their families, and caregivers. On behalf of the Congress, I congratulate Patty on her well-deserved recognition. Congratulations also to our family and partner, Tim, and I thank both Diane and Patty for their consequential service and wish them much success in their new capacities in the Biden administration. Patty Ross. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield back.
The unfinished business is the question on the amendment to House Resolution 508 offered by the gentleman from California, Mr. DeSaunier, on which the yeas prevailed by voice vote and on which the yeas and nays have been ordered. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment to House Resolution 508 offered by Mr. DeSaunier of California.
The question is on adoption of the amendment. Members will record their votes by electronic device. For what purpose does the gentleman from Oklahoma seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Mullen of Oklahoma pursuant to H.R. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Mullen will vote no on the amendment. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Washington seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Sewell pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Sewell will vote yes on H.Res. 508. As the member designated by Ms. Strickland pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Strickland will vote yes on H.Res. 508.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Illinois seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Rush, pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Rush will vote yes on H.Res. 508.
You're back. For what purpose does the gentlelady from Illinois seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Rush pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Rush will vote yes on agreeing to the DeSaulnier amendment.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as member designated by Congressmember Napolitano, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Congressmember Napolitano vote yes on agreeing to the DeSaulnier amendment.
For what does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated for Mr. Young from the state of Alaska, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Young will vote nay on the amendment to the rule.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
As a member designated by Chairwoman Eddie Bernice Johnson pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Chairwoman Johnson will vote yea on the DeSaulnier amendment. As the member designated by Congresswoman Grace Meng pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Congresswoman Meng will vote yea on the DeSaulnier amendment. As the member designated by Congressman Stephen Horsford pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Congressman Horsford will vote yea on the DeSaulnier amendment. As the member designated by Congresswoman Sylvia Garcia pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Congresswoman Garcia will vote yea on the DeSaulnier amendment.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Arizona seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Boebert from Colorado pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Boebert will vote nay on the amendment to the rule.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As a member designated by Mr. Lawson of Florida pursuant to Section 8, I inform Mr. Lawson that Mr. Lawson will vote yes for the amendment.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Stubbe of Florida pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Stubbe will vote no on the amendment to the rule.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Arizona seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Kirkpatrick pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Kirkpatrick will vote yes on agreeing to the DeSaulnier amendment. And as the member designated by Mr. Grijalva pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Grijalva will vote no on agreeing to the DeSaulnier amendment.
Purpose does the gentleman from Michigan seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mrs. McLean of Michigan pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mrs. McLean will vote no on the DeSaulnier amendment to House Res. 508.
Purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Ruiz pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Ruiz will vote yes on agreeing to the DeSaulnier amendment.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Long of Missouri, pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Long will vote nay on the amendment to the rule. Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Cohen, pursuant to H.R.S. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Cohen will vote yes on agreeing to the DeSantier amendment. As the member designated by Mr. Lowenthal, pursuant to H.R.S. 8, I inform the House that Mr. DeSantier will vote yes on agreeing to the DeSantier amendment. As the member designated by Mr. Liu, pursuant to H.R.S. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Liu will vote yes on agreeing to the DeSantier amendment.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Utah seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated for Mr. Owens from Utah pursuant to House Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Owens will vote nay on the amendment to the rule.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Washington seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Sewell pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Sewell will vote yes on agreeing to the DeSantier amendment. As the member designated by Ms. Strickland pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Strickland will vote yes on agreeing to the DeSantier amendment.
What purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Gallego pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Gallego will vote aye on agreeing to the DeSantier amendment. As the member designated by Mr. Carnes pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Carnes will vote aye on agreeing to the DeSantier amendment.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from California seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Leger Fernandez pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Leger Fernandez will vote no on agreeing to the DeSaulnier amendment.
From Ohio seek recognition.
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Timmons of South Carolina pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Timmons will vote no on the amendment to the rule.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Donald Payne pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Payne will vote yes on agreeing to the DeSaulnier amendment.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as member designated by Congressmember Napolitano pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Congressmember Napolitano will change her vote from yes to no.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Florida seek recognition?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As the member designated by Mr. Comer of the state of Kentucky, pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Comer will vote nay on the amendment to the rule.
What reason does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Jacobs of New York, pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Jacobs will vote nay on the amendment to the rule.
For what reason does a gentlewoman from Connecticut seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Wilson pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Wilson will vote yes on agreeing to the DeSaulnier amendment.
Then does a gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Fallon, great state of Texas, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Fallon will vote no on the amendment to the rule. As a member designated by Mr. Babin, great state of Texas, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Babin will vote no on the amendment to the rule. And as a member designated by Mr. Cawthorn, the great state of North Carolina, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Cawthorn will vote no on the amendment to the rule.
On this vote, the yeas are 84, the nays are 325. The amendment is not adopted. The question is on the adoption of the resolution. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. The noes have it. The resolution is not adopted. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Ask for a recorded vote, please, Madam Speaker.
Pursuant to Section 3S of House Resolution 8, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. For what purpose does the gentleman from Arizona seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Kirkpatrick, pursuant to HRes 8, I inform the House that Ms. Kirkpatrick will vote yes on HRes 508, and as the member designated by Congressman Grijalva, pursuant to HRes 8, I inform the House that Mr. Grijalva will vote yes on HRes 508.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Fallon, the great state of Texas, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Fallon will vote no on the amendment to the rule. As a member designated by Mr. Babin from the great state of Texas, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Babin will vote no on the amendment to the rule. And as a member designated by Mr. Cawthorn, great state of North Carolina, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Cawthorn will vote no on the amendment to the rule.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
The member designated by Chairwoman Eddie Bernice Johnson, pursuant to HRes 8, I inform the House that Chairwoman Johnson will vote yea on HRes 508. As the member designated by Congresswoman Grace Meng, pursuant to HRes 8, Madam Speaker, I inform the House that Congresswoman Meng will vote yea on HRes 508. As the member designated by Congressman Stephen Horsford, pursuant to HRes 8, I inform the House that Congressman Horsford will vote yea on HRes 508. And as the member designated by Congresswoman Sylvia Garcia, pursuant to HRes 8, I inform the House that Congresswoman Garcia will vote yea on HRes 508.
Purpose does the gentleman from Oklahoma seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Mullen of Oklahoma pursuant to H.R. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Mullen will vote no on the amendment to the rule. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Purpose does the gentlelady from Illinois seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Rush pursuant to HRes 8, I inform the House that Mr. Rush will vote yes on HRes 508.
Purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Stubbe of Florida pursuant to HRes 8, I inform the House that Mr. Stubbe will vote no on HR 508.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Ruiz pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Ruiz will vote yes on House Resolution 508.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Ohio seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Timmons of South Carolina pursuant to HRes 8, I inform the House that Mr. Timmons will vote no on the amendment to the rule.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Liu pursuant to HRes 8, I inform the House Mr. Liu will vote yes on HRes 508. As member designated by Mr. Lowenthal pursuant to HRes 8, I inform the House Mr. Lowenthal will vote yes on HRes 508. As member designated by Mr. Cohen pursuant to HRes 8, I inform the House Mr. Cohen will vote yes on HRes 508.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Jacobs of New York, pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Jacobs will vote nay on the rule.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as member designated by Congressmember Napolitano pursuant to House Resolution 8, inform the House that Congressmember Napolitano will vote yes on H-Res 508.
Does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Long of Missouri pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Long will vote nay on the rule. Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Gallego pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Gallego will vote aye on H-Res 508. As the member designated by Mr. Cardenas pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Cardenas will vote aye on H-Res 508.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated for Mr. Young from Alaska pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Young will vote nay on the rule.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Lawson pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Lawson votes yes on agree to the resolution.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Arizona seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Boebert from Colorado pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Boebert will vote nay on the rule.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Donald Payne pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Payne will vote yes on H-Res 508.
Gentleman from Michigan seek recognition.
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mrs. McLean of Michigan pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mrs. McLean will vote no on H-Res 508.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from California seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Leger Fernandez pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Leger Fernandez will vote yes on H-Res 508.
The rule?
For what purpose does the gentleman from Utah seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated for Mr. Owens from Utah pursuant to House Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Owens will vote nay on the rule.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Illinois seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Rush pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Rush will vote yes on H-Res 508.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Florida seek recognition?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As the member designated by Mr. Comer of the state of Kentucky pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Comer will vote nay on the rule.
Does the gentlewoman from Connecticut seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Wilson pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Wilson will vote yes on H-Res 508.
Reason does the gentlewoman from Washington seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Sewell pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Ms. Sewell will vote yes on HRES 508. And as the member designated by Ms. Strickland pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Ms. Strickland will vote yes on HRES 508.
Voted. On this vote, the yeas are 219 and the nays are 190. The resolution is adopted. The motion without objection, the motion to reconsider is on the table. I've been waiting for you.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Oregon seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to House Resolution 504, I call up H.R. 3684, the Invest in America Act, and ask for its immediate consideration in the House.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 49, H.R. 3684.
Pursuant to House Resolution 504, in lieu of the amendment in the nature of a substitute recommended by the Committee on Transportation and Infrastructure, jumped ahead. The chair apologizes for jumping the gun. Pursuant to House Resolution 504, in lieu of the amendment in the nature of a substitute recommended by the Committee on Transportation and Infrastructure printed in the bill, an amendment in the nature of a substitute consisting of the text of Rules Committee Print 117-8, modified by Rules Committee Print 117-9, and the amendment printed in Part B of House Report 117-74 is adopted, and the bill as amended is considered read. The bill as amended shall be debatable for 90 minutes, with 60 minutes equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Transportation and Infrastructure, and 30 minutes equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Energy and Commerce. The gentleman from Oregon, Mr. DeFazio, and the gentleman from Missouri, Mr. Graves, each will control 30 minutes. The gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Pallone, and the gentleman from Washington, Mrs. Rogers, each will control 15 minutes. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Oregon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and to insert extraneous material on H.R. 3684, the Invest in America Act.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First, I'd like to insert, I yield myself such time as I may consume. First, I'd like to ask unanimous consent to enter into the congressional record a letter of support for H.R. 3684 from 113 organizations supporting the Water Quality Protection and Job Creation Act of 2021.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd also like to ask unanimous consent to enter into the congressional record a letter from Chairwoman Eddie Bernice Johnson of the House Science, Space, Technology Committee to waive consideration of H.R. 3684 as amended, as well as my response to Ms. Johnson expressing appreciation for her willingness to work cooperatively in this legislation.
Without objection.
I thank the Chair. The Invest in America Act before us today is generational and it is transformational in terms of what we're going to do in terms of 21st century surface transportation and water infrastructure. We're going to move past the Eisenhower era of the 1950s. During the Eisenhower era, the existential threat to the United States was invasion or attack by Russia. The National Defense Highway System was built to move military equipment to the coasts, and also it was built to evacuate our cities in times of nuclear war. Now, we have a different existential threat, which is climate change. Now, tackling climate change is a Herculean task, and some may ask, why address it in a transportation bill? In fact, we will hear that from the other side. Well, because the transportation sector is the single largest carbon emitter in the United States of America. And it would be foolish and irresponsible to continue pouring taxpayer money into the old way of thinking that we must merely expand highways We know now that doing that creates induced demand. You add more lanes, attract more cars, before long congestion returns, and you're right back where you started, except now you have bad traffic and more carbon pollution. We, according to the Texas Transportation Institute, in the last 25 years have built 35,000 lane miles in our 100 largest cities, and the costs of congestion and delay have gone up 6 times. 6 times. So should we keep doing that? No, it's not working. There are alternatives. We have a great opportunity. The infrastructure of the Eisenhower era is crumbling, threatening safety, quality of life, economic competitiveness. In fact, some of the infrastructure we're living off, like the critical Baltimore rail tunnel, was built in 1872. It's not going to last long. It's brick and it's leaking water. And the tunnels under the Hudson are subject to failure in the not too distant future. They were built in 1908. We had great engineers at the time, but now we've become so puny we can't do big projects like that. No, that's not the United States of America. That's not the American way. We can tackle these challenges, and we will. And climate change is part of what we have to deal with. I hear a lot from the other side. We want resilience. Resilience to what? Sea level rise? Why is the sea level rising? I don't know. Severe weather events. Oh, nope. Guess. But and then in my region, just this week, unprecedented heat wave, unprecedented in the history of the United States and Western Canada, by far, 40 degrees above normal. Pavement buckled and melted. Cables supplying power to transit melted. High-tension lines sagged. Luckily, we've got the trees out from them. They didn't cause fires this time. We have to rebuild this infrastructure to deal with the threats of the 21st century, and this is tremendous opportunity. There's also, we have long had problems with inequality and racial injustice perpetuated by our transportation programs, policies, and funding decisions. We have a major section in this bill to right those wrongs and provide new opportunities for those communities and rejoin some of those communities, social equity. U.S. infrastructure was once the envy of the world. We're now 13th and plummeting fast. We're kind of a joke around the world. China's putting 6% of their GDP into transportation infrastructure. We're putting in 0.5%. And we're going to compete with that? And our other competitor nations in Europe are putting in 2 or 3% of their GDP. We're putting in a fraction of that. We have water mains that explode, sewers that back up, bridges that collapse. We have decrepit transit, $100 billion to bring it up to state of good repair that breaks down when people are trying to get to work. And we have potholes that cost every American between $560 and $1,000 a year in car repairs. And the cost of delays is $170 billion, which is way more than we are spending on investment in transportation infrastructure. China, a rising China, is threatening to take over the future of transportation in the world. We cannot let the Chinese do this yet again and steal those jobs from America. We have to move toward the future. We have General Motors, all electric in 35. The Ford electric Mustang is outselling the fossil fuel Mustang. Hey, it's faster. And, I've driven a semi made by Volvo, but there's 4 manufacturers making them, 80,000-pound capable semi-tractor. Fred Smith from FedEx is going all electric. He said, but there's no place to charge them. We have to meet this challenge, and part of this bill is EV challenging on the backbone of the National Highway Network. We also are going to put significant funds into safety. We're having huge problems with safety, growing deaths in pedestrian, cycling, and others. We have to promote those modes, make them safe. More people will use them. So we're making a major investment there, fossil fuel free. This bill is going to focus on bringing things to a state of good repair. 47,000 bridges on the national highway system need substantial repair or replacement. Infinite number of off-system bridges. We're creating a new program for off-highway system bridges, a new program for rural bridges, a new program for the 10 most economically significant bridges in the country, including ones like Brent Spence, which is going to collapse or be closed in 8 years, connecting Kentucky and Ohio. Those things are in this bill. If we don't do this bill, then we are doomed to an even more inefficient and decrepit future. So, we're going to make historic investments in transit, helping to address, as I mentioned, the $100 billion state of good repair backlog. We're closing the last loopholes in transit. We're going to get 2 Chinese companies, predatory Chinese companies out of here, making electric buses and rail, and we're going to make all that stuff in the United States of America and create one heck of a lot of jobs, and maybe we'll even export electric buses to the rest of the world. And then beyond that, we're going to be a leader in the clean energy economy. That's the future. It is the future. It's the business case. It's where the corporations are going, except parts of the fossil fuel industry. Even ExxonMobil is talking about spending $100 billion on carbon capture and sequestration. Even ExxonMobil. But there are other parts of the fossil fuel industry like, no, you stick with us. Stick with fossil fuel. Don't allow them to do this electrification stuff. Don't talk about climate change. Carbon pollution doesn't do anything. No, none of that's true. And we have to deal with it. It offers opportunities to communities of all sizes, urban, suburban, rural, 50% increase for rural transit, $37 billion from surface transportation programs sub-allocated to local communities, not the biggest cities. We create several new multimodal discretionary grant programs, including the community transportation, community climate grants for local government applicants. First time in a decade, we provided bipartisan member-designated projects. 109 Republicans applied for projects. Everyone was offered $20 million under very strict guidelines agreed to by the majority and the minority. We've cleaned that up. Some people, are saying, well, this is bad, it's pork. No. Does the federal DOT or your state DOT know what you need most in your district, what your city needs, what your county needs? You know better, but sometimes they just ignore it. They're focused on the capital. They're focused on the biggest cities. They're focused on Washington, D.C. Who knows what? So we have those projects in this bill. And some have said, well, if the Republicans don't vote for it, you can strip them out. I said, no. These are meritorious projects. They've gone through a vetting process. They will stay in. This is helping local communities. Now, I also have to say that we have had issues with the disadvantaged DBE, Disadvantaged Business Enterprise Program, DBE, at Department of Transportation. Discrimination is still a barrier for many to get into constructing, and maintaining our surface transportation program. So I am including for the record a more comprehensive statement about the need for this crucial program into the record, along with a list of several key studies on discrimination used to help inform the reauthorization of the DBE program. It includes an historic $95 billion in rail investment. That's about a 500% increase. We're going to begin to join city pairs so people can get off the highways. Virginia's doing a great project. Instead of putting 2 more lanes, which would be immediately congested, for $12 billion on 95, they're going to build a rail project with a new bridge over the Potomac River, partnering with CSX for half the cost and reduce congestion more and give people a better commute. We need to be looking at that model around the country. $32 billion for Amtrak. It also has money for a new program, PRIME, Passenger Rail Improvement Modernization Expansion Program, $25 billion competitive grant program for states and localities to launch high-speed and intercity rail development. It tackles big rail projects that need significant investment to get off the ground. $25 billion for bridges, stations, and tunnels. I mentioned the Baltimore Tunnel earlier. Directed grant program funds bridges, stations, tunnels, projects that cost $500 million or more, which cannot just be carried by local communities. Robust safety programs I mentioned before. It also includes the first reauthorization of the Clean Water State Revolving Fund since 1987. When I was a county commissioner, we get a 75% match from the federal government to build a system that's still serving a community twice that size today. Today, if we went to the federal government for match, they'd say, sorry, we don't help you with wastewater. Wastewater does not observe city limits. It does not observe county lines. It does not observe state lines. It doesn't observe international boundaries. It's a national problem, and our communities need help. I was on a statewide call with county commissioners. 75% of them are Republicans. They're begging in these rural counties for help with wastewater and drinking water. We have to step up to the plate in that. And this is so this will be the first reauthorization in many, many years. We are going to move forward with this bill, and every part of this bill is backed by the strongest Buy America requirements in labor protections and new investments in worker training safety. I wish some of the other departments of the federal government, particularly the Pentagon, would follow our model to create more jobs in America. It's not enough just to transform it. We need to ensure investments create good-paying jobs, revitalize American manufacturing, help us compete in clean energy economy, and lead the world once again, as we were the envy of the world in the 70s and up to about the early 80s. This is a chance to reform, rebuild for the future, an opportunity to improve safety, equity, access for all Americans, an urgent call to confront the existential threat of climate change and leave a better world for future generations. Transformative bill. They'll improve mobility, economic competitiveness, quality of life in communities across the country. Infrastructure is calling, and Congress must finally answer the call. I yield back. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Oregon reserves. The gentleman from Missouri.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'd yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in opposition to H.R. 3684. And here we are again. It's Groundhog Day for infrastructure on the floor this week. Exactly 1 year ago, I stood here as we took up the majority's first version of its My Way or the Highway bill. And that bill, just like today's, was developed without working with Republican members, and it passed mostly along party lines. And then the bill died, forcing Congress to pass a 1-year short-term extension, something that we all know is extremely costly and it's detrimental to our state's ability to plan and carry out the needed improvements that they need. Unfortunately, the Speaker has ignored the obvious lesson that successful legislating is through partnership. It's not through partisanship. And as a result, today's bill is even worse than last year's failed effort. This bill is completely unpaid for. It's completely unpaid for, something that I've never seen in a highway bill in my 2 decades here in Congress. It's all deficit spending that's going to continue driving up what is already the highest inflation rate since 2008. Mr. Speaker, it didn't have to be this way. Earlier this year, our committee's leaders met with the president, and we made it clear that Republicans wanted to be a part of a bipartisan bill. And I have no doubt that we could have compromised in a way that met many of the majority's goals while still including Republicans' priorities from our own proposal. Far from being impossible, the Senate committees have managed to do just that. They found common ground on common sense, project streamlining, on flexibility for our state and local partners, and equitable treatment for rural America. However, in order to appease the progressives in their party, the majority showed no willingness to meet us anywhere in the middle. Instead, they moved their bill even further to the left than the one from last year. And ironically, even that won't be enough, as Speaker Pelosi right now is preparing another partisan effort that's going to completely overshadow this bill by pushing through a multi-trillion-dollar tax and spend plan using budget reconciliation. Now, under this bill, if you think about it, under this bill, and I'll just walk through a few of the things that, a very few of the things that are wrong. 1 out of every $2 on this bill is tied up in the Green New Deal agenda. This bill eliminates a ban on spending transit dollars to fund art at train stations or transit stations. It's insane given that infrastructure needs, given the needs that we have in this country. This bill is going to waste critical infrastructure resources on buying paintings and sculptures for transit stations. This bill significantly increases the size of government. It creates 41 new programs. And as I mentioned, this bill provides no regulatory reform to make project delivery more efficient and less wasteful. And this bill ties the hands of states that need to build new roads and new capacity. Even if that's their most critical need, it still ties their hands. And these are just a few of the examples why this bill is bad for the country, and I can go on and on and on and on and on. This partisanship was absolutely unnecessary, and it's sad. The Senate EPW and the Commerce Committee, Senate Commerce Committee, have overwhelmingly approved their own pieces of surface reauthorization. The Senate has also approved a bipartisan $35 billion water infrastructure plan. But instead of following the example or using the bipartisan agreement we had on clean water infrastructure that we agreed to last Congress as the framework, the majority again chose to walk away from bipartisanship. This bill now includes more than $170 billion for drinking water and wastewater infrastructure, which is completely unrealistic, and it's out of touch with the Senate's bill and House Republicans. In fact, everything about this bill is out of touch. Although the president currently supports a bipartisan infrastructure framework in the Senate, progressives in Congress have already declared that that Senate proposal, is dead on arrival without first getting their massive partisan wish list. If they don't get it, they have stated that. The Speaker and the far left are trying to hold infrastructure hostage in order to get their $6 trillion in other priorities through budget reconciliation. While the other side says that all the spending in today's bill is supposed to transform our transportation system, it's certainly going to change one thing in transportation, and that's your gas prices. More deficit spending is only going to further fuel inflation, and it's going to raise the price of not only gas, but food and every other necessity that's needed. Voting for this bill is an implicit endorsement of the Speaker's overall strategy to ram through a $6 trillion tax and spend reconciliation package, and I encourage members to vote against this bill and against this partisan process. And with that, I would reserve the balance.
Gentleman from Missouri reserves. Gentleman from Oregon.
I would yield 2 minutes to the chair of the Surface Transportation Subcommittee, Eleanor Holmes Norton from Washington.
Gentlelady from District of Columbia is now recognized.
I thank the chair. As chair of the subcommittee that helped write today's Invest in America Act, I want to emphasize that this bill breaks with previous transportation and infrastructure bills generally passed every 4 or 5 years. Until today, we have simply updated the bill first passed during the Eisenhower administration. However, today's bill, for example, for the first time, tackles climate change in recognition that transportation leads as a source of greenhouse gas emissions. The need to reduce burning fossil fuels is a priority in this bill to move us more quickly to zero emissions. I am particularly focused on transportation infrastructure alternatives like those here in my district, the District of Columbia, particularly transit, especially Amtrak, and establishing a pilot project for reduced transit fares for low-income riders. Perhaps most important, this bill fundamentally reverses course by actively discouraging expansion of roads for the first time. This limitation is in recognition of climate change. Instead of incentivizing more miles for roads for cars, this bill encourages safer roads for walking, biking, and scooters. Today's bill repairs existing roads with climate-resilient materials rather than building new roads. The Invest in America Act changes course altogether in the interest of 21st century transportation realities, from climate change to rapidly emerging alternatives to cars as forms of travel and mobility. The 54% increase in funding for this bill is in keeping with the road to change course on transportation and infrastructure, and I yield back.
The gentleman from Oregon reserves. The gentleman from Missouri.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At this time, I would yield 1.5 minutes to the gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Crawford.
The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Today we're debating a partisan bill that spends over $400 billion on everything but long-term investments in America's roads and bridges. Despite being the largest percentage increase in surface transportation programs in the last quarter century, very little of the money going out the door is directed at the policies, programs, and people that need it. It ignores the need to streamline our project review process, creates more bureaucratic red tape, and once again, leaves rural America behind. A focus on the rail title, for example, reveals complete ignorance of the industry. Freight railroads are the most fuel-efficient way to move freight overland, covering more than 480 miles on a single gallon of fuel. Yet my colleagues on the left included Section 9607 that would require Class I freight railroads to replace locomotives constructed prior to 2008 with brand new fossil fuel burning locomotives by 2030. This ignores the significant efforts of the Class I freight railroads themselves to reduce greenhouse gas emissions and combat climate change. It locks the industry into utilizing internal combustion engines for decades, negating the ongoing efforts with suppliers to research, test, and adapt zero-emission locomotives for future incorporation into their fleets. This section alone would cost the industry tens of billions of dollars, and needless to say, was written without the consultation of the railroads or stakeholders. This is just one of the many examples in this partisan bill of the significant disconnect between constituents and the majority's Green New Deal agenda. We have a bill that cares more about appeasing the climate lobby than fixing the cracks in our bridges. I cannot support this legislation today. Instead, I will continue working with my colleagues who are serious about addressing American transportation and infrastructure, and I encourage everyone to do the same. Thank you, and I yield back.
Time has expired. Gentleman from Missouri reserves. The gentleman from Oregon is recognized.
I would recognize the chair of the Rail Hazardous Pipelines Materials Subcommittee, Donald Payne from New Jersey.
How much time?
2 minutes.
Gentleman from New Jersey is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to support the Invest in America Act. It is a bill that I have co-led because it would help fix our country's decaying and unreliable infrastructure. America has always used infrastructure to grow our nation and our economy. But those improvements have left behind too many people in underserved and rural communities. In Congress, we have had a responsibility to make sure everyone has an opportunity to achieve the American dream. That is why the Invest in America Act is so critical. It provides funds to build or improve roads, bridges, and tunnels throughout America, and it will allow access to and development within those communities. Most important, it provides $25 billion to modernize existing rail and expand into more American communities. The expansion would increase our opportunities for jobs and prosperity in underserved communities. We need to make these investments now and improve the lives of millions of Americans in the process. For example, it provides $95 billion to improve passenger rail travel nationwide. That figure includes almost $19 billion to help Amtrak upgrade stations and tracks. And it provides $13.5 billion for rail improvements in the Northeast Corridor. It would spend $25 billion to repair and rebuild bridges, tunnels, train stations, and train tunnels across this nation. And we need to have this Investment Act passed now. And with that, thank you, and I yield back.
The gentleman from Oregon reserves. The gentleman from Missouri.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This time I would yield 1.5 minutes to the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Gibbs.
The gentleman from Ohio is recognized for 1.5 minutes.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I rise in opposition to H.R. 3684, which is nothing more than the Green New Deal in disguise. Whether it's creating dozens of new government programs or propping up failed passenger rail projects, the House Democrats' My Way of the Highway bill is bloated big government at its worst. Democrats blocked every Republican attempt to improve the bill, including my amendment in committee that would stop taxpayer dollars for funding art through transit projects. H.R. 3684 also bends to the knee to Beijing, allowing communist China to profit off American investments in electric vehicles. There is plenty of room for common sense, bipartisan efforts on actual transportation infrastructure, fixing roads and bridges, repairing airports, and even responsible investments in broadband. But the majority is intent in ignoring these bipartisan prospects with irresponsible spending on socialism and driving up debt on the backs of American taxpayers. I reject H.R. 3684 and urge my colleagues to do the same, and I yield back.
The gentleman from Missouri reserves. The gentleman from Oregon.
I would yield time to the chair of the Science Committee, senior member of Transportation Infrastructure Committee, Eddie Bernice Johnson from Texas. 1 minute.
The gentleman from Texas is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, thank you, and thank Chairman DeFazio for his leadership in bringing this bill to the floor. I rise in strong support of H.R. 3684, the Invest in America Act. The bill authorizes tremendous funding boosts to our nation's surface transportation and infrastructure system, including a significant amount from our state of Texas. Failing to invest now will cost much more later. The Invest in America Act also makes significant investments in transportation research, development, and demonstration to support a safer and more resilient, equitable, and sustainable transportation future. I am pleased to have inserted numerous provisions in the bill before us today, including one, to establish grants in the Department of Transportation to develop transportation workforce training programs for workers adversely affected by industry automation, a sense of Congress to emphasize that contractors participating in federally funded transportation contract with minority-owned businesses must ensure that it is fulfilled, as well as an amendment.
Time has expired.
I yield generally 30 more seconds.
Gentlewoman is recognized for 30 more seconds.
Thank you very much. For the DOT's performance of key DB objectives and provision to assist communities to retrofit transportation infrastructure. Nothing in this bill is intended to build a wall in Texas, and I look forward to supporting this legislation. Yield back the balance. Thank you.
The gentleman reserves his time. The gentleman from Missouri.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, at this time, I yield 1.5 minutes to the gentleman from Louisiana, Mr. Graves.
The gentleman from Louisiana is recognized for 1.5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, you can look back at history at highway bills, at infrastructure bills, and all of these bills passed this House with strong bipartisan support. 75, 80%, 90% of the members of Congress have supported these bills. You can look back, Mr. Chairman, for decades this has happened. Why is this bill moving in an entirely partisan manner? Why is there not bipartisan support? And the answer is really simple, because this bill's not infrastructure. It's not solving road problems and traffic problems that are plaguing this country. What this bill does is it puts billions of dollars into things like EV charging stations. So if you're an American, the 0.6% of vehicles out there that are electric vehicles, if you're one of those people, the majority of which that make over $160,000, great news for you. You're going to get billions of dollars in federally paid for, subsidized charging stations. The process needs to be fixed for delivering projects. This bill doesn't do it. Why is it that we're building projects around the country that have been around for decades? It's because the process is flawed. It takes decades just to get a project approved. But don't worry, Mr. Speaker, because this bill fixes it for bus shelters, This bill should be bipartisan, as has been done for decades. We need real traffic solutions, real investments in infrastructure, and unfortunately, this bill doesn't do it. Yield back.
The gentleman from Missouri reserves his time. The gentleman from Oregon.
I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from California, John Merritt Garamendi, a member of the committee.
The gentleman from California is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank the chairman for his leadership and his partnership in this vital $715 billion Invest in America Act. This bill will modernize our nation's roads, bridges, transit, rail, water systems, and hasten the transition to a carbon-free mobility in America. as well as resiliency to climate threats. My amendments to the bill ensure that projects will be built by well-paid American workers with American-made services and products. It does extend the NEPA timelines to ensure a timely project completion, also prioritizes evacuation routes, and invest in corrosion resistance. This bill also invests $27 billion for roads and transit in California over the next 5 years and 3 critical projects in my own districts. $8.5 million for the 505 highway overcrossing in Winters, $4 million for a multimodal transit highway improvement in Vacaville, and $7.5 million for projects in Fairfield. And I would dare say for my colleagues on the Republican side, a whole lot of their community-based projects, which apparently they want us to vote for, but they don't have the willing to vote for on their own. I yield back.
Gentleman's time has expired. The gentleman from Oregon reserves. The gentleman from Missouri.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At this time, I would yield 1.5 minutes to the gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Rouser.
The gentleman from North Carolina is recognized for 1.5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, the bill before us today represents a missed opportunity to produce good, strong, bipartisan legislation focused on the country's real infrastructure needs. Instead, it is one focused on an agenda cloaked under the guise of the term infrastructure. This bill is all about Green New Deal mandates. In fact, for every $2 spent, $1 of that goes to meet these mandates. The bill rejects widely supported bipartisan project streamlining provisions that would save taxpayer dollars. The bill creates 41 new programs and adds dozens of new eligibilities to existing programs for progressive priorities, which means true infrastructure needs are likely going to have access to fewer dollars. The bill strips states of their ability to prioritize new roads and bridges. And we all know states need more flexibility to meet their infrastructure needs, not less. Today's bill is also a missed opportunity to address our aging wastewater infrastructure. In the most recent Congress, we reached a bipartisan agreement on a way to move forward on clean water infrastructure with realistic levels of funding that address the needs of our rural communities. Well, not this time. Unfortunately, by choosing partisanship, the majority has chosen a very rocky path that will make it unlikely any final infrastructure package will be able to pass both chambers and get to the President's desk during this Congress. Mr. President, it didn't have to be this way.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Missouri reserves his time. The gentleman from Oregon.
May I request of the chair how much time remains on either side?
The gentleman has 10.5 minutes remaining. The gentleman from Missouri has 19 minutes remaining.
I thank Chair. Representative Jared Huffman from California, a member of the committee.
How much time?
1 minute.
Gentleman from California is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, it is important that this 5-year surface transportation reauthorization invests in a cleaner, greener transportation future while helping create great-paying jobs for American workers. But the Invest in America Act does more than that. It finally restores Congress's Article I prerogative in controlling the power of the purse. Through an open, transparent process, member-designated projects will ensure that elected representatives of the people have at least some say on which surface transportation projects get funding. In my district, that means expanding the SMART rail service into Healdsburg and further north, closing gaps in a pedestrian and bike pathway along San Francisco Bay Trail, providing ADA accessibility and educational signage at the mouth of the Smith River Overlook, and planning for a safe pedestrian crossing at the San Rafael Channel. The INVEST Act will also start planning for improvements along Route 37 to benefit both commuters and the environment in the face of rising sea levels. I thank Chairman DeFazio for his leadership on this bill and look forward to sending it to President Biden's desk for his signature. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Oregon reserves. The gentleman from Missouri.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At this time, I yield 1.5 minutes to the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Boss.
The gentleman from Illinois is recognized for 1.5 minutes.
I thank the gentleman for yielding. And, you know, with this bill, House Democrats are saying that it comes down to when it comes to our nation's infrastructure, it's either their way or the highway. Instead of accurately investing in our roads and bridges, and the House Democrats have chose to double down on a liberal wish list. In fact, $1 of every $2 in this bill is spent on parts of the Green New Deal mandates. It allows jurisdictions that have defunded the police to backfill their budgets with federal dollars for traffic enforcement activities. It allows funds to be spent on art instead of roads, bridges, and waterways. I'll repeat that again. It allows the funds to be spent on art instead of roads, bridges, and waterways. It punishes our nation's truckers by raising their minimum insurance cost by 167% and regulating when and how far they can drive their own vehicles on their own personal time. And it does not include any way to pay for this massive $547.9 billion price tag. I urge my colleagues to oppose this legislation, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Missouri reserves. The gentleman from Oregon.
I recognize Representative Titus from Nevada, the chair of the Public Buildings, Grounds, and Economic Development Subcommittee.
For how much?
1 minute.
So the gentleman from Nevada is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, and I thank the chairman. I rise in support of the Invest in America Act, which focuses on rebuilding our nation's highways, transit systems, railroads, and water systems. These investments will spur economic development, tackle the climate crisis, and put people to work in good-paying union jobs. And I'm proud that the act includes some issues that I fought for that will benefit the state of Nevada. Provisions to support projects of regional impact like the completion of I-11 between Las Vegas and Phoenix. An expansion of the RIF program to help with the development of high-speed passenger rail. Projects to reduce congestion and improve air quality in our environmental justice communities, and resources for child passenger safety programs in our underserved communities. Finally, I'm glad to see Congress reassert its authority to direct funding to priority projects in a very transparent manner. Critical infrastructure projects in southern Nevada will see $20 million in funding to support congestion relief, transit, and safety enhancements on roadways that cross and crisscross the district. The Investment Act sends a clear and strong message about our priorities, and I congratulate our chairman for his hard work on this issue.
Gentleman's time has expired. The gentleman from Oregon reserves. The gentleman from Missouri.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This time I would yield 1 minute to the gentleman from California, Mr. LaMaffa.
Gentleman from California is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you. Well, I do have to clear up one point made earlier. The sales of gas Mustangs are double of the so-called four-door electric Mustang in the month of May, and triple of the gas Mustang is triple of that of the electric Mustang for the year. As a Mustang driver, I had to get that out. So when we had the Biden administration announcing a over $2 trillion spending package, but we only end up with 6% in expenditures for roads and bridges, it's a bait and switch. Indeed, it seems like the Democrats are trying to take this minuscule investment in infrastructure and challenge themselves to waste it on something else in Green New Deal programs. It's already a big enough challenge to get money and keep money in infrastructure these days and keep it from being siphoned off. This bill does nothing to reform or fix the 30% of overhead costs that goes towards frivolous regulation, et cetera. That means they're planning to waste right off the top $160 billion of their own proposal. In California, with the high-speed rail boondoggle, they're setting aside $25 billion for a program that originally was going to cost $33 billion, according to how it was sold to the voters. So this needs to be stopped and focused on things that people can actually use. That's their road system. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Missouri reserves. The gentleman from Oregon.
With that, I would yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Maryland, a member of the committee, Anthony Brown.
Gentleman from Maryland is recognized for 1 minute.
First, let me thank Chairman DeFazio and Chairwoman Norton and Chairman Payne for their leadership. This bill will get our infrastructure working again, fund new, transformative projects, and create millions of good-paying American jobs. We need 21st century infrastructure that meets the challenges facing the nation. And that's exactly what the INVEST Act will do. With investments in our communities, including more than $6.2 billion in Maryland's highway and transit systems, with an emphasis on equity, including $3 billion to reconnect neighborhoods, particularly communities of color separated from local economic opportunities and divided by decades of bad infrastructure policy. And with a modern approach to growth and development, including $134 million to promote transit-oriented development, needed to create thriving and inclusive communities around our transit hubs and promote safe, multimodal transit in communities like New Carrollton in my district. This is an historic investment in America, and I urge its adoption. Thank you, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Back. The gentleman from Oregon reserves. The gentleman from Missouri.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At this time, I'd yield 1.5 minutes to the gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Westerman.
The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized for 1.5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, the bill that passed the committee was partisan and wasteful. As expected, the Speaker succeeded in making a bad bill even worse. That's crazy, but that's how it goes. And things are going wrong for rural America in this bill. In fact, it specifically bans building new roads and lets road and bridge funding expire while playing favorites with urban transit funding like Amtrak and Speaker Pelosi's pet train project. It mandates policies that make us more dependent on Chinese supply chains while Democrats refuse to allow development of our own resources. The bill is more focused on the Green New Deal than the well-being of hardworking Americans, spending now with promises to tax later. Speaker Pelosi said it herself last week, quoting the Speaker, "There ain't going to be no bipartisan bill unless we have a reconciliation bill." Plain and simple. In fact, I use the word ain't. There ain't going to be an infrastructure bill unless we have the reconciliation bill passed by the United States Senate, end quote. Listen to that, Mr. Chairman. The Speaker is hell-bent on raising your taxes and using them to increase wasteful spending. House Democrats, led by Speaker Pelosi, can't even get on board with their Democrat colleagues in the Senate and administration. Maybe it's not too late to learn and do better. The Starter Act is one way to move forward. Whatever path we choose, Mr. Chairman, it will be better than going off the rails on a crazy train bill like this one. I urge my colleagues to vote no, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Missouri reserves his time. The gentleman from Oregon.
I would yield 1 minute to a member of the committee, Carolyn Bordeaux from Georgia.
The gentleman from Georgia is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of the Invest in America Act. This bill provides funding that will accelerate road repairs, reduce congestion, and shore up our water systems, all while creating good-paying jobs and building sustainable green infrastructure. Under the Invest in America Act, Georgia will receive a $2.6 billion increase in funding for core infrastructure programs over the next 5 years, a 38% increase. With such an investment, we need to be innovative, forward-looking, and climate-conscious. The bill includes many of my Future Fit the Suburbs initiatives, providing funding for the expansion of greenways, express lane transit, options to decrease congestion, renewable energy projects, innovative wastewater technology, and more. The Invest in America Act will jumpstart innovation that will lead to economic growth in small towns, big cities, and suburban areas like mine. I urge my colleagues to vote in support of the Invest in America Act. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Oregon reserves his time. The gentleman from Missouri.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At this time, I would yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Balderson.
The gentleman from Ohio is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in opposition to H.R. 3684, the majority's My Way or the Highway bill. Rather than working with Republicans to deliver a common-sense bipartisan bill that puts America's real infrastructure needs center stage, the majority has decided to fast-track its Green New Deal agenda. In fact, half of the funding in this bill is tied up meeting Green New Deal mandates. The majority refused to work with Republicans on policies to streamline the permitting process for construction projects. These policies would save taxpayers billions of dollars and move projects forward faster, while still ensuring world-class environmental standards. Unfortunately, Republicans were shut out of the process, and the impact is clear. This bill places costly restrictions on local construction projects, includes catastrophic provisions that would put small trucking companies and independent truckers out of business, and relies on the deficit spending, which will further fuel the problem of inflation. I strongly encourage my colleagues to reject this partisan process and vote no on H.R. 3684. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yields back his time. The gentleman from Missouri reserves. The gentleman from Oregon.
At this time, should be getting set up. I will be yielding 1 minute to a new and esteemed member of the committee, Nikema Williams from Georgia.
The gentleman from Georgia is recognized for 1 minute.
I rise today in support of the Invest in America Act, which includes the legislative provision based on my bill, the Reconnecting Neighborhoods and Strengthening Communities Act. This act is a long overdue matter of racial justice and environmental justice. The Federal Highway Act of 1956 built highways through the middle of cities, sometimes to intentionally displace Black families, disconnecting thriving communities, and made devastating economic impacts that still exist today. We have a responsibility to undo the harm of these intentional decisions. Two examples of these disenfranchising projects are in the 5th District of Georgia that you see right next to me. The Sweet Auburn and Summerhill communities were divided by the construction of the Downtown Connector and I-20. Millions of people in districts across the country will benefit from the Reconnecting Neighborhoods program because the government built these projects in virtually every major city. My program invests in the redesign or removal of infrastructural barriers built through communities of color. It ensures the infrastructure of the future will serve communities rather than divide them. I urge my colleagues to vote yes, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Oregon reserves. The gentleman from Missouri. Gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, at this time, I'd yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Burchett.
The gentleman from Tennessee is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Chairman. I appreciate that. I rise in opposition to this legislation. Improving and reauthorizing our nation's surface transportation program should take priority over advancing a very liberal, woke, partisan agenda. These programs should fund our roads, railways, and waterways, and should be the foundation of our country's long-term economic success. Instead of working with Republicans, Mr. Speaker, the majority advanced a partisan bill that dramatically increases spending and regulation that would stifle development. I even had an amendment that was nonpartisan, was just a technical corrections, which was agreed upon by several members, and it went straight down party lines, Mr. Speaker. So anybody tells you this is a bipartisan bill, they're speaking with a very forked tongue. It redirects funding away from basic investments in physical infrastructure and towards social programs, new regulatory regimes, and government mandates on business. Out-of-control spending by Congress and the Biden administration has triggered an inflation crisis that's leaving less money in the pockets of working folks. American citizens cannot afford another partisan spending boondoggle, Mr. Speaker, orchestrated by Washington liberals. I urge my colleagues to join me in opposing this bill.
The gentleman's time has expired. The gentleman from Missouri reserves. The gentleman from Oregon.
Yield 1 minute, gentleman from New Jersey, member of the committee, Mr. Malinowski.
The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, the Invest in America Act will put millions of Americans to work building 21st century infrastructure that will make us again the envy of the world. This is not Eisenhower 7.0, as the chairman often reminds us. Of course we're going to fix our highways, but we're not going to just keep building bigger and wider ones. We're going to do something as new and as bold today as the interstate highway system was in the 1950s. So yes, the bill invests in EV charging. Yes, it makes record investments in passenger rail, including our important Hudson Tunnel between New Jersey and New York. And please, don't tell New Jersey commuters that they're riding the Green New Deal to work every day. They just want better trains that will get there faster than they did 100 years ago. Anyone who wants to just do what we've been doing here for the last few decades is basically saying they want to let other countries like China master and market the clean energy technologies of the future. Well, I'm not going to cede our leadership. I want America to win. I want America to do big and bold and great things again. I'm going to vote for this bill. I yield back.
The gentleman's time has expired. The gentleman from Oregon reserves. The gentleman from Missouri.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At this time, I'd yield 1 minute to the gentleman from South Dakota, Mr. Johnson.
The gentleman from South Dakota is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Railroad hauls 40% of America's long-haul freight, but it makes up only 2% of our transportation-based emissions. Now, unfortunately, the INVEST Act tells freight railroads that they need to replace all of their older locomotives with newer, albeit only marginally cleaner, fossil fuel-burning locomotives. And this will be incredibly expensive, and again, only slightly cleaner. And that cost will slow industry's progress toward the development of zero-emission locomotives. There is a cleaner, there is a better, there is a less prescriptive, and there is a less expensive way to make this transition. You know, you think about slowing the deployment of those locomotives will actually hinder the majority's fight against climate change. And so with that, Mr. Speaker, I would say that this part of the INVEST Act moves in the wrong direction like so many parts of the INVEST Act, and it's one more good reason to vote no.
Gentleman's time has expired. The gentleman from Missouri reserves. The gentleman from Oregon.
May I again acquire as how much time remains on either side?
From Oregon has 4.5 minutes remaining.
How much?
4.5 minutes
Okay.
remaining, and the gentleman from Missouri has 12 minutes remaining. 12.
Well,
Gentleman from
I'll reserve
Oregon.
for the moment because the person I was going to yield a minute to isn't quite ready.
All right, so we will, gentleman reserves, the gentleman from Missouri.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At this time, I'd yield 1.5 minutes to the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Van Drew.
Gentleman from New Jersey is recognized for 1.5 minutes.
Good afternoon, Mr. Speaker. I rise in opposition to H.R. 3684 and ask unanimous consent to revise and extend my remarks. Our country's infrastructure is crumbling. Prices are surging everywhere. Yet before us is an infrastructure plan that fails to address America's needs and, in fact, will make our lives even more expensive. This bill neglects to fix the bureaucracy that makes the United States one of the most difficult places in the world to build infrastructure. The bill diminishes American energy prosperity and grows our dependence on the Chinese Communist Party's slave labor. The bill makes goods and services more expensive by overregulating American workers and American businesses. To put it simply, this bill makes it more expensive to be an American. We need truly bipartisan legislation to address the American infrastructure crisis. We should focus on traditional infrastructure by investing in roads and bridges and dams, as well as modern infrastructure of broadband internet. We should strengthen American supply chains so that the American infrastructure boom is fueled by American materials, American workers, and American businesses. These are the steps we must take to build a stronger America. And I and all of us should never stop fighting for this vision of American greatness. Thank you, and I yield back the balance of my
Gentleman's time has expired. The gentleman from Missouri reserves. The gentleman from Oregon.
Recognize a member of the committee, gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Stanton.
Gentleman from Arizona is recognized for how many? How much
1
time?
minute.
1 minute.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Chairman, thank you for your incredible leadership up to this point and moving forward as we get the Invest in America passed through this House and soon signed by the President of the United States. It is bold, it is transformative, and it is the investment we need now to compete in the 21st century economy. This bill includes long-delayed, incredibly important investments in Arizona's roads, bridges, transit, rail, and water infrastructure. Arizona will receive more than $5 billion for highways and almost $1 billion for transit. Importantly, it supports major Arizona projects, I-11, public transit in cities big and small, key investments to support local communities and improve the way we move people and goods. And it directs significant resources to our long overlooked tribal communities throughout the state. It also addresses urgent water needs in my state by increasing investments in drinking water and wastewater infrastructure. The time for action is now, and I urge my colleagues to support this historic investment in the American people and our American economy. I yield back.
The gentleman's time has expired. The gentleman from Oregon reserves. The gentleman from Missouri.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, at this time, I would yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Mississippi, Mr. Guest.
The gentleman from Mississippi is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This legislation includes more than $715 billion in wasteful spending. 1 out of every $2 would go toward Green New Deal requirements. Funding for passenger rail for Big City has been increased 8-fold in this bill, sacrificing our rural roads and bridges for costly urban projects. The electric charging station grant program in this bill would receive 4 times more funding than a rural grant program and take away funding from states that don't comply, even in states like Mississippi, which has less than 1,000 electric vehicles. This bill is bad for our economy, it's bad for our rural states, and without significant change, this bill is bad for America. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Missouri reserves. The gentleman from Oregon.
I'd like to yield 30 seconds to the gentlewoman from Texas, Sheila Jackson Lee.
Gentlewoman from Texas is recognized for 30 seconds.
This bill is so important to the nation and to Texas that I had to come and rename it Repair, Innovate, Restore, Inspire. Thank you for the INVEST Act that looks at social equity, that realizes that we cannot concrete our way to a better quality of life, that also invest in those issues of dams and bayous and roads and bridges, but at the same time recognizes the economic engine that climate change is, the economic engine that investment in workers is, and as well recognizes that we have a new day in America where transit is for everyone. Thank you to the chairman for giving us transit for America. I yield back.
The chair, I recognize the gentleman from Missouri.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, at this time, I would yield 1 minute to the gentlelady from Texas, Ms. Van Dyne.
The gentlelady from Texas is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. There are very few issues we work on that have such an impact on every single person's daily life as an infrastructure bill. It's what moves people, it's what moves goods. And that's why we need a bill that makes us globally competitive. We need a bill that builds roads and bridges. We need a bill that decreases traffic and improves people's quality of life. Doing so, by the way, would actually decrease carbon emissions, but this bill actually bans new roads by stripping states of their ability to prioritize building new roads or bridges. We need a bill that makes it more efficient to move products from place to place, and we need a bill that takes control out of the hands of bureaucrats and empowers local leaders because they know best what their community needs. Unfortunately, this bill does none of those things. What it does do is increase inflation, cost, and debt. There are 0 proposals to pay for this bill. It's not a serious attempt to legislate. It is another partisan wish list, and sadly, another missed opportunity to uplift the everyday lives of Americans. This misguided legislation is not what the American people need, and I hope calmer heads will prevail and see that a real bipartisan effort to get this important work done actually happens. I urge opposition and yield back.
Gentlewoman's time has expired. The gentleman from Missouri reserves. The gentleman from Oregon is recognized.
Recognize a gentlelady from Kansas, member of the committee, the vice chair of the committee, Sharice Davids.
For how much time? For how much time, Mr. Chairman?
1 minute.
Gentlewoman from Kansas is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in support of the Invest in America Act. This comprehensive bill builds our economy back better than before, creates good-paying jobs, and tackles climate change. In the Kansas 3rd, there's a particular highway that's been a priority since my predecessor's predecessor. It's the busiest 4-lane road in the state, experiencing increased crashes and constant congestion. Folks in our district disagree on plenty, but not this. US 69 must be addressed. I'm now the Vice Chair of Transportation and Infrastructure Committee, the first Kansan to serve on the committee in a decade. I'm proud to say this bill puts us one step closer to bringing home the federal investment necessary to reduce congestion, increase safety, and attract economic development. It also includes 2 provisions I introduced on resiliency and responsible financing, saving taxpayer money and bringing smart investments home. For the people sitting in traffic or waiting for the bus in Wyandotte County or wondering why that road floods every year no matter how many times we fix it, this cannot wait. If we fail to act, these authorizations will run out by October. I urge my colleagues to support the Invest in America Act to create jobs and propel our infrastructure into the modern era. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. The gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Can I inquire as to how much time is left?
Gentleman from Missouri has 8.5 minutes remaining. The gentleman from Oregon has 2 minutes remaining.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. At this time, I would yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Klein.
Gentleman from Virginia is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, rather than working across the aisle to advance a bipartisan highway bill, as they're attempting to do in the Senate, House Democrats have jammed a partisan bill through to the floor that puts America on a road to nowhere. This bill is nothing but a partisan wish list that prioritizes the Green New Deal agenda over the core needs of our nation's infrastructure, like roads and bridges. In fact, the bill before us would actually prevent the building of new roads, ripping away the ability of states to prioritize the needs of local communities. I was sent to Washington to ensure our government's transparent and accountable for every action it takes. Spending $1 out of every $2 to comply with Green New Deal mandates is absolutely ludicrous. I will not accept a deal that puts big cities and big government over the interests of the American taxpayers that I represent in rural America. We're willing and open to negotiate ways to rebuild our highways and infrastructure, but it must be done in a fiscally responsible manner and not through deficit spending. I urge a no vote on this misguided piece of legislation. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Oregon is recognized.
I believe I have the right to close, and I had another speaker hasn't shown up, so I'm reserving the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Oregon reserved. Gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This time I'd yield 1 minute to the gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Murphy.
Gentleman from North Carolina is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Today I rise in opposition to H.R. 3684. America infrastructure is in dire need of repair, but this is just not the way to do it. One provision lifts a long-time ban against spending federal money on art and non-functional landscaping. It is sad when tax dollars are diverted to afford art projects rather than fixing crumbling bridges, buildings, and roads. That's why I introduced House Resolution 3208, which would amend the U.S. Code to explicitly define what the term infrastructure means so we can better allocate taxpayer dollars. In my bill, the term infrastructure is defined as being specific to bridges, dams, wharfs, roads, highways, ports, buildings, public utilities, including broadband, airports, and train stations, not childcare. This messaging bill prioritizes Pelosi's party and its green agenda over the needs of this great nation. I urge my colleagues to vigorously oppose passage of this misguided bill. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Oregon
I continue to reserve.
continues to reserve. Gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. At this time, I'd yield 1.5 minutes to the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Nels.
Madam Speaker,
Texas is recognized for 1.5 minutes.
thank you so much. My amendment, which was rejected by the majority, called for cities. Think about this now. Called for cities that have defunded their police forces from receiving federal National Highway Traffic Safety Administration grants for traffic enforcement. Look at Austin, look at Seattle, look at Oakland, look at New York. Millions and millions of dollars being defunded from their local law enforcement agencies. They should not be eligible to apply for federal grant funds in the millions of dollars after they have chosen to defund their own agencies. It makes no sense. Look at Oakland and look at the other cities today. Crime is on the rise. Violence in these liberal cities are out of control. And still, these cities continue to defund their police departments. They should not be allowed to tap into federal grant monies when they have chosen to defund their police. I cannot support such hypocrisy, and I will be voting against this bill. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Missouri reserves. Gentleman from Oregon.
Continue to reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Missouri.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm prepared to close.
Gentleman from Missouri is prepared to close. Gentleman.
Yep, I was waiting for one other member of the committee. He hasn't arrived, so gentlemen, go ahead and close, and I'll close.
Gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. In closing, this bill basically lets the American people down. This is a missed opportunity for partnership, a chance to come together and pass a bill that addresses the real infrastructure needs of all of our communities, from the largest cities right down to our most rural areas. Members on the other side have said that they don't want another traditional highway bill, but we can't abandon our roads and bridges just to say we want something new. Our core infrastructure has become traditional because Americans depend on it to work and to travel and to live. And that's why every highway bill that has become law for at least the last 3 decades has done so based on bipartisanship. Democrats and Republicans sitting down together with their priorities and putting in the work to find common ground that both sides can support. We could have found common ground and achieved many of the goals while addressing Republican priorities as well. That's what the American people want us to do, and that's what the president at least said that he wanted, and that's what the Speaker actually said she wanted our committees to do. But the process that led us here didn't reflect any of those calls to unity. What's even more frustrating is that we did have a bipartisan agreement in place, at least part of it, ready to take up again, and that was the wastewater section of this bill. But the majority, again, blatantly rejected the chance to work together on another infrastructure issue that has been and should continue to be bipartisan. This bill only reflects the majority's one-size-fits-all version for what they think our infrastructure should look like. It doesn't reflect the realities of what actually addresses the needs of our communities. So today I'm going to ask my colleagues to consider this. Does this help your communities? Do you consider art to be infrastructure? Do you feel good about spending $550 billion on a highway bill that restricts communities from building highways? And most importantly, can you ignore the reality of spending more than $715 billion with no pay-fors? No pay-fors, no revenue title, just piling more debt onto our children's future and driving up inflation. For me, that answer is real simple. It's no. What's worse, progressives are not going to let this bill or any real infrastructure bill become law unless they get their $6 trillion partisan wish list. They're holding infrastructure hostage to achieve their socialist tax and spend agenda. Madam Speaker, I would urge my colleagues to oppose this bill and the majority's partisan process, and with that, I yield back.
Gentleman from Missouri yields back. The gentleman from Oregon is recognized.
I yield myself the balance of the time.
Gentleman is recognized for the balance of the time.
Well, we've heard a lot from their side that we should have worked with them. They offered an alternative. Their alternative, they've talked a lot about we're not putting money into bridges and highways. We're putting in $333 billion. They put in $310, and I'm not even sure if they included anything on safety. They had zero on rail, zero on rail, and status quo for transit. That's a 21st century transportation bill. As I mentioned earlier, we have built 35,000 lane miles in 100 largest cities. Guess what? They're running out of space. They have to tear down neighborhoods to build any more. And it's not working. Congestion is 6 times worse than it was 35 years ago. Americans waste $170 billion a year in congestion. Business wastes time in congestion. We need to solve these problems, and we have to look at new ways of solving these problems. What we've been doing since Dwight David Eisenhower was great at the time, it doesn't work in the 21st century, and they continue to deny the threat of climate change or even the existence of climate change. I tried to say, okay, you can't acknowledge climate change. Trump won't let you do that. Fossil fuel contributors won't let you do that. How about this? You acknowledge that there's a business case to be made. GM's going all electric in 35. Where are they going to charge? You got 4 companies making 80,000-pound tractor semis. Fred Smith, FedEx, going all electric in the near term. No place to charge them except at fleet headquarters. They got to be able to charge on the road. But no, we shouldn't invest in EV charging. We should just keep doing the same thing. We should keep polluting the atmosphere. Oh, but they do believe in resilience. We have to build up Louisiana and other places, Florida, to deal with sea level rise. Why is the sea level rising? We have to deal with extraordinary, unprecedented climate events. We have to deal with those in rebuilding our infrastructure. Oh, no, why is that happening? Don't worry about that. We'll do that, but we will not go to the root cause. We're doing all 3. We're rebuilding resilient. We're rebuilding America, creating jobs. We're making the country more efficient, and we're dealing with climate change. This is the 21st century. Deal with the threats of the 21st century.
Time of the gentleman has expired. Time for the Committee on Transportation Infrastructure has expired. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Pallone.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Invest in America Act marks an important first step forward, on President Biden's jobs agenda. This legislation invests in surface and water infrastructure to create jobs, revitalize the economy, and improve public health. And I appreciate all the hard work that Chairman DeFazio and the members of the Transportation and Infrastructure Committee have done to make our transportation sector greener and more equitable. And I'm proud of the important drinking water legislation and vehicle safety legislation that's included in this bill that came out of my committee, the Energy and Commerce Committee. Madam Speaker, the drinking water provisions of this bill combine two pieces of legislation: the Aqua Act of 2021, authored by Environment and Climate Change Subcommittee Chairman Tonko, and the Low-Income Water Customer Assistance Program, led by Representatives Blunt Rochester, Katko, Dingell, and Tlaib. Safe drinking water is one of our most fundamental human rights, yet right now, there are millions of Americans across the country who cannot trust that the water coming out of their taps is safe. And that's simply unacceptable. And it's why the Invest in America Act invests $117 billion to address drinking water infrastructure, safety, and affordability. The legislation increases authorizations for drinking water programs by more than $80 billion, including funding to replace lead service lines nationwide. There is no safe level of lead exposure. It comes with tremendous human health risks, and that's why we must replace the lead service lines that deliver our water and ensure every home is safe from lead contamination. The legislation also funds water resiliency programs, school drinking water safety programs, and tribal water programs. Investments in drinking water infrastructure have a proven track record of creating jobs while improving public health protections. Requirements included in this bill will ensure those jobs and those health benefits reach environmental justice communities. The bill will also improve drinking water safety by repairing the broken standard-setting process under the Safe Drinking Water Act. We all know that we need to do more to ensure the safety of our drinking water. This bill would make targeted changes and set deadlines to empower the EPA to set the protective drinking water standards that our communities need. And Madam Speaker, the bill provides assistance to low-income families so they can afford their water bills. Financial hardship should not stand between any family and basic access to water. This bill creates two water assistance programs similar to the successful Low-Income Home Energy Assistance Program, better known as LIHEAP. We also authorize funding to reduce or eliminate customer debt and prohibit water service shutoffs for 5 years for the participating water systems. And these funds will give families peace of mind that they will continue to have access to safe, clean, and affordable water. The legislation also includes auto safety reforms that mandate proven safety technologies that could save 20,000 lives per year. In 2020 alone, vehicular crashes resulted in over 42,000 deaths. The Invest in America Act includes a bold vision of safety and innovation that will save lives, boost domestic manufacturing, and strengthen our industrial base. The safety reforms will deploy existing proven technologies that can have an immediate life-saving effect, such as crash avoidance systems, drunk driving prevention technology, and systems that will put an end to children dying in hot cars. It also includes my 5 Stars for Safe Cars Act legislation modernizing the 5-star safety rating for the 21st century, providing consumers with meaningful comparative information about the safety of vehicles. Now, in addition to our water and safety provisions, Madam Speaker, there are several important amendments that will strengthen the bill even further. In particular, I urge support for an amendment from Energy Subcommittee Chairman Rush that will supercharge electric vehicle infrastructure and electric vehicle deployment. It also encourages the domestic manufacturing of electric vehicle and infrastructure components. And I also urge support for Representative Dingell's Clean Energy Technology Accelerator Amendment that incorporates her bipartisan legislation with Representative Young and provides financing for clean energy infrastructure. So, Madam Speaker, the Invest in America Act is transformative legislation that focuses our investments where they belong, revitalizing and modernizing our infrastructure, creating new good-paying jobs, and taking a critical step to fulfill President Biden's promise to build back better. I urge strong bipartisan support for this legislation, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from New Jersey reserves his time. The gentlewoman from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentlewoman is recognized for such time as she may consume.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today on H.R. 3684, Invest in America Act. I support improving America's infrastructure, but even a broad definition of infrastructure doesn't include creating a massive network of centralized planning, unreasonable regulations, and undisciplined debt. This is not how we win the future. We've shown how working together can result in positive improvements for drinking water systems. Take the America's Water Infrastructure Act of 2018, AWIA, which was a huge bipartisan win for water infrastructure. Today, while the bill before us renews several AWIA authorizations, 3684 is plagued by significant, controversial policy choices. First, it authorizes drinking water loan fund spending amounts that are triple those requested in the President's fiscal FY22 budget, $1.35 billion versus $4.4 billion. It also layers an expensive new 10-year, $45 billion public and privately owned lead service replacement program on top of two existing EPA programs. It does so even though EPA is at least 2 years away from determining where lead service lines should be replaced and the cost involved. Second, the legislation makes radical changes to EPA's regulatory authority for drinking water contaminants. It promotes stringency rather than health. It will raise costs on all customers, including low and middle income families, and punish communities with the lowest rate bases. 3684 strikes the requirement in the Safe Drinking Water Act that the cost of a regulation be in line with its health benefits. That allows communities to protect public health without overspending their finite public health resources on minimal risk. Communities must be allowed to prioritize their limited resources on their most pressing concerns. The INVEST Act also removes language permitting our lowest and smallest communities with EPA approval to use more affordable technology that protects people's health. This bill authorizes $4 billion to pay off unpaid bills from the last 15 months, even though Congress has already provided at least $1.1 billion to do this. Importantly, water systems that participate in this program are prohibited from collecting owed amounts for their customers for 5 years, regardless of income. This will cripple water systems' ability to meet expenses and plan. If that's not enough, 3684 creates a new $8 billion entitlement program at the EPA. This is EPA's first ever entitlement program. It creates barriers for smaller, poorer water systems and requires EPA to study the need for this program only after it starts handing out all this money. Without dramatic changes, I can't support this bill, and I urge opposition. I encourage all members of the House to support Republican amendments to correct the deficits, including my amendment with Ranking Member McKinley, which builds upon the 2018 bipartisan efforts and reauthorizes more than $11 billion for bipartisan drinking water programs from AWIA. I also have to address the so-called safety title that the majority dropped into this bill. In mid-April, we agreed with the Energy and Commerce Democrats to circulate a draft auto safety title with stakeholders, largely written by Democrats, that included a proposal promoting autonomous vehicles. We worked in good faith. And even when the majority backed off from a legislative hearing, our patience seems to be rewarded with a rush measure without even a markup. It's notable that this is missing in this legislation before us, the framework for autonomous vehicles. We must provide a pathway for America to beat China and lead in the testing and the deployment of AVs. This deficiency is a gift to the trial lawyers who make money off of unsafe roads. It rewards the Teamsters, who completely misunderstood that our jurisdiction only includes passenger vehicles, not trucking. And their opposition hurts their brothers and sisters in labor who want to make these vehicles. Sadly, this failure will hurt vulnerable communities. AV legislation, autonomous vehicles, self-driving cars would deliver a whole new form of mobility for seniors and people with disabilities. Our economy and national security is also compromised here as well. Inaction cedes the leadership of driverless cars to China, just like we did for communication equipment companies. It's not acceptable. We can do better. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Washington reserves the balance of her time. Gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield 2 minutes now to the gentleman from California, Mr. McNerney, member of our committee, and always looking to make everything green.
Gentleman from California is recognized for 2 minutes.
I thank the chairman. Madam Speaker, I rise today in support of H.R. 3684, the Invest in America, and in support of my amendment for this legislation. Water main breaks are one of the most visible signs of our deteriorating infrastructure. Some of our nation's water pipes date back to the 19th century, and many are reaching the end of their design lifetime. Reports have found that a 27% increase in water main breaks between 2012 and 2018. That's 6 years, 27% increase, equating to a break every 2 minutes nationwide. Despite vast economic implications, most water main breaks don't even make the local news, and consistent data about them is not regularly collected. As California faces the worst drought in decades, we do not have the luxury of remaining in the dark about our most valuable resource. Under my amendment, data on water main breaks will be compiled in a publicly accessible database that will offer great opportunities for analysis and insights into this nationwide problem. Increasing the consistent reporting of breaks will shine a new light on the magnitude of this water infrastructure challenge and help us track the pace of improvements as we make needed repairs and replacements. The knowledge to be drawn from this new database will help all our drinking water utilities become more resilient in facing the challenges of climate change. Furthermore, the work done by my colleagues and me in the Energy and Commerce Committee will ensure critical drinking and wastewater infrastructure improvements that communities across the nation desperately need. These provisions not only improve the water we drink and keep pollution out of our rivers and lakes, they will also create good-paying jobs and tackle the climate crisis head-on. Lastly, this legislation recognizes that working directly with our communities is the best way to identify the unique infrastructure needs of our specific districts. As a result, my district is set to receive much-needed funding for 6 separate infrastructure projects spanning road, rail, and public transportation infrastructure. I urge my colleagues to support it, and I yield back.
Gentleman's time has expired. For what purposes is the gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield 1.5 minutes to the Ranking Member of Communications and Technology, Representative Latta from Ohio.
Gentleman from Ohio is recognized for 1.5 minutes.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I thank the gentleman for yielding. Madam Speaker, I rise today to voice my disappointment and opposition to the INVEST Act and the amendment process. The majority has missed the mark with this so-called infrastructure bill that doesn't even allow states to build new roads or bridges. How are my constituents from rural Van Wert County going to get to school, work, doctor's appointments, or the grocery store without roads to drive on? Rural America is not considered in this bill, and it does not increase safety on our roads. I filed my legislation, the Self-Drive Act, as an amendment to create a federal safety framework for autonomous vehicles, but it was not made in order. My amendment would have supported the safe testing and deployment of self-driving cars. This technology will save lives on our roads, improve mobility for seniors and individuals with disabilities, and keep innovation and jobs in America. Ironically enough, an amendment expressing the sense of the House to develop this type of federal framework was made in order. Yet, this bipartisan solution, the actual framework to improve roadway safety, will not be considered on the floor today. I am disappointed this House is not prioritizing safety and American leadership by supporting self-driving vehicles. I remain at the table to work with members on both sides of the aisle to enact legislation establishing a national AV framework. Madam Speaker, I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back the balance of his time. The gentleman from Pennsylvania reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Madam Speaker, may I inquire about the time remaining on each side?
The gentleman from Pennsylvania has 8.5 minutes remaining. The gentleman from New Jersey has 8.5 minutes remaining.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield now 2 minutes to the author of the AQUA Act, which is the infrastructure piece of the water bill, the chairman of the Environment and Climate Change Subcommittee, Mr. Tonko.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the chair for yielding.
10 minutes recognized.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Every life and every job depend on safe drinking water. Unfortunately, our water systems have been underfunded for decades, and EPA has been unable to finalize new national standards since 1996. Division I will enhance our drinking water infrastructure, its quality, and its affordability. This bill includes the investments and the policy reforms that will make the Safe Drinking Water Act actually live up to its name. It significantly increases funding for the State Revolving Fund. It funds lead line removals to the full extent, and it addresses PFAS contaminations, which are an endangerment to public health. This is a down payment on critical public health infrastructure that must be part of our infrastructure investments moving forward. We know our water systems need these dollars, and our constituents deserve to have safe, reliable, and affordable water, free from lead, free from PFAS and other dangerous contaminants. We need to be stronger partners with those at the local levels of government. So I encourage support of this measure. I want to thank Rick Kessler, Jacqueline Cohen, Anthony Gutierrez, Rebecca Tomilchik from the committee staff, and last but not least, Brendan Larkin, for their long hours put into this effort and their diligence as it relates to this division. I urge members to support this bill, and with that, Chair, I yield back.
The gentleman from New Jersey reserves. The gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 1.5 minutes to my friend and colleague from Florida, Representative Bilirakis.
The gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I want to thank my friend from Pennsylvania, great member of the Energy and Commerce Committee. I want to express my disappointment with the inclusion of a partisan auto safety title in this legislation before us today. I hope the Senate is listening and sees that this does not represent a consensus, since this product completely bypassed the Energy and Commerce Committee. We even agreed in April to circulate a draft safety title to stakeholders with our majority counterparts. Drafts, I would add, that were largely written by them. But sadly, they walked away from their own proposals, completely ignoring minority and stakeholder concerns, and bypassed regular order altogether. One could only surmise that the directive came straight from the majority leadership. And for what? To snatch defeat from the jaws of a bipartisan victory? The National Federation of the Blind even supported an amendment I drafted with their input to increase transportation access and benefits for Americans with disabilities. The Rules Committee voted not to make it in order. It's truly puzzling that a vote for this previously bipartisan initiative would fall victim to such partisan politics. I urge a no vote on this legislation. We need to get back to the table, Mr. Speaker, and deliver for those that are left behind by this partisan bill. And I yield back. Thank you.
Gentleman from Pennsylvania reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Oregon, Mr. Schrader.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I strongly support the energy and commerce provisions in the Invest in America Act. I'd like to speak briefly about the surface transportation side. Amendment I have in there adds a goal to the Highway Bridge Replacement Rehabilitation Program that these investments increase the resiliency of bridges, including the ability to withstand disruptions from a seismic event. Pacific Northwest is due for a major seismic event, and our communities need to be able to take the necessary steps to ensure our infrastructure can withstand these disasters. This amendment will make that a possibility and ensure the projects focusing on seismic resiliency are prioritized by the U.S. Department of Transportation when they submit applications. My district, Interstate 205, is set for a massive retrofitting to improve the vital passenger and freight corridor and mitigate the awful congestion many of our communities currently face. One of the key components of this project is to retrofit the Abernathy Bridge, make it seismically resilient. This bridge is a critical span over the Willamette River and will be essential in the event of a major disaster to coordinate first responders and supplies to affected Oregonians. Proud to offer the amendment. I'll yield back my time.
Gentleman from New Jersey reserves. The gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to yield 1 minute and 1/2 to Representative Duncan from South Carolina.
The gentleman from South Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, this bill is riddled with problems. But one example I want to focus on right now is the Low-Income Water Customer Assistance Program. I have an amendment that would rein in some of this program's outlandish spending and take a more targeted approach at water assistance. Let me be very clear. I'm not saying that there's not a need for a program such as this, and I'm not saying that some people wouldn't benefit from it. All I'm saying is that we should figure out the best way to attack the problem before authorizing $8 billion to fund it. Funding the program prior to a study is backwards. The logical first step is to determine the scope of the problem rather than just throwing money at it, and my amendment would do just that. I would argue that the Democrats even recognize the need for a study. They included it in the bill. I'm just arguing it should be done before the implementation of a permanent entitlement at the EPA, the very first of its kind when the EPA said they didn't have logistics or the ability to run the program. This is irresponsible government, and it will come at the cost for the taxpayers, and I urge my colleagues to consider this and vote no on the underlying bill. And with that, I yield back.
Gentleman from Pennsylvania reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 2 minutes now to the gentlewoman from Michigan, Ms. Tlaib, who has been so helpful in putting together the infrastructure and the assistance program of this bill.
The gentlelady from Michigan is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. During my time in Congress, I've made it my mission to put into policy what we all should know to be true, that safe, clean water is a human right, that water is life. This bill includes critical water provisions that will provide a clean, affordable drinking water. Over 60 schools in one of my cities alone has garbage bags over their drinking fountains. So we must invest in lead pipe and school drinking fountain replacement so that no child has to drink poisoned water. This bill gets us closer to that. We invest in water debt relief and low-income assistance so that nobody has to suffer the indignity of having their water shut off and having to rely on bottled water or collecting rainwater. A couple in my district, Mr. Speaker, had to melt snow just to flush their toilets. Millions of Americans have experienced inhumane water shutoffs, but this bill declares that nobody, especially our poor neighbors, should live without water in our country. We will stop water shutoffs, and my amendment helps families to make it clear that everyone receiving assistance must be reconnected and stays connected. And again, we're getting closer to the root causes of shutoffs because in this bill, we include reporting and data collection that is so critical and important to understanding why water is becoming unaffordable and inaccessible. And again, it is important at all levels of government that we continue to work together in truly making water a human right. With that, I yield.
The gentleman from New Jersey reserves. The gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 1.5 minutes to my colleague, a member of Energy and Commerce, Representative Lesko from Arizona.
The gentlelady from Arizona is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in opposition to this bill. This bill should be focused on proposals that make the United States more competitive in the global economy and update our nation's infrastructure, but instead it's filled with detrimental mandates. Despite the fact that rail offers one of the most environmentally efficient ways to transport goods, this bill includes regulations that undermine the railroad industry's ability to offer competitive services. The bill effectively prohibits movement of liquefied natural gas by rail despite extensive research into the safety of this method by the Department of Transportation. This legislation also would allow the EPA to enact burdensome regulations on drinking water utilities, driving up costs for low-income consumers. Under these new regulations, drinking water utilities that serve smaller, lower-income communities cannot receive direct funding from the EPA. This harms low-income consumers and those on fixed incomes. They will have to jump through burdensome hoops and will face increased costs many of them cannot afford. In drafting this bill, Democrats have pushed aside common sense solutions to push their radical, partisan agenda. I urge my colleagues to oppose this bill, and I yield back.
The gentleman from Pennsylvania reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 1 minute now to Congressman Garcia.
The gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Chairman Pallone. I want to commend both Chairman Pallone and Chairman DeFazio for their excellent work on moving forward the INVEST Act and clean water work as well. I fought hard to advance equitable transit-oriented development, create a national frontline transit workforce development center, and ensure that our transportation system is focused on providing access to jobs and services for those who need it. As we move forward toward a reconciliation package, I will keep fighting for robust investments to reduce carbon emissions and air pollution from transportation, expand mass transit and biking and walking options, and electrify every public transit bus, school bus, and commuter railroad in this country. Mr. Speaker, we cannot wait anymore for bold action. The climate crisis certainly won't wait. I yield back.
The gentleman from New Jersey reserves. The gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'm prepared to close, and I reserve my time.
Yeah, the gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, can I ask again how much time remains on each side?
The gentleman from New Jersey has 3.5 minutes. The gentleman from Pennsylvania has 4.5 minutes.
And then I will yield 2 minutes now to the gentlewoman from Illinois, who is the chair of our Consumer Protection Committee and is the author of many of the auto safety provisions of this bill, Ms. Schakowsky.
The gentlelady from Illinois is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank Chairman Pallone for getting a transformative auto safety package into the into the Invest in America Act. This will save tens of thousands of lives if we can get this passed, and I hope that we will see that happen. We had a press conference this morning where we had people who have suffered such great harm. We heard the story of a limousine with 18 people, 6 from one family, that went up in flames because of a drunk driver. We heard from a woman whose child died in a hot car, and we have the Hot Car Act that would make sure that there's a warning that there's a child in the back seat, because 1,000 children, babies and toddlers, have died since 1990 in hot cars. I mean, this was a press conference with tears and anguish for preventable things, and I'm so grateful that this is in the legislation. I also just want to say that the city of Chicago has the most lead water lines with lead, thank you, with lead inside of them. And this legislation will deal with water safety. And this is so important because the lead poisoning does not go away. Children are affected for life because of that. And so the bills that I'm talking about are lifesavers as part of this whole package of the Invest in America Act. I also want to thank Representative Peter DeFazio for his great work in putting this together, and I yield back.
The gentleman from New Jersey reserves. The gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to oppose H.R. 3684 as a whole, and in particular, the Aqua Act. This is yet another partisan attempt at unnecessary and costly legislation. These rush-to-spend bills are bad for rural America. They're bad for my constituents. Every member in this Congress wants safe and clean drinking water for their communities and for their constituents. This is why we have already spent over $1 billion in the last 6 months on drinking water and on wastewater assistance. The additional tens of billions of dollars that this legislation will spend, it is wasteful and it is gratuitous. Under this proposal, the EPA will be tasked for the first time with administering a welfare program, which will be worth $8 billion. Worse yet, these bills restrict the rights of local and municipal authorities to best meet their customers' needs. In this legislation, local water utilities are prevented from taking action to collect overdue payments for up to 5 years, regardless of the income level of the offenders. It would rescind flexibility for modest communities to have variances for their small water systems. Furthermore, it would repeal provisions in the Safe Drinking Water Act that prohibit burdensome regulation where costs exceed benefits. Unfortunately, this legislation yet again demonstrates the Democrats' fixation on urban centers while leaving rural Americans behind. For all of these reasons, I strongly urge my colleagues to join me in voting no. I yield back.
Gentleman from Pennsylvania yields. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, I respect my colleague from Pennsylvania, but I have to say I totally disagree that this legislation is not necessary. We know that America's drinking water infrastructure is failing. Anyone who experienced what happened in Flint, Michigan, or in my own state, in Newark, we know that there are all these lead pipes out there that need to be replaced. And Congress has to take bold action to deliver crucial drinking water improvements that communities all around the nation desperately need. I heard what my colleague, Congresswoman Tlaib, said, that safe drinking water is a fundamental human right, and that is true. These bills include significant and meaningful investments and reform that will ensure that every household has safe, reliable, and affordable drinking water. And I want to say, if I could take to mention what Congresswoman Tlaib began in the Michigan delegation, they really brought home to us, practically speaking, what needs to be done here, both with the infrastructure improvements for drinking water, as well as for the assistance for households and those with debt. So this is a very important bill. I urge bipartisan support, and I yield back, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman yields back. All time for debate has expired. Each further amendment printed in House Report 117-75, not earlier considered as part of amendments en bloc pursuant to House Resolution 508, shall be considered only in the order printed in the report, may be offered only by a member designated in the report, shall be considered as read, shall be debatable for the time specified in the report, equally divided and controlled by the proponent and an opponent, may be withdrawn by the proponent at any time before the question is put thereon, shall not be subject to amendment, and shall not be subject to a demand for division of the question. It shall be in order at any time for the chair of the Committee on Transportation and Infrastructure or his designee to offer amendments en bloc consisting of further amendments printed in House Report 117-75, not earlier disposed of. Amendments en bloc shall be considered as read, shall be debatable for 20 minutes, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Transportation and Infrastructure or the respective designees, shall not be subject to amendment and shall not be subject to a demand for division of the question. For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to House Resolution 508, I rise to offer amendments en bloc number 1.
The clerk will designate the amendments en bloc.
On block number 1, consisting of amendments numbered 1, 2, 3, 4, 25, 32, 50, 51, 53, 55, 56, 57, 58, 59, 60, 64, 66, 68, 69, 71, 72, 73, 75, 83, 84, 87, 88, 90, 91, 93, 95, 96, 97, 99, 101, 102, 103, 105, 106, 109, 110, and 111, printed in House Report number 117-75, offered by Mr. Lamb of Pennsylvania.
Pursuant to House Resolution 508, the gentleman From Pennsylvania, Mr. Lamb, and the gentleman from Louisiana, Mr. Graves, each will control 10 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Pennsylvania.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in strong support of this en bloc amendment, which provides for the consideration of 42 amendments. The amendments contained in this en bloc touch upon various policy areas in the base bill. The surface transportation amendments include increasing funding for the National Scenic Byways Program, creating a climate-safe infrastructure working group to prepare transportation infrastructure for the effects of climate change, requiring a GAO report to Congress on access to non-emergency medical transportation for disadvantaged populations, requiring the Secretary of Transportation to submit a report to Congress on the Disadvantaged Business Enterprise Program, and ensuring underserved communities are considered in the expansion of electric vehicle charging infrastructure. These are just some of the highlights of the amendments included, and I thank my colleagues for offering such thoughtful amendments to improve the surface transportation portions of the Invest in America Act, and I urge adoption of the amendment. Mr. Speaker, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Pennsylvania reserves. The gentleman from Louisiana is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I actually want to repeat what the gentleman from Pennsylvania just said. This block of amendments consists of 42 amendments. 42 amendments. So all the Americans that are at home right now, your member of Congress that you elected to come up here to debate, to influence, to fix the crisis we have in transportation and traffic right now, you get the choice to either support or oppose 42 different amendments, some of which may be good, some of which may be awful. This is what democracy looks like right now under this Democrat majority, where the individual members of Congress aren't even allowed to effectively represent their constituents. This bill, and including this amendment, simply adds more money to a bad system. Think the average American, Mr. Speaker, all they need to do is think about that road project, that traffic jam they have in their community. This bill, all it does is puts more money in that very system that resulted in those problems in their community. It doesn't fix it. In fact, it even diverts money from what should be infrastructure into things that have absolutely nothing to do with infrastructure, which, just to give an example, that includes art. Art. That's where your transportation dollars are going, art infrastructure. Mr. Speaker, this amendment is so fundamentally flawed. This process is so fundamentally flawed. I urge rejection of this entire block in reserve.
The gentleman from Louisiana reserves. The gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I wish to yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Rhode Island, Mr. Langevin.
The gentleman from Rhode Island is recognized.
I thank the gentleman for yielding, and I'm proud to rise in support of the INVEST Act, which will help rebuild America's infrastructure. Mr. Speaker, I especially rise today in strong support of my amendment and other disability provisions in the Invest in America Act. It's been more than 3 decades since the ADA became law, yet people with disabilities still face substantial barriers to accessible transportation. The Invest in America Act includes provisions from the Disability Access to Transportation Act, a bill that I authored to break down barriers in transportation to people with disabilities. These provisions, among other things, include establishing a one-stop paratransit pilot program so that riders can schedule an intermediate stop during their trips, could also reauthorize and increasing funding for Section 5310 mobility grants, and streamlining the reporting process for accessibility complaints. The bill will also require the Department of Transportation to adopt the U.S. Access Board's proposed public rights-of-way accessibility guidelines as enforceable standards, and my amendment will require the Department of Justice to follow suit. Mr. Speaker, this amendment and the Invest in America Act will help make our nation more accessible for Americans with disabilities. I urge my colleagues to vote yes on this amendment, and I thank the chairman for his leadership on this outstanding bill. I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Pennsylvania reserves. The gentleman from Louisiana is recognized.
Sir.
The gentleman from Louisiana reserves. The gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I wish to yield 1 minute to the gentleman from New York, Mr. Jones.
The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, people in suburban communities benefit from convenient, reliable public transportation to urban areas. It allows them to move to more affordable neighborhoods while maintaining access to the economic opportunities in the city. This is evident in part of my district, where a one-seat ride on the east side of the Hudson River in New York makes it easy to get off the roads and commute by train between Westchester County and New York City. Unfortunately, Rockland County, on the west side of the Hudson, lacks direct rail service to the city, making the commute deeply inconvenient and the area a more challenging place to live. My amendment would commission a study on the economic benefits of one-seat ride commuter rail service between urban and suburban communities. This study would help federal, state, and local governments plan for expansion of direct rail service to communities like Rockland County and identify areas where improvements are not only feasible, but necessary. I urge support for my amendment because communities like Rockland deserve convenient, reliable public transportation to urban areas like New York City, and I yield back.
The gentleman from Pennsylvania reserves. The gentleman from Louisiana is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, we've heard people talk about how this bill is going to help address climate change. And we've heard people try and suggest that our side doesn't care about it. The facts actually paint a very different story. My friends on the other side of the aisle came in and tried very hard to force legislation that would mandate reductions in emissions in the power sector, that was going to significantly drive up energy costs. And you know what happened? Thankfully, Congress didn't enact it. But you know what actually happened is by letting innovators innovate, by Congress not coming in and forcing regulatory mandates and forcing and choosing different types of energy technologies, the United States has reduced emissions more than the next 12 emissions-reducing countries combined. Is it because of Congress's actions? No. It's because Americans are innovative, and Americans innovated their way out of this. We have been leading the world. What this legislation does is it goes back, and it fails to learn from the lessons of the past. It tries to force technologies. Right now, electric vehicle sales represent 2% of sales. 2%. Consumers don't want them. In my home state, we drive pickup trucks, and we put our boats behind it. But don't worry, because according to Car and Driver, you're going to get to pull your boat 100 miles, 100 miles. And then you get to stop at a charging station paid for by this bill, and you'll then get to sit there for 45 minutes, potentially get your truck up to 80%, and you can maybe then drive another, 70 miles or so. It's going to be great. This is crazy. This is absolutely crazy. Americans need traffic solutions. We need traffic solutions. We had 325 amendments submitted to this bill to try and improve it. 325. 149 of those. 149 were accepted, and 105 of those were Democrat amendments, not even giving Republican constituents across America the opportunity to be able to be represented. Mr. Speaker, I urge, again, rejection of this partisan failed process that for the first time in decades has failed to yield a bipartisan bill. Yield back. Reserve my time.
The gentleman from Louisiana reserves. The gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and would just note for my colleagues' edification the strong role that the federal government and national lab system played in the very energy innovation that he was mentioning in his remarks. It was not done by the private sector alone. And with that, I yield 1 minute, Mr. Speaker, to the gentleman from New York, Mr. Torres.
The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise up to speak in favor of my amendment to the INVEST Act, which clarifies that the capping of highways with deck parks shall qualify for funding under the Reconnecting Neighborhoods program. The South Bronx is the most densely populated congressional district with the highest concentration of diesel truck traffic. In Hunts Point alone, there are 15,000 trucks traveling every day from and to the Hunts Point Terminal Market. Children living near the Cross Bronx Expressway are, through no faults of their own, breathing in air pollutants that cause respiratory disease. The sheer prevalence of asthma in the South Bronx is no accident. It is a consequence of the Cross Bronx Expressway, which stands both literally and metaphorically as a structure of racism. My amendment to the Investment Act would lay the groundwork for capping the Cross Bronx Expressway in the hopes of preventing diesel truck traffic from polluting the air we breathe in the Bronx. There is no policy or project that would do more to fundamentally improve the air quality and life expectancy of the South Bronx than the long overdue transformation of the Cross Bronx Expressway. I yield back.
Gentleman from Pennsylvania reserves. The gentleman from Louisiana is recognized.
Reserve.
The gentleman from Louisiana reserves. The gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wish to yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Massachusetts, Mr. Auchincloss.
The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Mr. Chair, I rise today in support of my amendment to the Invest in America Act to ensure the future of transportation is convenient, affordable, and sustainable. My amendment would help local governments sustainably fund innovative public transportation options, including on-demand transit. These new transit services will be required to follow FTA rules and to protect the labor force that makes public transit possible. Expanding mobility as a service, like bike share, scooters, and ride share, will bring in new transit ridership, meaning less traffic and pollution and more walkable, vibrant downtowns. I am grateful for Chairman DeFazio's leadership on this transformational bill and the diligent work of his staff, and I urge my colleagues to support my amendment and the underlying bill. I yield back.
The gentleman from Pennsylvania reserves. The gentleman from Louisiana is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I heard my friends talk about how it has been innovation that has led us to emissions reductions. I find it fascinating and certainly look forward to that discussion. But Mr. Chairman, right now, just a few months ago, the United States was entirely energy independent. We produced all of the resources that we needed to power our economy, to power our transportation sector. And what this bill does is it begins forcing everything, manipulating markets in a direction that doesn't work. Don't take my word for it. Let me give you examples about the state of California that's tried to do the very thing that this bill does. The state of California currently has electricity prices that are twice those of my home state. I ask the American citizens, Mr. Speaker, which American is asking to have their electricity bills doubled? And by the way, when you increase demand for electricity, the price goes up even higher. When you try and electrify the entire vehicle fleet, then prices go up. You think they've got a plan for this? There's a study in this very amendment that tries to study how you're going to incorporate vehicles into the energy and transportation sector. They don't even know how they're going to do it, yet charging ahead boldly under this amendment, under this en bloc amendment. Another great one in here. During the committee process on this, I offered an amendment, Mr. Speaker, to establish national centers of resilience. I got a commitment from the chairman saying, yes, we're going to work with you on this. Didn't work with us, but all of a sudden, when we file our amendment, that one is discarded. One pops up with a Democrat member with our idea, and it's now going to be in this en bloc for consideration. This whole process, it just doesn't reflect democracy. And I can't say it enough, Mr. Speaker. Decades and decades of bipartisan support, strong support, representing leadership on how you negotiate legislation and bringing traffic solutions and transportation solutions to America. In this case, there's no bipartisan support. This is a failed effort that fails to address the needs of the American public, diverts funds that need to go to traffic solutions to things that, quite frankly, are going to play into China's hands and cause the loss of jobs. We need to be exporting American innovation, not exporting jobs to China as this bill does. I reserve.
The gentleman from Louisiana reserves. The gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, may I inquire as to how much time is remaining?
The gentleman from Pennsylvania has 5 minutes. The gentleman from Louisiana has 3.5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I wish to yield 1 minute to the gentlelady from Wisconsin, Ms. Moore.
The gentlelady from Wisconsin is recognized.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the chairman for their leadership, vision, and work on this bill. It must be our priority to ensure needed infrastructure investments promote equity to help address the myriad of environmental injustices experienced by minority, tribal, and low-income communities. For this reason, I was happy to join forces with the kind gentleman from Colorado, Mr. Crow, to offer an amendment which ensures underserved and disadvantaged communities are not left behind as we make the electric vehicle transmission. I also want to thank Chairman DeFazio for the strong equity-focused investments in this package, such as the new reduced fare for the Low-Income Riders Demonstration Grant Program and changes to the transit formula to require transit agencies to better serve transit-dependent populations. I'm pleased that my amendment to this package, which would increase the funding set aside for low and moderate income communities under the Zero Emissions Bus Grant Program, is included. And finally, providing equitable access to electrical charging infrastructure and substantial public transit funding helps build equity into our nation's transportation options and will help address the climate hazards that must remain a priority for this administration and Congress. With that, I urge the body to support this bill, and I yield back.
The gentleman from Pennsylvania reserves. The gentleman from Louisiana is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Speaker, I'm going to reserve my time to close.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I wish to yield 1 minute to the gentlelady from New York, Representative Ocasio-Cortez.
Thank you so much.
Gentlelady from New York is recognized.
Thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to offer 6 amendments to the Invest in America Act. It is imperative that any infrastructure bill that we work on and pass by Congress helps to achieve 2 goals. 1, address the history of injustice and displacement that traditional and historic infrastructure investment has imposed on communities of color and working people, like the construction of the Cross Bronx Expressway. And the second is to prepare for and create good, dignified jobs, good, dignified union jobs in building the infrastructure that helps mitigate climate change. One amendment that I am offering today would double the funding to replace lead water infrastructure in schools. In the richest country in the world, no child should be poisoned by their classroom water fountain. Yet that is exactly the case for millions of American school children. And in New York City alone, at least 400 schools, many in the Bronx, contained faucets with elevated lead levels as recently as 2019. I'm also offering an amendment today with Representative Moulton to increase rail funding by 20%. And I urge support and passage for these amendments. Thank you.
Gentleman from Pennsylvania reserves. The gentleman from Louisiana is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'm reserving my time to close.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wish to yield 1 minute to the gentleman from California, Mr. McNerney.
Gentleman from California is recognized.
I thank the chair, and I thank the Mr. Speaker. I rise today in support of my amendment to H.R. 3684, the Invest in America Act. Among other things, this legislation aims to increase both the awareness of career opportunities in the transportation sector and to build a more diverse workforce in this field. My amendment would add a veteran's status as a factor to be considered under diversity. As of 2017, women represented 16% of the overall active duty force, with 43% of active duty military identified as Black, Hispanic, Asian, or other racial or ethnic group. Our increasingly diverse military is not only an asset to our nation's security, but when these service members return to civilian life, they are often an untapped pool of potential. We have a duty to protect and serve those who have done so for us. A key part of that is helping our veterans find gainful employment once their service is ended, which is what my amendment would seek to do. I urge my colleagues to support this, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Louisiana is recognized.
Reserve.
Continues to reserve. Gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I wish to yield 1 minute to the gentlelady from Texas, Ms. Fletcher.
The gentlelady from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise today to offer an amendment to the Invest in America Act to provide local transit agencies the flexibility to develop large-scale transit improvement plans. As Congress discusses legislation to reimagine and rebuild our country's infrastructure and transit systems, the amendment I'm offering today provides additional flexibility as transit agencies group transit improvement projects together and allow more than one project to be developed and financed at a time. Specifically, if an agency pays more than the required 20% of local funds to pay for federally qualified project, the extra funds they used on that project will be counted as a credit on another project. This will ensure that local agencies are able to maximize both the federal and local funds available to them to deliver large-scale regional transit improvements. As we reimagine and rebuild our country's infrastructure, this is precisely the type of federal-local partnership that will deliver the highest value for our investment as we work to build for our future. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I yield back.
Does the gentleman from Louisiana continue to reserve?
Yes, sir.
The gentleman from Louisiana reserves. The gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Prepared to close whenever the gentleman from Louisiana is prepared to close and reserve.
The gentleman from Louisiana.
Madam Speaker, I'm prepared to close, but being in opposition, we reserve the right to close.
The gentleman has the right to close.
The gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
The gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
No problem. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Just kind of wrapping up everyone's comments today, Madam Speaker, I think that this bill is a significant down payment on the future that we are all working toward. The reality of American history is that the government often works together with businesses to stimulate investments and speed up new markets. That is what we're trying to do in this bill, and that has been true in natural gas, it's been true in public transportation, it's true in electric vehicles, and that's what this bill is about. We're very proud to offer all of these amendments. Thank my colleagues, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Louisiana is recognized.
Recognizing that we have the right to close, Madam Speaker, we continue reserving.
The gentleman from Louisiana does have the right to close.
The gentleman from Louisiana does have the right to close.
The gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
The gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Louisiana is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I'd actually like to start. The gentleman from Pennsylvania made a statement about how our national labs innovated us into this emission reduction leadership role we played in the United States. So I'd like to yield 30 seconds to the gentleman from Pennsylvania to explain to us about those innovations and how that contributed to emissions reduction.
Thank you. I'll try to do it in 30 seconds. The bulk of our emissions reduction, Madam Speaker, have come from the transition from coal to natural gas. Most of the critical science that is behind the shale revolution was developed within the national lab system, particularly at the National Energy Technology Laboratory, proudly located in Western Pennsylvania. Of course, private sector innovation played a huge role, but there were many key scientific advances that would not have been possible without federal investment paid for by this very Congress. And that is how we are responsible for many of the emissions reductions that have taken place and that will continue to take place in the future. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield back to the gentleman.
Pennsylvania yields.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I couldn't have asked the gentleman to make my point any more than he just did. This bill attempts to force or manipulate markets in a direction that's simply not consistent with the resources, the workforce of America. The gentleman is exactly right. He is exactly right. It is our natural gas revolution that has resulted in the United States leading the world in reducing emissions. It's not as a result of someone coming in and forcing people to drive electric vehicles. It's not a result of forcing people to put solar panels on their homes. That's not it. It is the transition to natural gas. And as a matter of fact, the natural gas from the gentleman's home state, according to the National Energy Technology Lab, in the gentleman's home state, has a 42 to 47% lower emissions profile than Russian gas, which is effectively what this bill forces to happen, is more dependence on Russian gas. A year ago, we imported 0 barrels of Russian oil, 0 into the United States. This month, we're on a trajectory to import 7 million barrels. 7 million barrels of oil from Vladimir Putin. Thanks. This is crazy. This bill just continues building, and I really don't understand, Madam Speaker, what the gentleman's going to tell his own constituents when they're no longer employed. Folks say, hey, Don't you worry. We're going to get new clean energy jobs. Madam Speaker, what's happened every single time we've developed new technology that wasn't tied back to America's resources? China steals the property, they steal the intellectual property, they steal the inventions, and sell it back to us at a cheaper price. By the way, at the same time causing greater environmental consequences using child and slave labor. Madam Speaker, what I urge, let's apply cancel culture to the countries that my friends across the aisle are actually promoting right now, to China and Russia. Let me say this again. This bill attempts to take California's model and apply it nationally. Double the electricity prices in my home state. Guess which state has the 8th worst emissions growth in America? Is it the state carrying all this out? No, it's California. Guess which state's the most dependent state of foreign energy? The most dependent state on foreign energy. It's California. I can't say it enough. We need to be exporting our innovation, not exporting our jobs. This is a flawed bill. It's an entirely flawed strategy that is being forced on American citizens under this legislation. People have the option right now to buy, they have the option right now to buy electric vehicles. And they're not doing it. It's 0.6% of the vehicles today. I urge rejection of this amendment and yield back.
Pursuant to the House Resolution 504, the previous question is ordered on the amendments en bloc offered by the gentleman from Pennsylvania. The question is on the amendments en bloc. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it.
Madam Speaker.
Gentleman from Louisiana.
Request the yeas and nays.
Pursuant to Section 3S of the House Resolution 8, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question are postponed. This goes back to use it. Are you using this again? Purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, pursuant to House Resolution 508, I rise to offer amendments on block number 2.
The clerk will designate the amendments en bloc.
On block number 2, consisting of amendments numbered 5, 9, 15, 31, 34, 43, 52, 61, 62, 63, 65, 74, 76, 86, 94, 100, 112, 114, 119, 121, and 143, printed in House Report number 117-75, offered by Mr. Lamb of Pennsylvania.
Pursuant to House Resolution 508, the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Lamb, and the gentleman from Louisiana, Mr. Graves, each will control 10 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Pennsylvania.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized for such time as he may consume.
Madam Speaker, I rise in support of this en bloc amendment, which provides for the consideration of 21 amendments sponsored by members on both sides of the aisle. The amendments contained in this en bloc amend various divisions of the bill. These amendments include granting the Secretary of Transportation the authority to reset interest rates on certain existing TIFIA loans for borrowers impacted by COVID-19, banning the interstate and international transportation of horses bound to be slaughtered for human consumption, allowing states to use their National Highway Traffic Safety Administration grants to educate the public on the safe and proper use of passenger vehicle trailers, establishing a new grant program for culvert restoration projects that improve or restore passage for, wait for it, anadromous fish, ensuring that federal funds administered through the TIFIA program are protected by adequate payment and performance security requirements, increasing the Tribal Transportation Program Safety Set-Aside, codifying the Rural Opportunities to Use Transportation for Economic Success Initiative, a DOT program to help rural communities and Indian tribes, authorizing a competitive grant program for states and localities to educate the public on the dangers of drugged driving, directing the Comptroller General to study threats facing the U.S. transportation system from ransomware and other cybersecurity threats, reauthorizing certain national heritage areas set to expire at the end of fiscal year 2021, establishing the Western Riverside County National Wildlife Refuge, establishing clear Clean Water Act permit limits for the discharge of PFAS chemicals, and prohibiting industrial dischargers from secretly using our network of sewers as dumping grounds for these harmful and persistent chemicals. I look forward to hearing further discussion of these amendments from the various sponsors. I thank my colleagues on both sides of the aisle for offering these amendments to improve the Invest in America Act, and I urge adoption of the amendment and reserve the balance of my time, Madam Speaker.
The gentleman from Pennsylvania reserves the balance of his time. The gentleman from Louisiana is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, traditionally what would happen in an amendment grouping like this is that Republicans and Democrats would sit down and decide which group of amendments everybody agrees on. There are actually some really good amendments that are included in this en bloc, some of them of which address some fundamental problems in our transportation system. For example, there's an amendment in here by Congresswoman Mace. And what that amendment does is, after much research, the Department of Transportation couldn't even tell us how much money is being invested in roads and bridges. Couldn't even answer the question. The Congressional Research Service couldn't. Government Accountability Office couldn't. We tried for months to get an answer. So this commissions a study to look at that, to give us feedback, to understand where the dollars are going, just to help us, I think, inform us on how to do a better job governing. There's an amendment in here that I want to say thanks for to my friends across the aisle that has to do with the resilience of materials of roads. And again, they're good amendments, but Madam Speaker, this is how the process is supposed to work. We're supposed to sit down and try and come to common ground and decide which amendments make sense and we all agree on, and help to expedite this entire process, to go from 325 amendments, hopefully, to a much shorter number, not by having unilateral control and someone unilaterally deciding they're going to let these amendments go and these not, and design a group of amendments to intentionally fail despite the fact that there's good policy. So I'll say it again. I think there's some good amendments in here. I look forward to hearing from some of my colleagues about their particular amendments and why they're good policy, and reserve my time.
Gentleman from Pennsylvania reserves, from Louisiana reserves. The gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I wish to yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Washington, Mr. Kilmer.
Gentleman from Washington is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. People in the Pacific Northwest have faced horrific news this week regarding potential catastrophic die-off of salmon populations resulting from rising water temperatures from this week's heat wave. Sadly, in our region, deteriorating infrastructure and failing culverts have long had a negative impact on water quality and have threatened the salmon that are so important to our economy and to our identity. But today, through this bipartisan amendment, we have some good news. This amendment would create a new grant program within the U.S. Department of Transportation for culvert restoration to aid fish passage and recovery efforts. It provides $800 million for the new National Culvert Removal, Replacement, and Restoration Grant Program. By providing this dedicated funding for culvert restoration, the federal government can restore fish passages and provide critical access to upstream habitat for aquatic species. I am grateful for Senator Cantwell's partnership and that of Chair DeFazio, and for the support of bipartisan members from the Pacific Northwest who know how important this effort is to protecting clean water and recovering salmon populations in our region. This is good news, and I encourage my colleagues' support of this amendment, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Pennsylvania reserves. The gentleman from Louisiana is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, it's an honor to yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Muser.
Gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, thank you, Mr. Graves, for so strongly and well leading this important debate. Madam Speaker, I rise in support of my amendment, the Roads to Revitalization Amendment, which would increase the federal share for infrastructure projects in areas of persistent poverty from 80% to 85%. Leveling up the federal contribution to these projects could reduce the burden on local governments, enabling long overdue projects to proceed sooner. Many low-income communities have infrastructure needs that have been deferred for far too long, imperiling public safety and compounding the project's costs. My amendment reduces the burden on state and local governments to drive infrastructure investments in distressed areas paving the way for broader economic development and revitalization of countless great American neighborhoods. Infrastructure investment, as we all know, can be a game changer for many of the communities I represent, as we all do. This simple policy change will help these communities, Madam Speaker, make the upfront investment they need to revitalize Main Street, attract private sector investment, and become even better places to live and to work. I yield back.
Gentleman's time has expired. The gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I wish to yield 1 minute to the gentlelady from Washington, Ms. Schreier.
Gentlelady from Washington is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Lamb. Thank you to Chairman DeFazio. I am incredibly excited to have 3 local projects included in the Invest in America Act. I worked with mayors, county commissioners, community members across my district to identify priorities and advocate for federal investment. And these projects will improve the safety and resiliency of infrastructure in our communities, create jobs, and boost local economies. Now, I'd like to ask my colleagues to support my amendment to codify the Forest Service's Legacy Roads and Trails program. This program leverages public and private funding to address our national backlog of deteriorating infrastructure and does so while protecting American rivers and streams, endangered fish, and community water systems with targeted projects like restoring fish passage and access to upstream habitat for salmon and steelhead, maintaining storm-proofing forest roads, and improving trails so people can safely recreate in our public lands. Chronic underfunding has left a long backlog of projects, and I am proud to present this solution as we face the increasing threat of climate change and the need to improve our nation's crumbling infrastructure. We must ensure pragmatic programs like Legacy Roads are also protected. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment. Thank you. I yield back.
Gentleman from Pennsylvania reserves. Gentleman from Louisiana is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, it's an honor to yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Indiana, a leading member of the Transportation Committee, Mr. Pence.
For 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Graves. Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to get straight to the point. Since infrastructure is fundamental to Hoosiers' way of life back home in Indiana and across America, I rise today in support of my amendment to codify the rural opportunities to use transportation for economic success, or the Routes Initiative. The Routes Initiative, first introduced in 2019, works to ensure that rural communities like mine get their fair share of federally funding for infrastructure. This amendment would provide much-needed technical assistance for local municipalities, strengthening their ability to be competitive in applying for federal funds. Indiana's a crossroads of America. We see billions in commerce come through our state via airports, highways, and railways. My home state and countless other parts of the country are just as dependent on reliable, safe, and updated infrastructure. That is why in April I introduced this bipartisan legislation with my colleague from Texas, Congressman Henry Cuellar. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Gentleman is recognized for 30 seconds.
In short, this means rural America will have the ability to improve critical infrastructure that will drive economic competitive and improve safety. Madam Chair, I am thankful this issue has remained a bipartisan priority, and I urge my colleagues to support this amendment so Congress can continue to recognize the infrastructure needs of our rural communities across America. I yield back.
The gentleman has yielded back. The gentleman from Louisiana reserves. The gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I wish to yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Louisiana, Mr. Carter.
Gentleman from Louisiana is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, Congressman Lamb, thank you for the opportunity. Madam Speaker, I rise today to offer a bipartisan common sense amendment. This amendment will protect Americans' equines from being moved across state lines, then exported to Canada and Mexico to be butchered for human consumption. Horses aren't bred for food, and Americans don't want to buy them under false pretenses. Forced into overcrowded trailers, tormented on 1,000-mile journeys, and then prodded to slaughterhouses. However, a legal loophole still allows tens of thousands of American equines to be exported each year to Canada and Mexico for slaughter. This is a heinous practice, and Congress should take every step and chance we have to end it for good. I thank the chairman and all of my colleagues for working with me to make this amendment possible. I want to thank the amazing advocates who work to protect horses, equines, and all animals day in, day out, year in, year out. This amendment wouldn't be on the floor today without their support. I tip my hat to them. This is a huge amendment that is bipartisan, ma'am.
Gentleman reserves from Pennsylvania, gentleman from Louisiana, recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I yield 1 minute to one of the hardest working members of the Transportation Committee, the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Fitzpatrick.
Gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise today in support of Amendment 15. This important bipartisan amendment bans the transportation of equines for the purpose of being slaughtered for human consumption. Madam Speaker, currently horses, donkeys, and others can be transported inhumanely across our country and borders, only to be slaughtered for human consumption in Mexico and in Canada. Moreover, this heinous practice is responsible for over 35,000 horses being slaughtered in 2020 alone. These horses are not old or sickly. More than 92% of these horses sent to slaughter are in good condition, according to the USDA. These innocent horses deserve better, Madam Speaker, and we must lend a voice to the voiceless to help end the practice of American horses being needlessly slaughtered. This amendment has the overwhelming support of the equestrian community, including the Humane Society, the ASPCA, and Horses for Homes Coalition. I want to thank Representative Carter for leading this amendment, along with the other bipartisan co-sponsors of this amendment, and I urge all my colleagues across the aisle to support it and vote yes in this bipartisan en bloc. Madam Speaker, I yield back.
Gentleman's time has expired. The gentleman from Louisiana reserves. The gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I wish to yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Johnson.
Gentleman from Georgia is recognized for 1 minute.
I thank the gentleman. Madam Speaker, I rise to support the INVEST Act, which is landmark legislation that provides critical funding to repair our crumbling infrastructure, makes long overdue investments in public transit, and improves overall safety. Together, the reforms respond to the climate crisis by reducing emissions from transportation, which represents the largest share of greenhouse gas emissions in our economy. This bill includes several provisions that I authored, including a boost to disadvantaged business enterprises, a requirement that trucks be equipped with life-saving automatic emergency braking systems, and critical funding for public transit. The bill would also fund 5 projects in my district to expand or add public transit service and improve rider safety, including the Stonecrest Transit Hub. Moving forward, I'm hopeful that a final law will include a dedicated public transit operating program, such as the one that I've proposed, to grow and improve service around the nation. I applaud the chairman for his leadership, and I yield back my time.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Pennsylvania reserves. The gentleman from Louisiana.
Reserve.
Gentleman from Louisiana reserves. Gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I wish to yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Oregon, Mr. Blumenauer.
Gentleman from Oregon is recognized for 1 minute.
I appreciate the gentleman's courtesy, and I appreciate your forthright support for a legislation that deals with the future. The gentleman from Louisiana, his state is a textbook example of what happens when we're not dealing meaningfully, when, for example, allowing the petrochemical industry free rein. That's why they're losing an acre an hour, putting them at risk. This legislation is visionary in terms of providing the tools that communities need. I've visited over 200 communities since I've been in Congress, dealing with land use, transportation, cycling, how we deal with land use planning in terms of design. This legislation supercharges that, gives them the tools that communities want. Republicans for 8 years refused to move forward in a meaningful way, paralyzed, not willing to make a tough decision. I salute the committee, I salute you and these package of amendments, because this prepares us for the future. I bring you greetings from a community that had 116-degree temperature in June. This is the future if we don't move forward like this.
Gentleman is recognized for 30 more seconds. Gentleman from Oregon.
That is the future you're all going to be experiencing. It's not just losing an acre an hour in Louisiana. It's baking in the Pacific Northwest, where people didn't even think they needed air conditioning. We have an opportunity to make those investments. I think the committee has done an outstanding job. And if you spend time on the ground with local government, with the private sector who want to solve these problems, we'll find that this is very much in keeping with what America wants and America needs. And I appreciate their leadership and hard work.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman's time has expired. Gentleman from Pennsylvania reserved. Gentleman from Louisiana is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I yield a minute and a half to the gentleman from Texas, the leader of the Ways and Means Committee.
Gentleman from Texas is recognized for 1 minute and a half.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Ranking Member Graves, for your leadership trying to find a bipartisan framework on our nation's infrastructure priorities. I rise today to speak in support of my amendment that would add crucial taxpayer safeguards to the railroad rehabilitation improvement financing. With this amendment, 67% of total funding for projects would be required to come from sources other than the federal government. This ensures federal funds are going toward projects with sound financials that partner with other public or private entities. Additionally, my amendment would require borrowers to document a revenue stream with the sole objective of paying off the loan. The federal government's going to lend money to a project. We have to make sure they have a plan to pay it back, and this provision does just that. Another provision would require the federal loan be repaid along with primary debt. The loan defaults. This requirement protects taxpayers from bearing the brunt of costs from bankrupt projects. In my district, constituents are seeing firsthand how high-speed rail projects with uncertain financing and lacking necessary permits in place are looking for the RIF program for funding. Even though Texas Central Railroad vowed for years to not seek federal funding for their high-speed rail project, just last year they lobbied Congress to loosen the RIF lending requirements even further. This amendment protects federal taxpayers not only in my district but across America to make sure our constituents aren't stuck holding the bag when rail projects default on their loan. I urge bipartisan support.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Pennsylvania, from Louisiana reserves. Gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I wish to yield 1 minute to the gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Butterfield.
Gentleman from North Carolina is recognized for 1 minute.
I thank the gentleman for yielding time this evening. Madam Speaker, I rise in strong support of H.R. 3684, the Invest in America Act. This legislation invests in communities like mine all across the country that are in desperate need of infrastructure improvements. This past weekend, Madam Speaker, I took the train back to Washington, D.C. from my hometown of Wilson, North Carolina. As I waited to board the train, I noticed significant deterioration to the facilities of the station, including the platform and the canopy. Like many train stations across America, the Wilson station is in dire need of repair and renovation. The Invest in America Act, among other things, provides funding to address these issues, and I want to thank Chairman DeFazio for including over $57 billion in grant funding to help repair and modernize our aging train facilities. Also want to thank the Chairman for the inclusion of 5 transformative infrastructure projects across my district. This momentous bill delivers on a promise that we made to the American people. Let's build back better. Thank you. I yield back.
Gentleman's time has expired. Gentleman from Pennsylvania reserved. Gentleman from Louisiana is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I'm going to reserve right to close.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Madam Speaker, we're prepared to close.
Gentleman is prepared to close. Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Louisiana is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I believe we have the right to close, so I'm going to reserve.
Is the gentleman opposed to the amendment?
I'm opposed to the amendment.
Gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I simply rise again to encourage our colleagues to support the en bloc amendment number 2, and I yield the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields the balance of his time. The gentleman from Louisiana is recognized.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, as I mentioned, there are a number of amendments in here that I fully support. This whole process is a flawed process. I've heard the gentleman from Oregon, Mr. Blumenauer, bring up coastal Louisiana and the loss of land. The ranking member of the committee talked about the loss of coastal Louisiana, and it is extraordinary. And we've lost 2,000 square miles of our coast. It's like taking the state of Rhode Island and wiping it off the map, which is why I care so much about this issue. And it's why I care that we actually provide solutions, not rhetoric. And let me explain. Madam Speaker, the dirty little secret that my friends across the aisle won't tell you is that the highly celebrated Paris Accords that they're all out there advocating for and saying this bill is going to advance this Green New Deal and Paris Accord commitments, the Paris Accord results in an increase in global emissions. An increase. That doesn't fix what's going on in my home state. It doesn't do anything. It makes it worse. As a matter of fact, the negotiation that Secretary Kerry conducted allows China to increase emissions another 50% between now and 2030. China today emits more than every developed country combined. So these are the people that we're being asked to trust what happens to the people that I represent in coastal Louisiana? Absolutely not. Let me say it again. It's as a result of what we've done, as a result of what innovators have done, that have resulted in the greatest reduction in emissions in world history. And don't take my word for it. That's a quote from the IEA Executive Director, International Energy Agency, the Executive Director. Madam Speaker, these are flawed strategies. It's proven. Who has cornered the market on rare earth and strategic minerals? China has. So who's going to be responsible for manufacturing the batteries? China. Who's made 80% of the global investment in battery technology and in manufacturing? China. Madam Speaker, I represent people from America. And that's who I'm going to fight for. That's who I'm going to defend. I'm going to defend our land and prevent it from eroding and disappearing because of flawed policies. I'm going to defend their tax dollars to prevent them from being wasted on things that clearly play into China's hands. I can't say this enough, Madam Speaker. I want to export American innovation, our ingenuity, not our jobs, not our economy. This bill is fundamentally flawed and representing the greatest loss of coastal wetlands in the United States. I won't stand for this type of behavior that squanders dollars and actually exacerbates the problem of coastal land loss and sustainability and ecological productivity in my home state. Madam Speaker, I urge that we stop this, we start this bill over again, and as we've done for decades, that we come together in a bipartisan process, just like I know my friend from Oregon would be saying right now if roles were reversed. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Pursuant to House Resolution 504, the previous question is ordered on the amendments en bloc offered by the gentleman from Pennsylvania. The question is on the amendments en bloc. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. Opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The en bloc amendments are agreed to. Without objection, motion to reconsider is laid upon the table. I guess there's not any members. For what purpose does the gentleman from Oregon seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, pursuant to House Resolution 508, I rise to offer amendments on block number 3.
The clerk will designate the amendments en bloc.
On block number 3, consisting of amendments numbered 6, 8, 21, 40, 41, 45, 77, 78, 79, 80, 81, 82, 98, 107, 120, 122, 125, 134, and 135, printed in House Report number 117-75, offered by Mr. Lamb of Pennsylvania.
Pursuant to House Resolution 508, the gentleman
in House Report number 117-75, offered by Mr. DeFazio of Oregon.
Pursuant to House Resolution 508, the gentleman from Oregon, Mr. DeFazio, and the gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Crawford, Each will control 10 minutes. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Oregon.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized for such time as he may consume.
I rise in opposition to this en bloc amendment, which provides for the consideration of 19 amendments. The amendments contained in this en bloc amend various divisions of the bill. They would strike some of the highest priorities in the bill. We just heard an impassioned speech from the gentleman from Louisiana talking about Louisiana, sea level rise, sinking, and all that, and wanting to take on China and the world economy. Well, guess what? They're building the future. That's EVs and AVs. And they want to strike all of the provisions in the bill that will provide for electric charging. So Fred Smith, no liberal Democrat, going all electric with FedEx. GM going all electric. Four truck manufacturers making 80,000-pound capable tractors. No charging stations in America. That's not supposed to be the future. That is the future. That is the future. And we also, we deal with climate change, and I know you don't believe in climate change on that side of the aisle. That's fine. I wish you lived up where I do. You might have just got a sample of what the future is like. Now, this strikes the fix-it-first requirements that prioritize state of good repair. Oh, great. Let's go lay down more lane miles. 35,000 lane miles in the 100 largest cities in America in the last 25 years, and congestion is 6 times worse. It's called induced demand. Don't provide transit alternatives. They kill transit. They kill rail. We're just going to build more highways. We're going to pave over the entire city. How much of it are you going to knock down? It's not going to work. It didn't work. It hasn't been working. So it's time to do something different. And it's time to fix what we have, the Eisenhower legacy, 47,000 bridges in the National Highway System in desperate need of repair or replacement, tens of thousands in rural areas and counties, new programs in this bill to deal with those rural areas and counties. They take out the $4 billion Clean Corridors program, as I said, for EV charging and hydrogen fueling, $8.3 billion for carbon pollution. They don't believe in carbon pollution because the parts of the fossil fuel industry who aren't enlightened are big contributors. And Donald Trump says we can't believe in climate change. So, okay, got to take that out. Prohibits any expenditures out of the Highway Trust Fund except for road and bridge construction. That means no safety. We're having record numbers of pedestrian and cycling deaths. And this bill is going to make it safer for people to use alternative modes in urban and suburban and even rural areas. I'm building a bike lane on a highway in a rural area that's heavily trafficked by bikers to a winery in my district where there have been fatalities. But nope, none of that in the bill. We don't care about the pedestrian deaths. We don't care about the cycling deaths. We don't care about safety. None of that's in their proposal. They say we're not doing enough on highways. We're doing more than $20 billion more than they are on highways and bridges. But, we're ignoring the problem. No, we're not. And they eliminate the Capital Investment Grant Program in its entirety. They allow the transfer of rural and small urban transit funding to highways. I have a lot of I represent a very, very large district, bigger than a number of your states. And I have a lot of rural areas and small cities, and they want to have some options for transit. You'd eliminate that. Okay. Eliminate rail funding. Oh, rail funding. No Amtrak, no passenger rail. Highways funded at a lower level than we do, and that's going to take care of the problem. This is kind of laughable. This is just some of the really bad ideas in this amendment. This is not the path to the future, not the path to the 21st century. It's the path of the failed policies of the late 20th century that don't work anymore. And we also need to hold states accountable. I know some states don't like that. They don't want to be held accountable. They don't want to fix it first. They don't want to be held accountable for fossil fuel pollution. If you don't believe in climate change, you don't care what's the problem with fossil fuel pollution. So this is Groundhog Day on their side of the aisle. Let's bring back the failed policies of the 90s and the early 00s. Yeah, they were bipartisan, but they didn't deal with 21st century problems. With that, I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Oregon reserves the balance of his time. The gentleman is recognized.
I thank the Speaker. I recognize myself for such time as I may consume. There's a lot to unpack in that statement right there. Let me start by Section 1201 of H.R. 3684, which basically requires states to prioritize a state of good repair for their roads over constructing new capacity. Well, it's almost impossible to achieve a state of good repair when new capacity is necessary to achieve that state of good repair. And you're telling states they can't do that, exercising more federal control over the states. It would greatly limit the state's jurisdiction over their own roads. Each state has unique transportation systems with needs that vary greatly, and their decisions to expand highway capacity should be made by them and not in a vacuum, certainly not here in Washington, D.C. DOTs must consider everything from balancing loan service to asset management. Section 1201 is an attempt by the federal government to identify the needs of states for them and direct their policies rather than promoting state flexibility. This section would limit the scope of good-paying construction projects and jobs for our constituents. It disproportionately affects rural and suburban communities, mind you, where new capacity is often needed far more than repairs, as I mentioned before. Washington cannot and should not try to dictate every need of the road systems state by state when the individuals who understand those roads are the best ones to make that decision. They're the ones that are driving on them every single day. Instead, Congress should focus our efforts on empowering states to build the transportation systems their communities need rather than creating more bureaucratic hurdles. Interesting to note the comments about electric vehicles in China. I don't think we should emulate China in any way, shape, or form, number one. Number two, curious to note how those electric vehicles are powered by coal-fired power plants. And then we have the conversation about the Paris Climate Accord and who's emitting the most carbon. I don't know how you expect to power all these electric vehicles just by plugging up to the wall. Power's got to come from somewhere. You're against nuclear or shuttering coal-fired plants. I'd ask for some suggestions on that, but I don't see any realistic ones coming from the other side. And with that, I will reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Arkansas reserves the balance of his time. The gentleman from Oregon is recognized. Gentleman from Oregon is recognized.
I recognize the Chair of the Energy and Commerce Committee, Frank Pallone from New Jersey, for 3 minutes.
Gentleman is recognized. The gentleman from New Jersey for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in opposition to the unblocked number 3 Republican amendments. Some of my colleagues on the Energy and Commerce Committee on the Republican side earlier said that this water bill was not necessary, and I strongly disagree. A lot needs to be done to ensure the safety of our drinking water. We saw what happened in Flint. In my state, we saw serious lead contamination in Newark. This bill will provide new resources to address lead and PFAS in drinking water, including $45 billion for lead service line replacement. But the Rogers Amendment in this block would strip these resources out. And unfortunately, the Hudson Amendment would direct the PFAS resources in the bill towards just one set of PFAS chemicals, undermining access to those resources for communities in need. The underlying bill would provide increased funds for resiliency to help water systems plan for and adapt to climate change, but the Rogers Amendment would strip out those increases. The underlying bill provides for deadlines for EPA to set health protective standards for PFAS, 1,4-dioxane and microcystin toxin, which are long overdue, but the Rogers Amendment would strip out those deadlines. The underlying bill also makes targeted changes to improve the standard-setting process and empower EPA to set standards as needed. The current standard-setting process has been an utter failure. EPA has not been able to complete that process for a single drinking water standard in the 25 years it's been in place. That should be unacceptable to all of us, but the Rogers and McKinley amendments would strip out the changes this bill makes on standard setting. Instead of working with us to improve the standard setting process, my Republican colleagues seem intent on preserving the status quo, despite so much evidence that this is simply not enough. So let me turn briefly to the affordability provisions of this bill. This bill authorizes significant new funding to reduce or eliminate customer water debt, recognizing that water debt has become a crisis in this country. Importantly, water systems taking these funds will agree not to shut off customer water access for non-payment for a 5-year period, offering families peace of mind as we all recover from the pandemic. But Representative Representative Curtis's amendment would strip out that shutoff moratorium and make it harder for EPA to get the assistance out the door. And last but not least, the drinking water provisions of this bill will establish permanent rate assistance programs for drinking water and wastewater service to help families pay their bills and avoid repeat of our current debt crisis. These programs have broad support from all kinds of stakeholders. Safe drinking water is a fundamental human right, and the drinking water provisions we have included in the INVEST Act include significant and meaningful investments and reforms to help guarantee that right. The Republican amendments in this block would undermine each of these improvements, leaving nothing but the status quo. And it's no longer enough to keep pushing the status quo. We have urgent public health and infrastructure needs that require that we build back better, as the President says. The INVEST Act takes significant steps towards repairing our water infrastructure, creating jobs, and protecting public health. I urge my colleagues to vote no on these harmful amendments and pass the underlying bill to affirm that safe drinking water is a fundamental human right. I yield back.
Gentleman's time has expired. Gentleman from Oregon reserves. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
I recognize my colleague from Ohio, Mr. Gibbs, for 2 minutes.
Gentleman from Ohio is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you for my colleague from Arkansas. For 6 years, a bipartisan agreement in the last surface transportation reauthorization prohibited transit funds going to non-transportation art-related aspects in federally funded transit projects. The majority's bill ends that bipartisanship agreement and allows for the diversion of transportation infrastructure funding to auxiliary and unnecessary art projects. My amendment would keep this prohibition in place so the transportation infrastructure funding goes to actual infrastructure projects. Both Republicans and Democrats agree there is a real need for investments in critical infrastructure, though the majority is attempting to expand the definition of infrastructure to include virtually anything. Rerouting these investments to unnecessary art projects or to pay for artists on the project design team is a misuse of taxpayer dollars. We need to focus on repairs for roads and bridges, not feel-good frescoes and metro station murals. The amendment will allow excess transit funding to be directed toward improving our highway systems. My colleague from the Transportation Infrastructure Committee today suggested that if the Soviet Union could have artwork as part of their infrastructure projects, the United States can as well. I'm not sure we should be taking infrastructure advice from the bankrupt nation that gave us Chernobyl incident. And the comparison to the Soviet Union is unintentionally appropriate. This bill is bloated with socialist policies. Simply put, this amendment makes sure that infrastructure funds are used to fund actual infrastructure. A vote against this amendment codifies art as infrastructure. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment to prohibit federal funding for unnecessary art projects. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back his time. The gentleman from Arkansas reserve. Gentleman from Oregon is recognized.
My inquiry is the balance of time on each side.
Gentleman from Arkansas has 6.5 minutes. The gentleman from Oregon has 2.5 minutes.
2.5 minutes. Yield to the gentleman from Oregon, Mr. Blumenauer, 1.5 minutes.
Gentleman from Oregon is recognized for 1.5 minutes.
I appreciate the gentleman's courtesy in permitting me to speak against the Republican approach with these amendments. There is a different world that we're operating in terms of climate change, in terms of the facts. I bring you greetings from a community that suffered a 116-degree temperature in June. But I guess we can understand they're being confused. These are the same people who thought the rioters that attacked the Capitol were a group of peaceful tourists. They're in an alternative universe. Who are the groups and organizations that support this approach? Not the engineers, not the truckers, not local government, not state government, not environmentalists, not the bicyclists. There's a wide array of interest groups that understand that this is the future. This is an opportunity for us to actually compete with China. I was there 12 years ago and watched them weaponize our research, leaping ahead in solar and wind and electric vehicles. That is the future that China has unless we reclaim it. And this visionary legislation offered by the gentleman from Oregon and his committee helps us get back in the game. It's one that we can't afford to lose. This approach will do it, and I applaud him for his leadership and allowing us to move forward.
Gentleman yields back.
I do.
Gentleman from Oregon reserves. Gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
comments were dangerously close to what I would consider disparaging, and I would bring that to your attention, and I would yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Perry.
Gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized for 2 minutes. Thank the gentleman.
I thank the gentleman from Arkansas. This en bloc amendment includes my amendments to strike the EV funding program. You know why? Because the EV funding program pays the Communist Party of China. That's who it pays, and you don't have to believe me. You can just listen to the chairman. He said it in his remarks, right? That's the future. China's building it. That's where your money's going. My amendment also prohibits loans to high-speed rail projects that fail to meet the FRA safety standards. Our safety standards. We just ask that they meet them, but since they don't, we shouldn't be building them. It strikes the carbon reduction program. Why? Because that, again, pays the Communist Party in China. It prohibits Amtrak from expanding their network because they can't afford the network they have now. You don't believe me? Talk to Mr. Butterfield. He just talked about it. Strikes the Capital Investment Grant Program because all of America shouldn't pay for a couple projects, pet projects, in somebody's location. It strikes a section restricting the right of states to set their speed limits because I don't know. I think there should be a different speed limit in Center City, Philadelphia than one in Nebraska or across Wyoming. Now, listen, I am grateful to have some amendments finally heard here, but this system is broken. The Speaker and the majority have chosen a closed process that restricts debate. And why have they done that? Because they're scared to death of the radical green left. And that's what we're doing here, is supporting the Green New Deal and Communist China. And with that, I yield the balance.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Arkansas Reserve. Gentleman from Oregon is recognized.
I yield the gentleman from Jersey, chair of the Rail Subcommittee, Donald Payne from New Jersey. 1 minute.
Gentleman from New Jersey is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And to the gentleman on the right, I'd like to use a great quote from somebody that all of you loved over there. There you go again. As the chairman of the Subcommittee on Railroads, I rise today in opposition to the amendments offered en bloc, including the one offered by Mr. Perry that would prohibit expansion of Amtrak service. I strongly oppose the prohibition which would prevent Amtrak from expanding their network across the country. Allowing Amtrak to expand the national network will connect communities that have previously been isolated and create new economic opportunities. It is vital that we add new service to underserved cities and not just maintain the status quo. I urge my colleagues to oppose the amendments offered en bloc, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman's time has expired. Time has expired for the gentleman from Oregon. For what purposes the gentleman from Arkansas seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, before I yield to my distinguished colleague from North Carolina, Mr. Budd, I would like to remind, it's my understanding that we are to address our comments to the chair and not to each other. But I'll yield now 1.5 minutes to the
Gentleman from Arkansas is recognized, and what is the time yielded?
1.5 minutes to Mr. Budd.
Thank you. The gentleman is recognized for 1.5 minutes.
I thank my colleague from Arkansas. Thank you, Madam Speaker. My amendment would re-implement a Federal Transit Administration policy that ensured that federal loans were not counted towards state contributions for capital investment projects. This is particularly important as the FTA considers the Gateway project between New York and New Jersey. Secretary Buttigieg recently made a verbal commitment to approve this project, but he has yet to provide any details on the federal share. If it mirrors the Obama administration's plans, federal taxpayers would be footing half of the bill for this project, while New York and New Jersey would cover the rest. But the states are planning to cover most of their local share with billions in federal loans. In essence, New York and New Jersey are demanding that taxpayers in my state of North Carolina pay for their project. My amendment makes sure that drivers in North Carolina are not overly subsidizing potentially wasteful transit projects in New York, LA, San Francisco, or Chicago. I yield back.
The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, my privilege to recognize the gentlelady from Texas, Ms. Van Dyne, for 1 minute.
The gentlewoman from Texas is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you very much, Chairman. I rise in support of this en bloc amendment. The American people overwhelmingly have been telling us that Congress must pass an infrastructure bill which focuses on true infrastructure and not superficial projects perpetuating frivolous spending. We've got crumbling roads and bridges on the verge of collapse across the country, and my Democrat colleagues, with a straight face, are prioritizing road art over actual roads. This amendment would maintain the current probation on defining infrastructure as art. It is once again clear where the priority of the majority is, and it's not on transportation, roads, and bridges. The fact that we even have to have this debate on this amendment shows how out of touch some of my colleagues are. The INVEST Act does little to streamline permitting and get relative costs in order. In California, 40% of the cost of building a new home is related to government fees, and in Texas, it's 20%. You can expect similar costs when it comes to other infrastructure projects. My amendment included in the en bloc ensures states, such as California, can choose, if they want to have exuberant permit costs, just not at the cost of the federal government. This amendment would encourage states to right-size their permit costs and not award high permit cost states with a federal bailout. I urge adoption and yield back.
The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, can I inquire as to the balance remaining?
The gentleman has 3 minutes remaining.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to urge a vote against this en bloc. This en bloc contains 8% of the total amendments that Republicans were allowed to offer in this process. I mean, it really is. To me, it's amazing that this bill prioritizes things like artwork in rail terminals. And I heard the chairman say earlier that, look, in Russia, they have chandeliers hanging in their rail stations. So I'm not sure that we necessarily need to emulate Russian infrastructure, particularly focusing our hard-earned taxpayer dollars on hanging chandeliers and other artwork that the chairman categorizes as infrastructure. I don't consider art infrastructure. I don't think my constituents would either. Our infrastructure is crumbling. I live in a district that is connected to Tennessee via the I-40 bridge. A glaring example of where we need to be placing our infrastructure dollars. That bridge was shut down just about 6 weeks ago for structural deficiencies. Ironically, we have 2 bridges connecting Arkansas and Tennessee there in Memphis, in West Memphis, Arkansas. And we refer to the one bridge was built in 1969, and we refer to it as the new bridge. That's how old it is. And thankfully that those structural defects were found in time. But the majority is proposing to waste some of the billions of dollars on infrastructure on art, and without any way to pay for it. After sending $70 billion to transit agencies over the last year to support them through the pandemic, but now the majority thinks we should be allowing these same agencies to divert federal resources for art. It's okay to use that money for paintings and whatever else you might consider. If you vote against this amendment, your vote says that you believe art is infrastructure and that we should send taxpayer dollars to support infrastructure dollars as art. It's as simple as that. Our limited transportation resources need to be invested rebuilding our communities, our roads, and our bridges. I urge my colleagues to support this en bloc amendment, en bloc number 3, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Pursuant House Resolution 504, the previous question is ordered on the amendments en bloc offered by the gentleman from Oregon. The question is on the amendments en bloc. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The en bloc amendments are agreed to.
We won. I ask for a recorded vote.
Pursuant to Section 3 of House Resolution 8, the ayes and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question are postponed. For what purpose does the gentleman from Oregon seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I pursuant to House Resolution 508 rise to offer an amendment on block number 4.
The clerk will designate the amendments on block.
On block number 4, consisting of amendments numbered 7, 11, 12, 13, 14, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 22, 23, 24, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 33, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 42, 44, 46, 47, 48, 49, 54, 67, 85, 89, 92, 104, 113, and 115, printed in House Report Number 117-75, offered by Mr. DeFazio of Oregon.
Pursuant to House Resolution 508, the gentleman from Oregon, Mr. DeFazio, and gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Crawford, each will control 10 minutes. The chair will recognize the gentleman from Oregon.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
I rise in strong support of this en bloc amendment, which provides for consideration 38 amendments filed by members made in order by the Committee on Rules. The amendments contained in this en bloc touch on various policy areas in the base bill. Surface transportation amendments include expressing the sense of Congress' importance of protecting workers in transition to electric vehicles, promoting a more diverse transportation workforce, more inclusive work sites for infrastructure projects, allowing high-performing local public agencies to utilize enhanced project delivery methods when appropriate, expanding the number of veterans in the transportation sector throughout the Transportation Workforce Outreach Program, requiring EV supply equipment projects to be formed by qualified electricians, proper certification, adding language to increase bridge resiliency for seismic events, strengthening reporting requirements under the Reconnecting Neighborhood Program, allowing private high-speed rail projects access to credit risk premium subsidies for rail financing to develop high-speed rail projects. These are just some of the highlights of the amendment I included, and I thank my colleagues for their thoughtful amendments to improve the Invest in America Act. I urge the adoption of the amendment. I will remember to vote properly this time, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
I rise in opposition to this en bloc of amendments.
The gentleman is recognized.
I yield myself such time as I may consume. Again, this bill, Mr. Speaker, is nothing more than a partisan exercise, and this en bloc just throws together another bunch of bad ideas with little opportunity for input or debate. Nothing further proves that point than the disproportionate amount of Democrat amendments we will be considering today, many of which will not be subjected to the scrutiny of standalone votes or debate. Over 100 Democrat amendments have been approved by the Rules Committee, while less than 30 Republican amendments have been made in order. Unfortunately, this isn't just about the terrible legislative process, it's also about the policy, which moves forward with no pay for in sight. Completely unacceptable. Members should not be forced to choose between voting on a bill that just burdens future generations of Americans with more debt and greater dependence on China, or passing another short-term surface extension. But those are the two options presented to us by the majority here today. What we're looking at is a bill with policies that prevent rural communities from growing and that raises inflation so average Americans will continue to see rising prices in everyday products like milk and gas. I had hoped we wouldn't make this bad bill even worse, but this en bloc only adds more spending and more bad policy. This bill is over 1,600 pages and over 230 amendments were filed by members on both sides. But we're going to spend less than 12 hours working through amendments and debate to rush to an inevitable partisan vote. This is not a process anyone should be proud of and very indicative of how we got here today, just one-sided, my way or the highway approach. I urge my colleagues to oppose this en bloc amendment, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Oregon is recognized.
I yield time to the gentleman from Texas, as he may need.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Since they make...
How much time is...
2 minutes.
The gentleman is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Since they make such important decisions concerning mobility, social and economic opportunity, metropolitan planning organizations across the country have boards that should be fully representative of all those who are served within their jurisdiction. And while some MPOs do just that, My amendment number 25, which was a part of en bloc number 1, addresses those that do not by ensuring that MPO board membership is equal, equitable, and proportional to population. Mr. Chairman, I thank you for supporting this amendment and trust that you share that objective.
Gentlemen, I yield back. I totally concur in the amendment.
And if, for example, as happened down in Texas, an MPO arbitrarily provides that a new MPO voting representative gets added anytime a new city comes along and surpasses a population of 50,000, but is not providing a voting representative for every 50,000 residents in longstanding urban areas, would you agree that that does not constitute representation, which is equal, proportional, or equitable, and that with the adoption of this amendment, a change must be made to ensure equal representation?
Absolutely. Reclaiming my time, absolutely, I concur with the gentleman.
Well, I thank you very much for accepting the amendment. I think it will be helpful to us there. Much of my concern about this issue arose from the fact that in our area, my hometown of Austin, an effort was made to require in transportation planning that we measure greenhouse gas emissions and that we consider that. It was rejected, and it's not representative of the feelings of people in the Central Texas area. I appreciate not only your endorsing amendment number 25, which can bring about important changes, but also incorporating in the base bill the Green Transportation Act, which we worked on with your staff to ensure greenhouse gas emissions are measured, evaluated, and considered in transportation planning. And I yield back.
I thank the gentleman.
The gentleman from Oregon reserves. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Oregon is recognized.
Okay. Lloyd. I know. I'm trying to move it. Okay. I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Plone.
Thank you.
The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I stand in support of this amendment and would like to thank the Chairman of Energy and Commerce's Energy Subcommittee, Chairman Rush, for his dedicated commitment to supporting the development of electric vehicle infrastructure. Electrifying the transportation sector is critical to meeting our climate goals. It's expected that nearly 7 million electric vehicles will be sold per year by 2025. To ensure we are ready for this growing demand, we must invest in the necessary charging and manufacturing infrastructure so that Americans are able to reliably power their cars. Chairman Rush's amendment is crucial to this effort and supports charging infrastructure build-out. We must also guarantee the benefits of electric vehicles are available and accessible to all communities. Minority communities and rural and underserved communities stand to benefit from EV infrastructure development, as EV charging infrastructure can help support local economies and help support reduced emissions. Provisions in this amendment help address the lack of EV infrastructure in these communities and bring resources to this area. Additionally, as we see growing EV adoption in this country, we must make sure our transition prioritizes American workers. And I yield back. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman from Oregon reserves. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Thank the Speaker. Again, just as a reminder for maybe the tens of people that are watching at home, this en bloc amendment contains 38 Democrat amendments, in contrast to the en bloc number 3 that we just considered that contained all of the Republican amendments. Only 19 were considered there. So that represents, again, 8% of the total number of amendments that were made in order. And there's a good number of these amendments, by the way, that are offered by members on the committee. In fact, I mean, there's an awful lot of them. And it just underscores how this process has been so flawed and so ill-conceived. Back in the not too distant past, I've been on this committee now for 11 years, we bring a bill to committee to mark up, and it was agreed upon by the 4 principals of the committee. And the amendments would be agreed upon by the 4 principals of the committee, and that's how we achieve bipartisanship. And those days apparently are gone, and I would reserve the balance of my time.
On reserves, the gentleman from Oregon is recognized.
You 1 minute to the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Cicilline.
New Jersey, no.
The gentleman from Rhode
Mr. Speaker, our infrastructure
The gentleman
is stuck.
from Rhode Island is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Our infrastructure is stuck in the 1950s, and it doesn't have to be this way. It's long past time for America to bring our bridges, roads, public transit, and water infrastructure into the 21st century. The Invest in America Act provides $750 billion to accomplish this goal through bold investments in modern, sustainable infrastructure. This legislation will create millions of good-paying jobs while combating climate change and investing in the well-being of our cities and towns. I work with Chairman DeFazio and the committee to secure nearly $20 million in funding for 4 high-priority infrastructure projects in Rhode Island. And the quality of roads and bridges is particularly important. That's why I introduced Amendment 19 to bring funding for the National Scenic Byways Program in line with historic funding levels adjusted for inflation. This will allow the Secretary of Transportation to designate new National Scenic Byways and All-American roads and allow already designated roads, including the Revolutionary Heritage Byway in Bristol, Rhode Island, to apply for competitive grants. I urge the House to adopt the en bloc package, for which includes my amendment number 19, and to pass the underlying bill without delay. I yield back.
The gentleman from Oregon reserves. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, can I inquire as to the remaining time?
The gentleman from Arkansas has 7.5 minutes. The gentleman from Oregon has 5 minutes.
Thank you. I'll reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Oregon is recognized.
How much time did I have? I'm sorry.
5 minutes.
Okay. Okay. I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Massachusetts, a member of the committee, Seth Moulton.
The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Speaker, I rise to urge passage of my amendment to increase funding for the Passenger Rail Improvement, Modernization, and Expansion Program. The coalition that supports the PRIME program spans ideology and geography. We are united in this belief: America can still do big things. 10 of our colleagues joined me by co-sponsoring this amendment, and today 80 representatives and senators joined Representatives Costa, Ocasio-Cortez, and me calling for investments in high-speed rail. In our country today, transportation is the leading driver of climate emissions. Americans have fewer options for intercity traveler than citizens of China or France, and families are unable to afford homes where they work, and they can't go to where they work from where they can afford homes. On top of that, trains are slower in America today than they were in the 1930s, a century ago. The PRIME program is a great first step to fixing these problems. Regions like the Pacific Northwest can create an economic mega-region and see a 10-to-1 return by investing in the Cascadia high-speed rail corridor at less than half the cost of another lane of highway in either direction. Americans across the Midwest would have access to new jobs and housing opportunities. You could live in Chattanooga and get to work in Atlanta in little more than a half hour.
Gentleman's time has expired.
We can build a system that's faster than driving and more convenient than flying, and we can power it on low power emissions. Mr. Speaker, there's no reason we shouldn't adopt this, and I yield back.
The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. American demand for high-speed rail is low, and federal money for transportation must be spent on projects and infrastructure that Americans need and use. The issue is not whether America must lead the world in high-speed rail, but whether Americans actually want high-speed rail. In California, the high-speed rail project launched in 2008 has been continually plagued by cost increases and delays. According to the LA Times, costs have gone from $33 billion to over $100 billion, and it's at least 12 years behind schedule. These projects inevitably result in environmental and endangered species concerns, eminent domain fights, the potential displacement of families and businesses, including in low-income communities, and highly questionable demand that will leave these railroads dependent on government subsidies forever. And with that, I reserve.
The gentleman reserves his time. The gentleman from Oregon is recognized.
I would yield 1 minute to the gentleman from California, Jimmy Panetta.
The gentleman from California is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Chairman, I rise in support of my amendment to the Invest in America Act that would save our nation's pollinators. In my district on the Central Coast, we grow over 100 different specialty crops that greatly contribute to our nation's food security. But what many people don't realize is that our agriculture from the Central Coast or to the center of America would not be possible without our pollinators. Unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, those pollinators and their habitats are on the verge of extinction. That's why the robust investment as provided in my amendment is needed now more than ever. The amendment sets up grant programs that state transportation departments can use to grow more flora and fauna, from grasses to wildflowers to milkweed, so that pollinators can thrive. I want to thank Representative Carbajal, my Central Coast neighbor, for his partnership in this amendment and our work together on bills and amendments like this to revive our pollinators' habitats and regrow their population. By passing this amendment, we not only can save the pollinators, we can also secure the food supply of our nation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
The gentleman from Oregon reserves. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
I'll reserve.
The gentleman from Arkansas reserves. The gentleman from Oregon is recognized.
I recognize the representative Veronica Escobar from Texas for 1 minute.
The gentlewoman from Texas is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to both committees of jurisdiction for your work on the Invest in America Act. I'd like to share some of the significant resources that this bill will bring to my home district of El Paso, Texas. This bill would bring almost $20 million in investment directly to 2 projects for the city and county of El Paso. The first project, the John Hayes Extension, would assist the exponential growth we have seen in the eastern portion of our county. The second project, the Stanton Street Bridge Intelligent Transportation System, would improve the traffic flow around this land port of entry. The Invest in America Act also establishes the Reconnecting Neighborhoods program to help communities like downtown El Paso that were divided when highways such as I-10 were built through the heart of our cities. The amendments I've offered to this bill would bring crucial funding to some of the most economically disadvantaged members of our community. They also recognize our key location on the U.S.-Mexico trade corridor. My amendments include millions of dollars for Colonia surface, drinking water and wastewater infrastructure, as well as an increase in an optional set-aside for infrastructure critical to trade and border communities. Simply put, the Invest in America Act is a transformational measure for El Paso, and I look forward to voting for it. Thank you. I yield back.
Thank you. The gentleman from Oregon reserves. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Reserve.
The gentleman from Arkansas reserves. The gentleman from Oregon is recognized.
I would recognize the gentleman from Illinois, Raja Krishnamurthy.
For how much time? The gentleman from Illinois is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise to urge my colleagues to support this en bloc amendment, which includes mine and Representative Porter's amendment to improve booster seat safety. In December, my Oversight Subcommittee on Economic and Consumer Policy released a concerning report on the safety of booster seats for children. Booster seat makers have been marketing their booster seats as safe for 30-pound children, a standard not recommended by experts. And these makers have been left largely unregulated when it comes to side impact testing. Some makers gave passing grades to booster seats because the seat maintains its structural integrity. Meanwhile, the dummy was damaged. And we all know what a damaged dummy equates to: the severe spinal cord or other injuries to a child. We expect the products we buy to be tried and true, but sadly that is not the case with booster seats. And when it comes to our children, we cannot continue to stand idly by. My amendment would require NHTSA to revise their recommended minimum weight for a booster seat to 40 pounds and would require booster seat makers to produce labels that display recommendations clearly for parents. Thank you so much, and I yield back.
The gentleman from Oregon reserves. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Reserve.
The gentleman from Arkansas reserves. The gentleman from Oregon is recognized.
Do I have any time remaining?
The gentleman has 1 minute remaining.
That's a surprise. All right. All right, then I yield myself the balance of the time. Well, we've heard the same tired arguments over 200 amendments in committee from the Republicans, and today all day on the floor. Not bipartisan. Pretty simple. If you deny climate change and you deny the need to do things differently than the failures of the last 30 years in building 35,000 lane miles and making congestion worse in our 100 largest cities, and you don't want to fund transit, and you don't want to fund rail options, and transit includes rural areas and small cities, which is a new emphasis in this program,
If you don't want to repair America's 47,000 crumbling bridges on the national highway system, you're proposing $20 billion less than we are for repairing bridges and highways. You object to the fact that we want states to fix things first and also to look at alternatives to paving over the whole country and causing more induced congestion. You deny climate change. You deny fossil fuel pollution. I invite you, I hope you don't go through what my region just went through. We've had 50 people die in Portland. No one has air conditioning there. 2/3 of people don't. It's never been, it was 45 degrees above normal. This is not normal. Climate change is real. Keep up the denial.
The gentleman's time has expired.
And the planet.
The gentleman's time has expired. The gentleman is reminded to direct its remarks to the chair. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
May I inquire as to how much time I have remaining?
The gentleman has 7 minutes remaining.
Thank you. I'll try to only use 6 of those 7 minutes. Mr. Speaker, this bill contains tons of money just won't matter if we fail to support programs for roads and bridges. The huge funding levels aren't what they appear to be because the bill spreads the dollars thin over 41 new programs, adds many new burdensome mandates to programs that states rely on, doesn't include meaningful regulatory reform so dollars are used more effectively. Instead of getting money to states quickly so they can use it how they need, the majority adds new restrictions like prohibiting new highway capacity that would hamper states' ability to build the projects that their communities need. And really, this is the wrong time for this big, drastic change. This bill wants to force Americans off the roads and into transit and passenger rail, but the central planning push couldn't come at a worse time because of all the pandemic-related uncertainty and ongoing changes in transportation, work, and living patterns that will last for years to come. Even before the pandemic, 85% of Americans traveled to work in a car or truck or van, while only 5% used public transportation. But the majority chose to bankrupt the programs the overwhelming majority of Americans rely on. As employers are becoming more flexible with teleworking, the majority believes we should be less flexible with our state and local partners. We should focus on core infrastructure and proven programs that provide more flexibility instead of dictating a one-size-fits-all progressive idea of what transportation should look like. The majority calls this a transformative bill. Well, the American people can be assured they will see the price of gas and goods transform upwards. With the increasing inflation, this unpaid-for bill will drive. We just heard 38 amendments and not a single reference to how any of those would be paid for. In fact, not any pay for in this entire bill. And then the argument that we don't want to work with the majority is just simply false. In addition to the strong resiliency title in Republican bill, Starter Act 2.0, I frequently said I was willing to work with the majority and the Chairman Graves, ranking member rather, that he wanted to work with the majority on their priority of reducing transportation's impact on the environment, but that we also needed to work to address Republican priorities like streamlining. They simply refused. In committee, we proposed compromises that would include both climate and streamlining provisions and offered a Buy America amendment to ensure we weren't sending U.S. dollars for electric vehicle infrastructure to support the Chinese government's slave labor and environmental destruction. The majority rejected those proposals. Instead, House Democrats are willing to sell out to China to claim they are reaching their climate goals. Republican members are not willing to ignore the fact that relying on China, the worst polluter in the world, will absolutely increase global emissions. Furthermore, we have to remember this is a transportation bill first and foremost. Spending $1 out of every $2 on meeting Green New Deal objectives begs the question, is this bill still a transportation bill? Mr. Speaker, I urge a no vote on this en bloc amendment. I urge a no vote on the underlying bill, and I yield the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. Pursuant to House Resolution 504, the previous question is ordered on the amendments en bloc offered by the gentleman from Oregon. The question is on the amendments en bloc. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The en bloc amendments are agreed to. Without
request a roll call vote.
Pursuant to Section 3 of House Resolution 8, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question are postponed. It is now ordered to consider Amendment Number 10, printed in House Report 117-75. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Florida seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to offer a bipartisan amendment to give needed flexibility to our
Will the clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 10, printed in House Report number 117-75, offered by Mrs. Kamick of Florida.
Pursuant to House Resolution 508, the gentlewoman from Florida, Ms. Kamick, and a member opposed each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes gentlewoman from Florida.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to offer a bipartisan amendment to give needed flexibility to our livestock haulers and producers. My amendment would exempt livestock haulers from hours of service requirements for the last 150 air miles to their final destination. Mr. Speaker, since last year, livestock haulers have been temporarily exempted from hours of service requirements. However, a permanent solution for our livestock haulers and cattle producers is urgently needed. Speaking as a Floridian, cattle is one of Florida's most important exports. It is typically an 8-hour journey just to transport cattle from our producers in South Florida all the way to the north end of the state before continuing onward to destinations in the Midwest or elsewhere. For the health and welfare of the cattle in transit, livestock haulers need flexibility on both the front and back end of their journey to get the cattle safely and efficiently transported to their final destinations. Hauling live animals is simply not the same as hauling a trailer full of toilet paper. However, we both saw that they were both vital during the pandemic. Although I and many other members on both sides of the aisle support this measure wholeheartedly, I will reluctantly withdraw my amendment today. I remain hopeful that as we move forward, we can work to fix these hours of service rules to provide greater flexibility for the success of our nation's producers and livestock haulers. Mr. Speaker, I yield back the balance of my time and I withdraw the amendment.
The amendment is withdrawn. The chair understands that the amendment number 70 will not be offered. It is now ordered to consider amendment number 108, printed in House Report 11775. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 108, printed in House Report number 117-75, offered by Ms. Van Dyne of Texas.
Pursuant to House Resolution 508, the gentlewoman from Texas, Ms. Van Dyne, and a member opposed each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Texas.
Thank you very much. My amendment would fix an ongoing problem that I see back home in other areas of the country, which highlight the need for local control to be able to fix local problems. One example is U.S. Highway 75, just across my district line in Dallas. The highway received funds over 10 years ago to install HOV lanes to help alleviate congestion in the area. Unfortunately, 10 years later, these lanes are not being used and are actually creating more congestion. Due to federal DOT regulations, these lanes cannot be removed even if the funds are repaid for the cost of installation. This amendment would allow for increased flexibility to local elected officials to properly manage traffic flow as patterns change. Because these funds would be repaid to the DOT, these funds could be used to fund more in essential future transportation projects. Unfortunately, this bill further limits local government control. Local leaders know better than bureaucrats in Washington how to solve problems, and my amendment would provide the relief needed to local governments without any federal cost. I urge adoption of this amendment and yield back.
Does the gentlelady reserve?
Yes, I do. Thank you very much.
The gentlelady reserves. The gentleman from for what purpose?
I rise in opposition to this amendment.
From what purpose does the gentleman from Oregon seek recognition?
I recognize myself as such time I claim the time in opposition. I yield my such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, this totally contradicts the intent of the Congestion Mitigation Air Quality Program, a relatively small program in terms of the entire bill, but a very, very important program.
As I mentioned earlier, we've been doing the same thing for 30 years. 35,000 new freeway lane miles in and around our largest 100 urban areas. The costs of delay have gone from $16 billion a year to $166 billion a year, which wastes way more than we're spending to deal with the problem. And delay is up a staggering 144%, and pollution is worse. So this is an amendment that would say, okay, you can take the money to deal with congestion mitigation, air quality, you can spend it to build an HOV lane, and then after you toll people on that HOV lane, maybe like in Virginia where you can pay $48 for 10 miles in the Bentley lane during rush hour sometimes, and then they pay back the money, then they convert it to a single occupancy vehicle lane, voila! We are back at another induced demand congested road. The same Groundhog Day strategy we've been doing for 30 years that doesn't work. HOV lanes and other operational improvements are eligible under the CMAQ program. They are part of the solution, but not in this form. They allow more people to move more efficiently in the most congested transportation corridors by getting more than one person per car. But this would only do that temporarily and then revert to one person per car. Great idea. It allows van pools, car pools, transit in these lanes. They benefit all drivers. So in this case, we would say, well, yeah, for a while they'll benefit car pools, van pools, and transit, but no, then we're going to go back to putting single occupancy vehicles in them. That is not a solution to the problem. It is a particular concern because it allows for HOV restriction to be repealed without any analysis of the impacts on the traffic in the corridor. Under this proposal, as I said, all those who have begun to use it, the families, transit riders, carpoolers, in the HOV lanes, they're going to go back into gridlock traffic with everybody else. It's an extraordinarily bad idea whose time has not come, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves his time. The gentlewoman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you very much. While I appreciate the gentleman's comments on increasing traffic and increasing congestion, what I would remind him is that this is going to be looked at by local elected officials. And if those local elected officials deem that this is an unused lane, which is what we're seeing on US Highway 75, we'll actually be opening up and relieving congestion by allowing those elected officials to be able to say, we're going to open this back up, which will have much more response to alleviating traffic, alleviating problems with congestion, allowing much more people to be able to file on that lane, as opposed to paying money to create more congestion, more carbon emissions, and less efficiency. And again, these cities would be paying back those dollars, which could be used for necessary future transportation costs. I yield back and reserve my time.
The gentlewoman yields back her time. Gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from gentleman from Oregon reserves. The gentlewoman from Texas.
I reserve my time to close.
I get to close.
The gentleman from Oregon has the right to close.
How much time do I have left?
The gentlewoman has 2.5 minutes. The gentlewoman is recognized.
Okay. I would just argue that this is an opportunity to be able to get money back from cities that have found that the HOV lanes have not had the impact, have not had the necessary effect on creating less congestion, but what they found is they've actually created more congestion. So in areas where traffic patterns may have changed, where additional highways or other roads may have alleviated those conditions, where 10 years prior HOV lanes were necessary, they're no longer necessary. Instead of keeping them closed, we're actually being able to open up and providing the help that these funds were initially used for. So I would encourage adoption of this amendment, and I yield back my time. Thank you.
The gentleman from Oregon is recognized.
Yield myself balance of time. Perhaps the gentlelady has an absolutely unique circumstance in her district or her state, but to make this a national policy, a program that is intended to deal, for congestion management and air quality, would be a huge mistake. So I cannot support the amendment, and I urge people to vote no. And I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. Pursuant to House Resolution 504, the previous question is ordered on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from Texas. The question is on the amendment. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to. Without objection, the motion to...
I would ask for yeas and nays, sir.
Pursuant to Section 3 of House Rule Resolution 8, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question are postponed. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the question on the amendment en bloc 1, printed in House Report 117-75, offered by the gentleman from Pennsylvania, on which further proceedings were postponed and on which the yeas and nays were ordered. The clerk will redesignate the amendment en bloc. The question...
En bloc number 1, consisting of amendments numbered 1, 2, 3, 4, 25, 32, 50, 51, 53, 55, 56, 57, 58, 59, 60, 64, 66, 68, 69, 71, 72, 73, 75, 83, 84, 87, 88, 90, 91, 93, 95, 96, 97, 99, 101, 102, 103, 105, 106, 109, 110, and 111.
The question is on the amendments en bloc offered by the gentleman from Pennsylvania. Members will record their vote by electronic device. From what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Herrera Butler pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Ms. Herrera Butler will vote no on the en bloc.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Washington seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Sewell pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Ms. Sewell will vote yes on amendment on block number 1. As the member designated by Ms. Strickland pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Ms. Strickland will vote yes on amendment on block number 1.
Pennsylvania? New Jersey. For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Donald Payne pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Mr. Payne will vote yes on amendment on block number 1.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Michigan seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mrs. McLean of Michigan, pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mrs. McLean will vote no on the en bloc number 1.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Arizona seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Kirkpatrick, pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Kirkpatrick will vote yes on amendment en bloc number 1. And as the member designated by Mr. Grijalva, pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Grijalva will vote yes on amendment en bloc number 1.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
As the member designated by Chairwoman Eddie Bernice Johnson, pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Chairwoman Johnson will vote yea on the amendments in block number 1. As the member designated by Congresswoman Grace Meng, pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Congresswoman Meng will vote yea on the amendments in block number 1. As the member designated by Congressman Stephen Horsford, pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Congressman Horsford will vote yea on the amendments in block number 1. As the member designated by Congresswoman Sylvia Garcia, pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Congresswoman Garcia will vote yea on the amendments in block number 1. Caroline.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Stubbe of Florida pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Stubbe will vote no on the amendment en bloc number 1.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Ohio seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Timmons of South Carolina, pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Timmons will vote no on the amendments on block number 1.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Illinois seek recognition?
As a member designated by Mr. Rush pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Rush will vote yes on amendments in block number 1.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Oklahoma seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Mullen of Oklahoma pursuant to H.R. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Mullen will vote no. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Long of Missouri, pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Long will vote nay on the amendments in block number 1. Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Lawson, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Lawson will vote yes on the land block in block 1.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Connecticut seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Wilson, pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Wilson will vote yes on the amendments on Block 1.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Carnos pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Carnos will vote aye on amendments on Block 1. As a member designated by Mr. Ruben Gallego pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Gallego will vote aye on amendment on Block 1.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Young from the state of Alaska pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Young will vote nay on the amendment on Block number 1.
Gentleman from New York seek recognition.
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Jacobs of New York, pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Jacobs will vote nay on the amendments in Block 1.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as member designated by Congressmember Napolitano, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Congressmember Napolitano will vote yes on amendment in Block 1.
Florida seek recognition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the member designated by Mr. Comer of Kentucky pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Comer will vote nay on the amendments en bloc number 1.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Fallon from the great state of Texas pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Fallon will vote no on the amendments en bloc. As a member designated by Mr. Babin from the great state of Texas pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Babin will vote no on the en bloc. As a member designated by Mr. Cawthorn from the great state of North Carolina pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Cawthorn will vote no on the amendments en bloc. And as a member designated by Mr. Reschenthaler, great state of Pennsylvania, I inform the House that Mr. Reschenthaler will vote no on the amendments en bloc number 1.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Lowenthal, pursuant to H.R.S. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Lowenthal will vote yes on the amendments en bloc. As a member designated by Mr. Liu, pursuant to H.R.S. 8, I inform the House Mr. Liu will vote yes on the amendments on block number 1. As a member designated by Mr. Cohen, pursuant to H.R.S. 8, I inform the House Mr. Cohen will vote yes on the amendments on block number 1.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Utah seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as member designated for Mr. Owens from Utah, pursuant to House Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Owens from Utah will vote nay on the amendment en bloc number 1.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Ruiz pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Ruiz will vote yes on the amendments on block number 1.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from California seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Lejay Fernandez pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Lejay Fernandez will vote yes on amendment on block number 1.
Wisconsin. For what purpose does the gentleman from Wisconsin seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Jayapal pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Ms. Jayapal will vote yea on amendment on block number 1.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Arizona seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Boebert from Colorado, pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Boebert will vote no on the amendments in block.
On this vote, the yeas are 217, the nays are 186. The amendments and blocks are adopted. Without objection, a motion to reconsider is laid upon the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the question on amendments en bloc number 3, printed in House Report 117-75, offered by the gentleman from Oregon, on which further proceedings were postponed and on which the yeas and nays were ordered. The clerk will redesignate the amendments en bloc.
En bloc number 3 consists of amendments number 6, 8, 21, 40, 41, 45, 77, 78, 79, 80, 81, 82, 98, 107, 120, 122, 125, 134, and 135, printed in House Report number 117-75, offered by Mr. DeFazio of Oregon.
The question is on the amendments en bloc offered by the gentleman from Oregon. Members will record their vote by electronic device. For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Jacobs of New York pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Jacobs will vote yea on the amendments in block number 1.
The gentleman from Oklahoma,
The member designated by Mr. Mullen of Oklahoma pursuant to H.R. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Mullen will vote yes on amendment en bloc number 3. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Fallon, great state of Texas, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Fallon will vote yes on the amendments en bloc number 3. As a member designated by Mr. Babin from the great state of Texas, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Babin will vote yes on amendments en bloc number 3. As a member designated by Mr. Cawthorn, great state of North Carolina, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Cawthorn will vote yes on the en blocs number 3. And as a member designated by Mr. Reschenthaler, the great state of Pennsylvania, House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Reschenthaler will vote yes on the en bloc number 3.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Cardenas pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Cardenas will vote no on amendment en bloc 3. Designated by Mr. Gallego pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Gallego will vote no on amendment en bloc 3.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Michigan seek recognition?
As a member designated by Mrs. McLean of Michigan, pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mrs. McLean will vote yes on en bloc 3.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Washington seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Sewell pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Sewell will vote no on amendment on block number 3. As the member designated by Ms. Strickland pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Strickland will vote no on amendment on block number 3.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Long of Missouri, pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Long will vote yea on the amendments in block number 3. Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Donald Payne pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Payne will vote no on amendment on block number 3.
Does the gentlewoman from Florida seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the member designated by Mr. Comer of Kentucky pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Comer will vote yea on the amendments in block number 3.
what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as member designated by Congressman Napolitano pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House Congressmember Napolitano will vote yes on amendments in block number 3.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Stube of Florida pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Stube will vote yes on the amendments on block number 3.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as member designated by Congressmember Napolitano pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Congressmember Napolitano will vote no, not yes, on amendments in block 3.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Arizona seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Boebert from Colorado pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Boebert will vote yea on the amendments in block 3.
Does the gentleman from Arizona seek recognition?
Member designated by Ms. Kirkpatrick pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Kirkpatrick will vote no on amendment on block number 3, and as the member designated by Mr. Grijalva pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Grijalva will vote no on amendment on block number 3.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Young from the state of Alaska, pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Young will vote yea on the amendment on block number 3.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Lawson pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Lawson votes no on in block number 3.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Utah seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated for Mr. Owens from Utah pursuant to House Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Owens will vote yea on the amendments in block number 3.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Wisconsin seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Jayapal pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Ms. Jayapal will vote no on amendment on block number 3.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Cohen, pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Cohen will vote no on the DeFazio amendments on block number 3. As the member designated by Mr. Liu, pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Liu will vote no on the DeFazio amendments on block number 3. As the member designated by Mr. Lowenthal, pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Lowenthal will vote no on the DeFazio amendments on block number 3.
For what purpose does a gentlewoman from Illinois seek recognition?
As a member designated by Mr. Rush pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Rush will vote no on amendments in block number 3.
For what purpose does a gentleman from New York seek recognition?
As the member designated by Chairwoman Eddie Bernice Johnson pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Chairwoman Johnson will vote no on the amendments in block number 3. As the member designated by Congresswoman Grace Meng pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Congresswoman Meng will vote no on the amendments in block number 3. As the member designated by Congressman Stephen Horsford pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Congressman Horsford will vote no on the amendments in block number 3. And as a member designated by Congresswoman Sylvia Garcia pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Congresswoman Garcia will vote no on the amendments in block number 3.
For what purpose does a gentlewoman from Connecticut seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Wilson pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Wilson will vote no on the amendment en bloc.
First is the gentleman from Illinois. You should be recognized.
Resolution 8, I inform the House that Ms. Herrera Butler will vote no on the en bloc.
Gentleman from California seek to be recognized.
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Ruiz pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Ruiz will vote no on the amendments on block number 3.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from California seek to be recognized?
As the member designated by Ms. Leger Fernandez pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Ms. Leger Fernandez will vote no on amendment on block number 3.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Ohio seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Timmons of South Carolina pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Mr. Timmons will vote yea on the amendment on block number 3.
This vote, the yeas are 180, the nays are 226. The amendment en bloc is not adopted. Without objection, a motion to reconsider is laid upon the table. Pursuant to Cause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the question on amendments in Block 4, printed in House Report 117-75, offered by the gentleman from Oregon, on which further proceedings were postponed, in which the yeas and nays were ordered. The clerk will redesignate the amendments en bloc.
On block number 4, consisting of amendments number 7, 11, 12, 13, 14, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 22, 23, 24, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 33, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 42, 44, 46, 47, 48, 49, 54, 67, 85, 89, 92, 104, 113, and 115.
The question is on the amendment en bloc offered by the gentleman from Oregon. Members will record their vote by electronic device. For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
As a member designated by Ms. Herrera Butler, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Ms. Herrera Butler will vote no on the en bloc number 4.
What purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Ruiz, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Ruiz will vote yes on the amendments en bloc number 4.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Illinois seek recognition?
As a member designated by Mr. Rush pursuant to H. Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Rush will vote yes on amendments in block number 4.
Oklahoma. Does the gentleman from Oklahoma seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Mullen of Oklahoma pursuant to H.R. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Mullen will vote no on the en bloc of number 4. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Washington seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Sewell pursuant to H. Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Sewell will vote yes on amendment on block number 4. As the member designated by Ms. Strickland pursuant to H. Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Strickland will vote yes on amendment on block number 4.
Does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Long of Missouri, pursuant to H. Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Long will vote nay on the amendments in block number 4. Thank you.
California. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Gallego pursuant to H. Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Gallego will vote aye on amendment en bloc number 4. As a member designated by Mr. Carnes pursuant to H. Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Carnes will vote aye on amendment en bloc number 4.
What purpose does the gentleman from Arizona seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Boebert from Colorado, pursuant to H. Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Boebert will vote nay on the amendment in block number 4.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Donald Payne pursuant to H. Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Payne will vote yes on amendment on block number 4.
For what does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Stube of Florida pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Stube will vote no on the amendments on block number 4.
For what purpose does a gentlewoman from California seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Leger Fernandez pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Leger Fernandez will vote yes on amendment on block number 4.
For what purpose does a gentleman from Michigan seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mrs. McLean, Michigan, pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mrs. McLean will vote nay on amendments to N Block 4.
For what purpose does a gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as member designated by Congressmember Napolitano, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Congressmember Napolitano will vote yes on amendments in Block 4.
What purpose does a gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated for Mr. Young from Alaska, pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Young will vote nay on amendments on block number 4.
For what purpose does a gentleman from Wisconsin seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Jayapal pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Ms. Jayapal will vote yes on amendment on block number 4.
For what purpose does a gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Lowenthal pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House Mr. Lowenthal will vote yes on the DeFazio amendments on block number 4. As a member designated by Mr. Liu pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Liu will vote yes on the DeFazio amendments on block number 4. As a member designated by Mr. Cohen pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Cohen will vote yes on the DeFazio amendments on block number 4.
Arizona. Does a gentleman from Arizona seek recognition?
As a member designated by Ms. Kirkpatrick pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Kirkpatrick will vote yes on amendment on block number 4. And as the member designated by Mr. Grijalva pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Grijalva will vote yes on amendment on block number 4.
For what purpose does a gentlewoman from Florida seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the member designated by Mr. Comer of the state of Kentucky pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Comer will vote nay on the amendments en bloc number 4.
Pennsylvania. Purpose does a gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Lawson pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Lawson will vote yes on the en bloc number 4.
For what gentleman from New York seek recognition?
As a member designated by Chairwoman Eddie Bernice Johnson pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Chairwoman Johnson will vote yea on the amendments in block number 4. As the member designated by Congresswoman Grace Meng, pursuant to H. Res. 8, I inform the House that Congresswoman Meng will vote yea on the amendments in block number 4. As the member designated by Congressman Stephen Horsford, pursuant to H. Res. 8, I inform the House that Congressman Horsford will vote yea on the amendments in block number 4. And as the member designated by Congresswoman Sylvia Garcia, pursuant to H. Res. 8, I inform the House that Congresswoman Garcia will vote yea on the amendments in block number 4.
For what purpose does a gentlewoman from Connecticut seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Wilson pursuant to H. Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Wilson will vote yes on the amendments on Block 4.
For what purpose does a gentleman from Utah seek recognition?
As a member designated for Mr. Owens from Utah pursuant to House Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Owens will vote no on amendments in block number 4.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Ohio seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Timmons of South Carolina pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Timmons will vote no on the amendments on block number 4.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Fallon from the great state of Texas pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Fallon will vote no on the amendments en bloc number 4. As a member designated by Mr. Babin, great state of Texas pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Babin will vote no on the amendments en bloc number 4. As a member designated by Mr. Cawthorn, the great state of North Carolina, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Cawthorn will vote no on the amendments en bloc number 4. And as the member designated by Mr. Reschenthaler, great state of Pennsylvania, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Reschenthaler will vote no on the amendments en bloc number 4.
Does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Jacobs of New York, pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Jacobs will vote nay on the amendments in block number 4.
On this vote, the yeas are 221, the nays are 187. The amendments on block are adopted without objection. A motion to reconsider is laid upon the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the question on Amendment 108 printed in House Report 117-75 offered by the gentlewoman from Texas, on which further proceedings were postponed and on which the yeas and nays were ordered. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 108, printed in House Report number 117-75, offered by Ms. Van Dyne of Texas.
The question is on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from Texas. Members will record their vote by electronic device. For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Cohen, pursuant to H.R.S. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Cohen will vote no on the Van Doyen amendment. As the member designated by Mr. Lowenthal, pursuant to H.R.S. 8, I inform the House Mr. Lowenthal will vote no on the Van Dyne amendment. As the member designated by Mr. Liu, pursuant to H.R.S. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Liu will vote no on the Van Dyne amendment.
Florida.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Young of Alaska, pursuant to H.R.S. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Young will vote yea on Amendment number 8. 108.
Woman from Washington seek recognition.
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Sewell pursuant to H.R.S. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Sewell will vote no on the Van Dyne amendment. As the member designated by Ms. Strickland pursuant to H.R.S. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Strickland will vote no on the Van Dyne amendment.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Oklahoma seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Mullen of Oklahoma pursuant to H.R. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Mullen will vote yes on Amendment 108. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Lawson, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that vote no on the Van Dyke amendment.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Jacobs of New York, pursuant to H.R.S. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Jacobs will vote yea on Amendment 108.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Connecticut seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Wilson, pursuant to H.R.S. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Wilson will vote no on the Van Dyne amendment.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Stubbe of Florida pursuant to H.R.S. 8, I inform the House Mr. Stubbe will vote yes on the Van Dyne amendment.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Arizona seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Kirkpatrick, pursuant to H.R.S. 8, I inform the House Ms. Kirkpatrick will vote no on the Van Dyne amendment. And as a member designated by Mr. Grijalva, pursuant to H.R.S. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Grijalva will vote no on the Van Dyne amendment.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Arizona seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Boebert from Colorado, pursuant to H.R.S. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Boebert will vote yea on Amendment number 108.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Donald Payne pursuant to H.R.S. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Payne will vote no on the Van Dyne amendment.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Long of Missouri, pursuant to H.R.S. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Long will vote yea on Amendment number 108. Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Gallego pursuant to H. Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Gallego will vote no on the Van Dunn amendment. Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Carnes pursuant to H. Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Carnes will vote no on the Van Dunn amendment.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Michigan seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mrs. McLean of Michigan pursuant to H. Res. 8, I inform the House that Mrs. McLean will vote yea on amendment number 108.
For what purpose does a gentlewoman from California seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Leger Fernandez pursuant to H. Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Leger Fernandez will vote no on the Van Dyne amendment.
For what purpose does a gentlewoman from Florida seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the member designated by Mr. Comer of the state of Kentucky pursuant to H. Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Comer will vote yea on amendment number 108.
For what purpose does a gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Ruiz pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Ruiz will vote no on the Van Dyne amendment.
For what purpose does a gentleman from Ohio seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Timmons of South Carolina pursuant to H. Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Timmons will vote yea on amendment number 108.
For what purpose does a gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as member designated by Congressmember Napolitano, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Congressmember Napolitano will vote no on the Van Dyne amendment.
For what purpose does a gentleman from Utah seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated for Mr. Owens from Utah pursuant to House Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Owens will vote yea on amendment 018.
For what purpose does a gentleman from New York seek recognition?
As the member designated by Chairwoman Eddie Bernice Johnson pursuant to H. Res. 8, I inform the House that Chairwoman Johnson will vote no on the Van Dunn amendment. As the member designated by Congresswoman Grace Meng pursuant to H. Res. 8, I inform the House that Congresswoman Meng will vote no on the Van Dunn amendment. As the member designated by Congressman Stephen Horsford pursuant to H. Res. 8, I inform the House that Congressman Horsford will vote no on the Van Dunn amendment. And as a member designated by Congresswoman Sylvia Garcia pursuant to H. Res. 8, I inform the House that Congresswoman Garcia will vote no on the Van Dunn amendment.
For what purpose does a gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Fallon, great state of Texas pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Fallon will vote yes on Amendment 108. As a member designated by Mr. Babin from the great state of Texas pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Babin will vote yes on Amendment 108. As a member designated by Mr. Cawthorn, great state of North Carolina pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Cawthorn will vote yes on Amendment 108. And as a member designated by Mr. Reschenthaler, great state of Pennsylvania, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Reschenthaler will vote yes on Amendment 108.
For what purpose does a gentlewoman from Illinois seek recognition?
As a member designated by Mr. Rush pursuant to H. Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Rush will vote no on the Van Dunn amendment.
Purpose does the gentleman from Wisconsin seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Jayapal pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Ms. Jayapal will vote no on the Van Dyne Amendment.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Herrera Butler pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Ms. Herrera Butler will vote yes on the amendment number 108.
On this vote, the yeas are 230 and the nays are 178. The amendment is adopted. Without objection, a motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does a gentlewoman from Kansas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker. Okay, there we go. Mr. Speaker, pursuant to House Resolution 508, I rise to offer amendments on block number 5.
The clerk will designate the amendments on block.
On block number 5, consisting of amendments numbered 116, 117, 118, 123, 124, 126, 127, 128, 129, 130, 131, 133, 136, 137, 138, 139, 140, 141, 142, 144, 145, 146, 147, 148, and 149, printed in House Report number 117-75, offered by Ms. Davids of Kansas.
Pursuant to House Resolution 508, the gentlewoman from Kansas, Ms. Davids, and gentleman from North Carolina, Ms. Rouser, will each will control 10 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Kansas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Woman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of this en bloc amendment, which provides for the consideration of 25 individual amendments to address both drinking and wastewater infrastructure concerns. These amendments make several improvements to the underlying legislation, including increasing federal investment in failing or insufficient septic systems, which is a pervasive water quality and human health challenge facing many of our rural and economically disadvantaged communities, including those from Oregon and Alabama and New York. Addressing emerging pollution concerns, including so-called flushable wipes that are clogging our nation's sewer and the discharge of plastic pellets into our waste stream. Addressing several local water quality challenges, including transboundary sewage flows that have adversely affected the San Diego region, the inadequate wastewater infrastructure in the U.S. on the U.S.-Mexico border regions, and the legacy radiological contamination of Coldwater Creek in St. Louis, Missouri, clarifying audit and reporting requirements for EPA's Green Project Reserve, and focusing additional attention on potential discrimination and civil rights violations in water infrastructure funding so we can ensure these programs equitably help all communities addressing their long-term wastewater concerns. Each of these amendments further strengthens the ability of this bill to address the water and wastewater infrastructure needs of this nation in a way that protects public health and our environment, creates well-paying jobs here in the United States, and addresses the historic water infrastructure challenges facing our rural, small, and economically disadvantaged communities. I thank the members for working with the T&I Committee and the Energy and Commerce Committees to improve this bill and urge passage of this en bloc amendment. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from North Carolina is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to claim time in opposition to this en bloc of amendments.
The gentleman already has 10 minutes of time.
I yield myself such time as I may consume. I rise in opposition to this en bloc of amendments. This en bloc amendment would further expand upon the majority's wish list of progressive priorities for water infrastructure, just like the underlying bill. These amendments create additional programs costing billions in taxpayer dollars. In addition, several of the amendments create additional burdens and take discretionary science-based regulatory decision-making out of the hands of the experts. Again, this bill is nothing more than a partisan exercise, and this en bloc just throws together another bunch of bad ideas with little opportunity for input or debate. This group of Democrat amendments we are considering at the moment is completely lopsided, and by considering them en bloc, they will not be subjected to the scrutiny of standalone votes or debate. I urge my colleagues to oppose this en bloc amendment. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from Kansas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I wish to yield 2 minutes to Ms. Jackson Lee of Texas. Okay. Great. Are you ready to go? Yeah. I'm sorry, Mr. Speaker. I wish to yield 1 minute to the gentlewoman from Missouri.
The gentlewoman
Congresswoman
is
Bush.
recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you. St. Louis and I rise today in support of our amendment to the Invest in America Act. Our amendment would save lives by reviewing the inadequate efforts to clean up Coldwater Creek in North St. Louis County and posting signs to prevent further hazardous exposure to our community. The CDC estimates that 350,000 people have potential radioactive exposure from Coldwater Creek. That's nearly 1 in 2 residents in Missouri's 1st District, my district, and I'm possibly one of those people. Too many of us have gotten sick or died because of exposure to this toxic water. No one should have to face such an injustice. St. Louis deserves better. St. Louis needs better. This amendment would immediately start saving lives, and I urge my colleagues to support it. Invest in America. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from North Carolina is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 3 minutes to the ranking member of the Committee on Energy and Commerce, the gentlelady from Washington, Ms. McMorris Rogers.
The gentlewoman from Washington is recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank the gentleman for yielding, and I rise in opposition to block number 5. Block 5 is filled with proposals that spend excessively on new programs, create duplicate programs, ignore scientific and public input, and place serious burdens on rural communities. For instance, one amendment, which I might add is very well-meaning, creates a new program with a price tag of $200 million per year, or 8 times the amount for the existing program that covers physical upgrades and training to deal with all terrorism threats and resilience. There is a proposal in this block to require EPA to establish a website for testing of private water wells. Yet, for those seeking information, EPA already has a website to provide information to the public on private well testing, preventing water pollution, identifying contaminants and contacts for emergency response. In another area, Block 5 requires GAO to provide Congress policy options for best practices for EPA to use with states and local governments to include the public in a consolidation process. The study is unnecessary and punitive to rural communities. Section 1414 of the Safe Drinking Water already has mandatory assessment requirements for systems that have problems. Mr. Chairman, I've identified here only a few of the provisions that I find troublesome. There's other matters in this amendment that are difficult when it comes to workability and also have other policy concerns. On a separate note, I must express my opposition to the inclusion in the previous block of amendments of the No Exhaust Act, a partisan energy and commerce bill. This amendment provides subsidies for the rich to buy electric vehicles at the expense of taxpayers and everyone else's electric reliability and utility bills. The amendment makes no consideration for American jobs, our growing reliance on China for critical minerals to make batteries, or the strain that electric vehicles undoubtedly will place on the grid. The amendment even mandates new building codes so everyone has to install expensive electrical equipment in their homes and buildings for EV chargers, even if nobody is driving an electric vehicle. These kind of policies will harm hardworking American families, especially those in our rural communities. I urge members to join me in opposing this in-block amendment.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from Kansas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I wish to yield 2 minutes to the gentlewoman. 2 minutes and 30 seconds to the gentlewoman from Texas, Ms. Jackson Lee.
The gentlewoman is recognized for 2 minutes and 30 seconds.
I thank the Speaker. I thank the gentlewoman from Kansas for her leadership, and I want to take a moment to thank Mr. DeFazio for this transformative legislation that is really going to move America not just in mobility, but in quality of life. I want to also take a moment to offer my sympathy to a family in my community, the Cummings family, whose mother was killed as she brought her son to the United States Naval Academy in the last 48 hours. Hope that we will pray for them in this time. I also want to take this moment to dedicate this amendment that Mr. Espaillat and myself introduced to bicyclists, motorbikers, pedestrians, and wheelchair users, and to particularly Jamal Harris, who was a person on a motorcycle who was killed in an intersection at Highway 288. This amendment that I'm offering in the name of others such as Lesha White, Jesus Perez, David Leon Lawyer, is an evidence of the dangers of mobility in the form of bikes and pedestrians in the city of Houston. In the past 16 years, Houston area has seen 2,000 deaths of bicyclists and pedestrians at an average of 100 a year, with the last 3 years seeing the rate increase to 150 a year according to federal statistics. And so the amendment that I am offering is an amendment that deals specifically with the safety legislation that causes the Department of Transportation to work with local entities to decide where those dollars will go, where the crashes or the numbers of crashes or the incidences with pedestrians and bike riders and motorcycles are at their highest. Listen to the community. And this is in the name of those who have lost their life, these families who have lost their life. One crashed in a school bus. One was a lady helping a wheelchair get across the street. She stopped a car, and a car ran into her and the wheelchair. And so I think it is extremely important in this particular amendment. I also want to indicate that I thank Mr. DeFazio for the legislation that allows a new redoing of Scott Street in an earmark, a community assessment that we are able to utilize for Scott Street to make a difference in that area. Then I want to mention my next amendment directs the EPA administrator to establish and implement a program under which the administrator may award grants to community water systems to carry out activities to educate and assist.
The gentlewoman's time has expired.
I'll yield another 30 seconds to the gentlewoman.
Thank you. To educate and assist persons served by the community water system in adapting and responding to acts and natural hazards, including sub-zero temperatures. This has to do with the freeze that we had in Houston, and I'm very grateful to this amendment because there were more than over 100 people that died. My second amendment has to do with wastewater. A recent, Mr. Speaker, report suggested that wastewater resources and facilities in urban and rural areas were at their lowest. This forces a study to determine how to improve and to ensure that those kinds of resources or wastewater and sewage is equal in rural and urban areas as it will be otherwise. I'm grateful for these amendments because they will change lives, and certainly the bike amendment, Bikes Texas, will allow us to be able to save lives. With that, I yield back.
The gentleman from North Carolina is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, how much time do I have remaining?
The gentleman from North Carolina has 6.5 minutes remaining. The gentlewoman from Kansas has 4 minutes remaining.
Mr. Speaker, I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from Kansas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I wish to yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Green.
The gentleman from Texas is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank Chairperson DeFazio for his leadership on this issue of importance to all Americans. I especially want to thank the staff for being people with great integrity. They are honorable people. With them, we can do great things. Without them, we can do very little. Mr. Speaker, there is no national drinking water standard for chromium-6. The American Cancer Society lists chromium-6 as a known and probable human carcinogen. Mr. Speaker, there are an estimated 200 million Americans exposed to drinking water with unsafe levels of chromium-6. And this amendment, if passed, will require the EPA to establish national standards for chromium-6. Lives will be saved, the American people will be in a better place, and I will thank again Mr. DeFazio for his efforts. I'd also like to thank Debbie Strauss at KPRC Channel 2 for calling this issue to my attention. Thank you, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman from North Carolina is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Gibbs.
The gentleman from Ohio is recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Americans depend on basic infrastructure to get to work and go about their daily lives, but our infrastructure is crumbling. The majority's bill proposes spending $715 billion over 5 years to make a transformational investment in our infrastructure, including more than $109 billion on transit. This is an extraordinary amount, especially after all the relief we've provided the transit agencies over the last year, nearly $70 billion in total. For now, let's ignore the fact that none of this bill is paid for. Because instead of concentrating our taxpayer resources on real infrastructure, the majority thinks we have the luxury of spending these resources on art, sculptures, and non-functional landscaping. Mr. Speaker, I don't know how many times we have to say that art is not infrastructure. It does not provide mobility. It doesn't get you to work or to the store. Our limited resources for transportation should not be wasted on art. That's why this body in the FAST Act put in place a bipartisan ban to prevent wasting our valuable transportation dollars on non-functional art. And interestingly, it seems that some of the other sides still agree. Just a few hours ago, the Democratic leadership tried to allow a vote on restoring this common sense ban, but failed. This was an interesting development, particularly since I offered an amendment during the committee markup 3 weeks ago to ensure we keep the ban in place. Of course, given this partisan process, the majority voted against my committee amendment. Throughout this whole process, the majority has turned its back on bipartisanship and common sense. My amendment now would keep in place the 2015 protection against wasting transportation money on art. We simply can't afford to decorate the walls when the house is crumbling. We shouldn't be putting the art before the horse. It doesn't even pass the laugh test that the majority continues to defend this policy. Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to include the text of the amendment in the record immediately prior to the vote on the motion to recommit. I yield back.
Without objection. The gentleman from North Carolina reserves. The gentlewoman from Kansas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I wish to yield 2 minutes to the gentlewoman from Michigan. I'm so sorry. To the gentlewoman from the great state of Michigan.
The gentlewoman from Michigan is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the Vice Chair of the Transportation and Infrastructure Committee from the state of Kansas. I rise in support of the INVEST Act, which authorizes billions of dollars in direct infrastructure investment over the next 5 years to address America's crumbling wastewater and local water quality challenges, something we know all too well in Michigan, particularly in the wake of our communities being deluged by storms and deluged by wastewater coming up into our roads and into people's homes. Less than 50 years ago, many U.S. rivers were little more than open sewers, with some so polluted that they literally caught fire, something that yet again motivated members of Congress from Michigan to enact landmark legislation. But even today, communities are struggling. For instance, for decades, to this day, residents of Centerville, Illinois, a nearly all-black town of 5,000 in southern Illinois, just a 12-minute drive from downtown East St. Louis, have been dealing with persistent flooding, and sewage overflows. I quote, "The smell of it is in the air and all over the town after a rain, and bits of soggy toilet paper and slicks of human waste cling to the grass in the neighborhoods where children used to play on warm days." This, my friends, is why we commit to an infrastructure bill, because we are standing for the guarantee that everyone deserves to live safely and in clean environments. And with that, I urge my colleagues to support this bipartisan bill that will get us the wastewater spend and make our country great. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from North Carolina is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, if I can inquire how much time I have remaining?
The gentleman from North Carolina has 4.5 minutes remaining. The gentlewoman from Kansas has 1 minute remaining.
Inquiry to the other side, do you have other speakers as well?
No. Not.
Okay.
I'm prepared to close.
Okay. I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from Kansas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would just urge my colleagues to support these amendments en bloc, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman yields back. The gentleman from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, I've listened to the debate today, and it's a real shame that a surface reauthorization bill and a wastewater reauthorization bill have to be partisan. They shouldn't be partisan. We wanted a bipartisan process, but that's not what we got. And here we are today. In fact, we probably could have avoided even en bloc amendments had we had the opportunity to have a bipartisan process. But that's not the path, unfortunately, that our friends in the majority chose to take. And that, Mr. Speaker, is quite regretful. Regretful in a number of ways, but most regretful for the great citizens of this country. Mr. Speaker, I urge my colleagues to oppose this amendment, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Pursuant to House Resolution 504, the previous question is ordered on the amendments en bloc offered by the gentlewoman from Kansas. The question is on the amendments en bloc. Those in favor say yea. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair,
Mr. Speaker, I ask for a roll call vote.
In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it.
Mr. Speaker,
Pursuant to Section 3 of House Resolution 8, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to the Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question are postponed. It is now in order to consider the amendment number 132 printed in House Report 117-75. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Nevada seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 132, printed in House Report number 117-75, offered by Mrs. Lee of Nevada.
Pursuant to House Resolution 508, the gentlewoman from Nevada, Ms. Lee, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Nevada.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in strong support of my Amendment 132 to the Invest in America Act, which would ensure that wastewater infrastructure funded using the Clean Water State Revolving Fund or the Clean Water Act grant programs undergo a climate resiliency assessment. Today, 88% of the West is under some form of drought. Back in my home district, Nevada's 3rd, the water in Lake Mead sits at the lowest level since the Hoover Dam was built. And half of my home state of Nevada is experiencing exceptional drought, the highest classification there is. As I stand here today, the unfortunate truth is that this is not just a Nevada problem. From coast to coast, climate change is here. It is not a distance threat, and it demands that we take actions for all of our constituents. Investments in infrastructure are desperately needed, and we need to ensure that these projects can withstand the impacts of climate change. We cannot talk about infrastructure without talking about climate change, because what good is it for us to invest millions or billions in infrastructure if it can't hold up to the devastating impact of climate change? For example, we should be looking at how a water treatment facility would withstand extreme heat, because the reality is, as we've experienced, temperatures are rising. Just look at the West right now. So as we're making investments in water treatment facilities, we must ensure that these facilities will not fail under extreme heat, straining already limited water resources. A climate resiliency assessment might look at what happens when it's 120 degrees and the wastewater facility loses power in a blackout. We need to ensure that our facilities are prepared for the realities that we're facing. That's true whether we're talking about drought and extreme heat, or worsening hurricanes, or even rising sea levels along the coast. My amendment will ensure that future wastewater infrastructure is designed and constructed to withstand potential impacts of climate change. Importantly, my amendment also is in line with the January 2020 report on water infrastructure from the Nonpartisan Government Accountability Office. This nonpartisan report recommended that Congress require that climate resilience be considered in planning for federally funded water infrastructure projects. So I implore all of you to join me in voting yes on my amendment. We must ensure that our investments in infrastructure are long-lasting and resilient to the threat of climate change. And with that, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlelady reserves. The gentleman, for what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition?
I rise to claim time in opposition to the amendment.
The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in opposition to Lee Amendment number 132. This amendment would require that any applicant for wastewater infrastructure funds undertake an assessment regarding the potential impacts of climate change on the project and to adjust that project accordingly. Well, that sounds well and good, but this layers a new federal mandate on top of the multitude of federal regulations that are already being imposed on states, tribes, and local governments in order to maintain their wastewater infrastructure and serve their communities. A one-size-fits-all regulation like this will create more process and increase project cost, but not add any more protection for projects, the environment, or the climate. States, tribes, and local governments are already incorporating resiliency into their infrastructure project planning and implementation. This is not 1960. For example, the State Revolving Loan Fund programs already fund a wide range of projects to add resiliency and climate change. That makes this amendment unnecessarily redundant and an impediment for communities looking to upgrade their wastewater infrastructure. I urge my colleagues to oppose this amendment, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman from Nevada is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to address a couple points that were raised. First of all, if these requirements were already being met, I don't understand why the GAO in 2020 recommended that any investment in federally funded infrastructure should undergo such an assessment. Secondly, in terms of the burden, we have added language to this amendment to make it not a one-size-fits-all. In fact, it will only require assessment when appropriate for the project. It will consider varying levels of assessments that reflect reflect the scale or the type of the project or activity for which the infrastructure funds are sought, and it will identify entities to provide technical assistance to applicants for wastewater infrastructure funds to assist them. This is particularly geared towards smaller investments. And finally, with respect to this amendment being unnecessary, I say just look around this country at what is happening. I mean, we want to be fiscally responsible, and I don't think we want to make investments to know that in 3 or 5 years or even a year, they are rendered unusable because of climate change. So this, in fact, is a most necessary amendment, and we're feeling the impacts of climate change right now, and the time is now to provide these assessments. And with that, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from North Carolina is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, in my past career, I've served as a senior staffer in the U.S. Senate under George W. Bush during his administration, as a member of the state legislature, and now as a member of Congress. And it's interesting to me that, and I've never quite understood this, but our friends on the other side of the aisle, they seem to think that Washington knows best about everything. Our local communities, our states, our local partners, they know what they're doing. Let's give them the flexibility. Let's let them do what they need to do for their communities. Climate change is not a new notion. It's been around for a little while. You got a lot of states and a lot of folks in private enterprise, in fact, that are incorporating changes. Not at the request of Washington, but because that's what they feel like they need to do. We don't need a one-size-fits-all approach for any of this. And in fact, a lot of this could have been worked out had we had a bipartisan, open process. But we didn't. Mr. Speaker, that's regrettable. I encourage my colleagues to oppose this amendment, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from Nevada.
Mr. Speaker, how much time do I have remaining?
The gentlelady has 30 seconds remaining.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will just again reiterate that most importantly about this amendment is it does address local needs. And specifically, we included language in this to allow for local entities. But most importantly, they're accessing federal dollars. And so with federal dollars, I think we need to put some safeguards to make sure that that investment will withstand the impact of climate change that we are seeing all across this country. So with that, I yield, I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman's time has expired. The gentleman from North Carolina is recognized.
How much time do I have, Mr. Speaker?
The gentleman from North Carolina has 2 minutes remaining.
Mr. Speaker, again, we've had the opportunity here tonight and before to have a very open bipartisan process. And that's not what we've had. And that's quite regrettable. It's regrettable from not only a standpoint of this institution, but it's regrettable for the American people. All the proven successful surface reauthorization bills and wastewater reauthorization bills, they went through a thorough bipartisan process. That's not what we've had. Instead, we've just had lip service. When House Republicans held the majority, we led every successful bipartisan effort in the last 30 years to reauthorize surface transportation programs. However, this time around, there's been little opportunity for meaningful input from the minority, and this en bloc process just continues down that same road. Look no further than the number of Democrat amendments that we have considered today, many of which have not been subjected to the scrutiny of a standalone vote or debate. More than 100 Democrat amendments have been approved by the Rules Committee, while less than 30 Republican amendments have been made in order. You know, the majority argues they are moving this through regular order and providing both sides with the opportunity to offer amendments. That's not true. Both sides should be appalled that this en bloc takes away from our individual right to speak on these individual amendments and randomly groups them with other items with zero input given to the amendment sponsor. It's all just a partisan move meant to further suppress the minority's rights to fairly represent their constituents. I think we can all agree that every member deserves an opportunity to be heard on these amendments.
Time's expired.
Mr. Speaker, I yield back the balance of my time, and I encourage my colleagues to vote against this amendment.
Pursuant to House Resolution 504, the previous question is ordered on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from Nevada. The question is on the amendment. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid upon the table.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to request to record a vote.
Pursuant to Section 3 of House Resolution 8, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to the Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question are postponed. Pursuant to Clause 1C of Rule 19, further consideration of H.R. 3684 is postponed. For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition?
Speaker, by direction of the House Republican Conference, I send to the desk a privilege resolution and ask for its immediate consideration.
The clerk will report the title of the resolution. The clerk will report the title of the resolution.
No title, just the clerk will report the resolution.
The clerk will report the resolution.
House Resolution 511. Resolved that the following named member be and hereby elected to the following standing committees of the House of Representatives. Committee on Financial Services, Mr. Sessions, to rank immediately after Mr. Lucas.
Without objection, the resolution is agreed to and the motion is to reconsider is laid upon the table. We'll now entertain requests for 1-minute speeches. I understand. For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
I seek to address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend my marks, Mr. Speaker.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Joe Biden's budget request is troubling for many reasons. Today, I want to focus on how the president is weaponizing his budget to advance the left's anti-life agenda. In his fiscal year 2022 budget, President Biden has called on Congress to eliminate the Hyde Amendment, which Biden used to support when he was in the United States Senate. The Hyde Amendment is common sense policy that stood for decades. It would be wrong to force pro-life Americans to fund abortions against their moral will, Mr. Speaker. Abortion goes directly against the Catholic Church teachings, but Joe Biden, a Catholic himself, has embraced abortion. I applaud the United States Conference of Catholic Bishops for sticking to their guns about the Church's principles. On June 18th, the organization condemned President Biden's assault on the right to life by overwhelmingly voting to deny him communion. Eliminating the Hyde Amendment would be a death sentence for millions of unborn Americans, Mr. Speaker. Being anti-life is now the price of admission in today's Democratic Party. But Joe Biden knows deep down that this isn't right. The president needs to buck his party's radical base on this issue and ditch his plans to scrap the Hyde Amendment. Mr. President, get back to your roots from when you were a senator. Make the right decision and protect the lives of the unborn. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back the remainder of my time.
Pursuant to Section 11B of House Resolution 188, the House stands adjourned until 9 a.m. tomorrow.